Yeah, but my question is, do you guys consider that moral? Do you guys have a problem with it when it comes to being immoral?
I don't. I see. That's the thing. I think he just said it a stupid way. I think all he was saying was his daughter's fucking hot. Yeah,
Well, yeah, but my daughter's
fucking
pretty
good.
too, but I don't want to fuck my daughter.
He
You
didn't say
know?
he wanted to fuck her. He said if they weren't related,
Yeah,
it
well,
was an if, a hypothetical. It was totally hypothetical. You can't, you can't judge somebody on a hypothetical because it's not
yeah,
real.
I know, but it's still a very sick thought. I'm just saying that's a pretty
It's a
sick
little
thought.
twisted, yeah. I mean, but
To be honest with you guys, I would rather masturbate.
Well, okay.
I'm saying like you remember the Blue Lagoon?
I've never heard of that.
The movie, the Blue Lagoon, when we were little kids.
It's an old '70s movie with Brooke Shields,
Yeah,
right?
Brooke Shield. I think they actually made a remake.
Did they really?
I would be surprised. But yes, I know the Brooke Shields one.
In that situation.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that engagement with family members. That's something that's a little inappropriate for me. But that's just me, though. To each his own, I guess.
Was this live at one time? Oh, actually, we're live now. Never mind.
Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Okay, John.
This is going
I
to
like
be
your minion.
This is going to be just a clusterfuck of a discussion. That's what I titled the show.
Okay.
It'd be about anything. I don't give a shit.
Well, we were just talking about incest and how Donald Trump is lusting after his daughter.
I don't like to get into certain things.
Is that one of them?
Yep.
Sorry.
No. Don't be sorry.
I actually heard the same thing about Hulk Hogan, too, but I don't know how true that is.
This opens too many doors.
Huh?
Becomes a lot of he said, she said.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking, too.
It just makes you wonder if Trump found out that his wife had cheated on him and it wasn't his daughter. Think he'd go for it? Like, you know what? Hey.
Just imagine, guys, if you suddenly, you go to a bar or something and you find you're sitting there drinking and you come across a girl, you guys start talking really good, and you guys end up getting together, and a few years down the line you get married, and then you eventually find out she's your first cousin.
That's just wrong. I think I'd throw up.
Well, once again, most of the world marries their first cousin. Okay.
Do we got a fucking Borg in the fucking hangout, Paul, or what? I see something floating on your head.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not fitting well. Get rid of that.
It's like, what the fuck's going on over there, Paul? Yeah, I was gonna start the hangout earlier, but I'm doing a massive video for you guys. I'm doing a good video project. I think that you guys are gonna like. It's about that new discovery that scientists made with Homo adili.
Oh yeah, the new
One more time.
Yeah, they found another ancestor.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, and they found it in a cave somewhere in Africa, I believe. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing a video on now. I'm currently, thanks to all of the donations that I've received in the past, I got me a video editor, so now I'm taking advantage of it, and I'm making a massive video now about that particular topic, and it's taking some time.
I ain't come from no monkey man.
You haven't looked in the mirror lately.
You know, I think that this story is interesting. You know, I got an article from the National Geographic. I got an article from the Friendly Atheist. I got another article from addictinginfo.com. I think it is about the story.
You know,
So yeah, and I got some incredible artwork that came. I got some good artwork with the
that's
that came with the stories that I'm gonna put in the video too. It's gonna be pretty cool. What's that?
Oh, I'm writing a comment and I read it back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, I saw that too. Tell us all about it. It's exciting.
Well, I haven't read all of the story yet. Basically, they found a new ancestor of ours in Africa in a cave, and I have some diagrams on there that I'm going to put in the video as well of the different parts of the ancestor that they found, the species, if you will. And it's interesting.
Oh, okay. Where did they find it exactly?
I don't remember the specifics. Hold on one second. Hold on. Let
Yeah,
me see if I can.
But they suspect they might find 100 bodies.
Yeah. Let me see here. Hold on one second, guys. Let me bring
Hey,
up
do
the.
you mind if I bring a friend in here?
Christian Hillbilly? Okay.
No, it's not Christian Hillbilly. It's one of the people that does Beyond Gods with me.
Oh, Penelope?
Well, I just
Persephone?
want to know if I can invite this person in because I don't want to invite without, you know.
Let's
What's her
see.
name? Persephone?
No, it's not Persephone. It's Ethan. You guys have a problem with Ethan coming in?
Oh,
I don't know.
No, I put a. Are they in the chat or what?
I don't know. I don't have the watch link to this broadcast.
No, tell her or tell whoever that is that the link is in the side chat for the public. They can come in if they want. That's why I put it there. Okay, let's see.
I don't know if that even works for me. I might.
Bunto.
Yes, sir.
The bones, a trove of bones hidden deep within a South African cave is where they found them. A South African cave.
Right next to the gold, huh? The diamonds?
I'm not sure. I haven't read too much in depth of the articles. I'm still doing that so I can make the video too. Because it's going to be interesting, man. This story's kick fucking ass. And that's why I wanted to make this video, you know. The video, I don't know, if it goes the way I want it to go, with everything that I'm putting into it, it's probably going to be about a 15-minute video. It's probably going to be one of the longest that I've made. But there's a lot of information that I wanted to put in it.
What's
Okay.
the name of the animal again?
Homo naledi.
One more time.
Homo naledi is the name of the ancestor.
Not Dee Dee?
No,
Spell
naledi.
it.
A squeedy, you know?
No, I don't. I
Sweetie.
can't even say a fucking word. Dee is all I can hear.
Yeah, it's Homo naledi.
Spell that, please.
Naledi.
ED. Oh, okay. No,
Yeah.
Got it.
We're going to start a new one called Heteropasqueedy. Anyway, you know what? I was thinking, John, why don't you do a video about how ISIS destroys everything of antiquity? You know, that they are going through Syria right now and destroying all the ancient cities.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you think, like, suppose they actually did come over some genuine fossils and just destroyed them. You know?
Who knows what ISIS has come across, man, that they've destroyed.
You guys stop.
I know that they've come across a lot of things that, you know, a lot of priceless things that they have destroyed.
Yeah,
you know?
ancient cities. And just
Statues.
bulldoze them.
Statues.
Right.
I'm surprised they haven't even. I'm surprised that they haven't tried to destroy Mecca.
Well, no, it's everything that goes against their religion. If anything was around before they fucking say the world existed, they destroy it. So there's no evidence anymore. That's what it's about. Well, from what I've gathered, that's what it's about.
Oh, I got an entry in the chat from Jonathan Edward 2010 for a new name that we should call the ancestors, and it's called Homo Spaghetti.
Yeah, why not? I love it.
Kim Ham.
Why he got to be a homo?
Oh,
Donald Eggs.
So, is everybody in here atheists? Well, I know part of atheists is, but is everybody else in here an atheist?
Let me check. Hello, God. Hello. Hello, God. God. No answer.
The whole panel is.
Okay, I was just wondering because sometimes every now and then I run into a theist.
Oh,
Yeah.
Every now and then.
I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Theists rarely come to my hangouts. Once in a while they might, if they feel they want to argue, but otherwise they rarely come.
Oh, God.
I don't think we've had one since the first one I joined with Pillbox.
Ugh, that guy is.
Another person that believes crazy shit.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with believing in Santa Claus. I mean, God. There's nothing wrong with believing in God.
But there is. There is when you write a fucking letter to, when you and your doctor sit down and write a letter to Santa Claus to fucking help heal you, there's a fucking problem.
The Church of Santa.
Oh shit, man! You guys are a fucking.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm gonna go get a refill. I'll be back in a second.
You guys are a fucking entertaining bunch tonight.
Oh, I went to go vote today. Fun.
What'd you go vote for?
My city has had a primary for nominating the new mayor. It was like a primary, and I don't like the mayor that we have right now, so we're trying to get rid of him, you know.
Yeah. You know, I'm not sure if where I'm living they're having any new elections yet. I'm not sure. I haven't checked it out.
Do you guys think Kim will run next year? David said is.
Well, I got invited to a convention this Saturday. It's the 2015 New Hampshire Democratic Party convention, and I got invited to it.
Right on. That sounds cool. It sounds like
joined the video.
It sounds like you're gonna have a great time over there.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton's going to be there, Bernie Sanders is going to be there, and a few other people that are running for Democratic ticket.
Well, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try and I'm gonna shoot for it. I'm gonna try to go to the Reason Rally in Washington next year in June, I believe it is, June 4th.
Yeah. That sucks. I'm being in California.
It's gonna be in Washington, where have you seen that statue where Abraham Lincoln's sitting in that chair?
Yeah.
It's memorial.
Yeah.
It's gonna be in that location, from what I understand.
Yeah. I was there a lot of years ago.
So that's gonna be my plans for next year. We'll see how it turns out. I never know. Something might happen, and I might have to change my mind. Who knows?
Any of you guys play video games?
Yep.
I have a PS4.
Must be nice.
I haven't done it yet.
You haven't done what yet?
Upgraded to the new.
Yeah, you see my controller glows blue.
That's cool.
Yeah, that controller does look fucking cool.
Yeah.
I'm fucking jealous of that shit.
What's up, Jonathan?
But I still game with people that have
What's
PS4.
What's up?
Don't play them.
What you been up to, Jonathan?
Oh man, just working, drinking beer, working, drinking beer. Man, I need to make some videos, man. I've been a slacker, dude. I haven't made any I haven't made any videos in a while. I need to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm working on now. I'm working on a video right now. So.
The last video I made was about Kim Davis and Josh Bernstein. That was the last video I made.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of stopped making videos about Kim Davis for a while now because every article that comes out about her is basically the same bullshit. So
yeah, I saw this thing on Facebook yesterday. It's 4 pictures, and the first one has a picture of Kim Davis, and it says, "Let's see who's behind this." And then the next one's the gang, and they say takes off mask, and then the next one it's another one of the gang, the mystery gang, Scooby and them. It's all gasp, Dick Cheney, and the next picture is Dick Cheney's face superimposed onto her, and you can't fucking tell which one is Dick Cheney and which one's her.
That's hilarious.
It's fucking phenomenal.
yeah.
But you can tell, I mean, you can see that the glasses are different, and he's got that stupid little fucking tooth showing, how he shows off his fangs when he talks? Like that half a smile type thing that Dick Cheney does.
Oh, let's see. Hello, Demon Orse in the chat. I don't know how to pronounce your name, man. Sorry if I butchered it. He says, "Hello, bitches."
Hello.
And then we got Martha Marvelette in the chat. How you doing, Martha?
Hello. Have you guys ever tried L-citrulline?
What is that?
It's a synthetic amino acid. Helps you build arginine in your system.
What's arginine?
Right?
Arginine is a vasodilator. It's a chemical hormone that helps expand your blood vessels to lower your blood pressure.
Oh, no kidding.
Just type in arginine. Arginine.
No, but I've tried a lot of natural light and sitting around for long periods of time.
Yeah. Sedentary. Okay, so you guys saw that, the new, I guess not a new clerk, but the clerk that's going to go ahead and okay the gay marriages in Kentucky. He's like a really big guy.
Yeah. The guy, the deputy.
Yeah. It's like we were at the gym and then we saw that dude and everybody was all like, God, look how big that dude is. And I said, fat shaming. And they're all like, everything is fat shaming now.
Hey, what's going on?
The 2 chicks he was given a license to were much smaller than him.
Yeah, big. And we were watching a show about how a hamburger from the 1950s, a hamburger has expanded 500%, Like the original McDonald's hamburger was a little chiquito thing, and now it's like freaking 2 patties.
Yeah. And well, from what I hear, I heard some interesting information about hamburgers. That they're a lot more healthier than what people perceive them to be.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
That was a message brought to you by the meat industry.
I've had Five Guys forever. We have the Five Guys burgers and fries in Manchester, and I haven't had that forever. I'm craving that now.
What the fuck did I just join into? Rob, you piece of shit.
What?
Wow. This is what I joined into. Talk about fucking hamburgers. Really?
Yeah, this is
important issues.
This is a cluster.
Hey,
this is
John?
Well, I'm pretty sure that you read the title. It's a clusterfuck of a discussion. So yeah, it's about hamburgers.
Fucking Rob's always getting into some shithole, making me want to chop my cock off. Thanks,
John,
Rob.
this is Ethan.
Self-harm.
John, this is Ethan. He's part of my podcast.
Oh, okay. I was beginning to get offended there for a minute. I didn't know who he was.
Ethan, this is the Quiet Atheist. By the way, why do they call him the Quiet Atheist? I was wondering about that today.
Okay, well, you know how when people actually, to start from the beginning, my name was given to me, and here's how it was given to me. When I make my videos, I don't yell, I don't scream, I talk in a calm manner. I really don't. I'm not really that controversial, if you will. like some other people are. And I talk in like a calm tone, a real quiet tone. And one of the subscribers under one of my videos one day told me, you know what? You are the first one that I have come across that makes videos like this, you know. So I think I'm going to give you the name The Quiet Atheist. And so far, it's stuck with me.
And his videos were almost inaudible.
Yeah.
The microphone. We got a better microphone.
No, wait,
you have to hold the speaker right up to your ear, and then he came out with an intro that was insanely loud and about blew my ears out. And it only lasted like 2 videos.
That's fucked, man. That's
Ethan just say, I want all day without a smoke, and Rob ruined it. Thanks, Rob. Shoot yourself.
Dude, I've been doing great all day. I haven't had a desire for a cigarette. My lungs are feeling decent. You invited me to a hangout about fucking hamburgers, and you know I don't have money for hamburgers.
I guess
That's why God made coupons.
I haven't smoked a cigarette since the beginning of June, and I don't miss them at all. I have one of those stupid little e-cigarettes I don't fuck with.
He just shouldn't be smoking anyway. He's 16 and he's overweight.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why would a 16-year-old smoke? That doesn't make fucking sense to me. When I started smoking, those motherfuckers were just about free. You know, me and 3 friends could get together with a fucking quarter we found in the couch and a note from our mom, well, allegedly from our mom, and get a pack of cigarettes.
Really? I mean, a carton was $12 when I was coming up.
Yeah, it was a buck and a quarter, I think, when I started smoking cigarettes. Marlboro Reds were $1.25.
Jesus Christ.
We used to go to Mexico and get cartons.
Dude, I
remember they went up like 35 cents. It went up to like 175 or something like that, you know, something, and we were like, no, if it hits $4 or something like that, I quit smoking. And then it was, now I'm smoking American Spirits that are, what, $7.20 a pack.
My God, dude.
Oh.
But a pack lasted me twice as long as a pack of Marlboro, so it was cheaper in the long run.
I remember like coming up, you could get a case of Tuborg for like $4. That's some cheap ass beer, man.
I don't like cheap beer. Like
it's a good beer.
I don't like expensive beer either.
Rob, you shouldn't be drinking beer. You look like you're suffering from liver cancer.
I don't have liver cancer. Okay. If I had liver cancer, I would have like a yellow jaundice about me. And I don't
Dude, have you ever looked in the mirror? You look like shit. You look like someone ran over you with a steamroller.
Damn. Hey, guys, Martha in the chat said that cigarettes are up to $11.45 a pack where she's at.
Oh, my God.
Like New York or Canada? Yeah, Canada, they're insane.
Damn, that's an expensive pack of smokes.
But they better cure cancer at the same time. Give you a fuck.
I think they should make cigarettes that expensive here.
No!
Make them not worth buying.
You know there's that one motherfucker that would give his life savings for a pack.
Yeah, but I mean, even when I was a smoker, my least favorite fucking thing is seeing a cigarette on the ground and you see them every 20 fucking feet, everywhere.
Where does this woman live where she's paying $11 for a pack of cigarettes? That's ridiculous.
Probably
like
Canada.
Here.
In Canada? Well, yeah, that would make sense. Everything in Canada is expensive.
That's
I heard New York is insanely expensive too. Man. Or I've heard this place.
You think that's expensive, man? Try to get a pack of smokes in St. Quentin. That'll cost you a blowjob.
Yeah. Sit on a dick for one cigarette.
Hey, if it costs a blowjob, shit, I'm in it. I'll do it. It's cheaper. Fucking cheaper.
Yeah, he sucks dick like a vacuum cleaner.
Hey, you don't know that unless you get one for me, dude. I will suck the dick off your pelvis.
See, I'm taken.
It's not gay. It's not gay. I'm not looking him in the eyes.
That's not gay. Not gay.
I'm not looking him in the fucking eyes. That's not gay, right? I could be sending a text saying "Dick tastes yummy." #no homo. It's not fucking gay.
Ethan has this obsession about dick sucking. Trust me, I've been hearing it since he's joined my podcast.
I'm not a whore though. You at least gotta take me to McDonald's first. I'm not cheap.
Mark, you're a fucking cheap
Ho for hostess cupcake.
you gotta take him. You gotta take him to McDonald's before you get that treat, boy.
Okay, you guys remember like how much was like a meal at McDonald's? Like $5.
When?
Now it's like $8, or let me see. A hamburger would cost like $1, right? And then the fries 50 cents, and then a shake maybe $1. You can get away with
fuck, in the 80s, a Whopper was $1.
Yeah, a Whopper's $1.
The original was a dime.
Yeah.
Cheeseburger
Jeez,
was
how far did you go back? Damn.
12 cents.
12 cents, man.
Remember when McDonald's did the 29-cent cheeseburgers and the 39-cent cheeseburgers and 29-cent hamburgers?
A 39-cent
Hamburglers.
No, the hamburgers. It was Nostradamus. He was making a prediction. He said, yeah. It was.
I don't believe in psychics.
Hamburgers and cheeseburgers.
I don't believe in psychics. That's a crock of shit.
What the fuck's a cheeseburger?
I don't know. It was Nostradamus. What he thought? He thought he said cheeseburger.
I wonder if
It was a commercial thing. Never mind.
I wonder if Nostradamus had the ability to predict the length of the skid mark in his shorts.
That's interesting. Probably, right?
So, psychic. So, like, if a psychic dies, do they know that they're gonna die?
Yeah.
Do they see their own death? Like, can they be like, I'm gonna die? Like, if they do die, do they not prevent it?
Yeah,
Sam Clements did it.
Next
Monday.
Monday.
I came in with Haley's Comet, and I'll go out. Haley's Comet showed up in the sky. He died. He was born the day it showed up, and he died the day it showed up.
Next Monday, I'm gonna die in a lake with my thumb up my ass.
Well, that sounds like a great way to die. At least you're enjoying it.
I don't mean this lake. I mean the other lake.
Oh no, my car broke down. I can't die today.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, so you guys, what do you think? McDonald's has gone downhill? I think it's just totally gone downhill. It's terrible now.
I want some Five Guys burgers and fries. That's what I want.
Five Guys?
I've never been a fan.
Of Five Guys?
Yeah, it tastes like the crappy McDonald's burgers.
Five Guys?
Not
at all. Not at all. Where are you eating?
And they have crappy little tiny fries that get gross fat.
I would compare Five Guys to Wendy's. Their burgers are a little better than Wendy's. If you ever had Wendy's burger, Five Guys is similar to that.
Wendy's used to be pretty high echelon.
Five Guys.
But then when I think Dave died, then Wendy's went downhill.
Yeah. They don't have Jack in the Box out here. It's fucking weird.
At one time, Jack in the Box was really good, but then I think they've also... Ultimate Cheeseburger from Jack in the Box was the bomb, man.
Yep.
I want some motherfucking Chipotle, man.
Dude, that's high.
I think the Ultimate Cheeseburger is probably the most delicious sandwich ever.
Christ, want Chipotle?
Maybe the bacon
Ultimate Cheeseburger.
I used to love the Ultimate Cheeseburger, man.
Fuck yeah. Yeah.
Who does the Ultimate Cheeseburger?
Meat, cheese, meat, cheese.
I know, really.
Who does that? What restaurant does that?
Jack in the Box.
We got a Wendy's here. We got a Wendy's here where I'm at that serves a baconator, but a special kind of baconator where they have 4 patties, 4 pieces of cheese, lettuce, tomato, mustard, ketchup, onion.
Somebody can eat that?
Mustard
Wow,
and
that's a
hamburger.
heart attack waiting to happen. Holy shit! 4 patties?
Yep.
Damn.
Wendy
Oh,
patty.
you get those at Five Guys, right?
I don't know. I'm not much of a
No,
fan
that's In-N-Out.
I think
Taco Bell's pretty good, I guess.
I think the most they do at Five Guys is you can get a bacon double cheeseburger. That's the most they do.
Yeah.
The thing about Wendy's
do extra
patties,
patties?
they're square. And then I think it would be like a really tall hamburger, and you go squish it down.
You know what? They're square, don't you?
And why? Cheaper?
No. Was something the grandmother or whatever said that she don't cut corners.
Well, Ethan likes Chinese food. His favorite dish is some young guy.
I like that.
And then there's Califas with Carl's Jr. You guys like that? Every time we Carl's Jr., I say Disneyland.
I don't talk about fast food exclusively. Like, holy shit, I thought I was fucking fat. God damn.
Well,
who in here likes Calites?
What's Cajites?
California.
Never.
Rob, fucking pronounce it.
Calites in English means spinach.
Ooh.
Oh.
You talking Popeye?
Yeah.
Popeye's chicken.
You can buy.
I'm not a fan of Popeye's chicken.
You can buy Calites from the store, or you can naturally grow Calites. They're good.
They're actually good. Store.
So this group is no longer a sausage fest. Thank you, Albany. We love you. Thank you.
I heard food.
Yeah. So what do you eat?
Whoa, hang on. Rob left.
Oh, oh, bitch. That's fine.
He fucking left.
Who left?
Rob.
I think the Christians need to open a pizza joint and call it Jesus Crust, and then they need to have a specialty pizza called the Exodus, and it's a pizza piled full of bullshit.
Right. Have you guys remember Godfather's Pizza?
Yeah.
Way back in the day, man. Who knows where those went?
Ever eaten at a Rico's Pizza?
Mm-mm.
Rico's Pizza did a fucking 28-inch family pizza, I think it was. Fuck
round?
Yeah, dude, yeah. The box closed was the fucking size of our table. It was fucking amazing.
28-inch pizza. Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Right now,
pizza.
Right now, the pizza that I eat around here is Little Caesars.
I heard that Still Caesars is decent now. So is Gaddy's.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Hot and fresh $5 pepperoni pizza, baby.
And then we also have that Papa Murphy's where you got to cook it yourself.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just weird.
I don't know. I kind of like it. I like Papa Murphy pizza. It's fucking good.
As long as it's stuffed crust, I'm happy.
But that's a lot of crust, man. I mean, it's like, crust.
I'm not a bread person.
It's not just crust, it's cheese. And that's where it gets.
But see, at Papa Murphy's, they don't have crust.
Oh, yeah, they got the
Oh, no,
stuffed crust.
I worked at Papa Murphy's. You put the toppings all the way to the edge, sauce and everything. There is no crust at the end.
Oh, I see what you're saying, the lip. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually on their stuffed pizza, they got a lot of dough in there, man.
You have to roll that motherfucker around, you fold it together. So that creates a crust. But on their flat, like their pepperonis or whatever, it goes all the way.
So what do you think
to
of
the edge.
Pizza Hut, man? Do you think that's just like one notch better than store pizza?
And Round Table, they don't have Round Table out here either.
One of the speaking of food, one of the things that I fucking hate the most is them store-bought tortillas, man. Ugh.
Really? That's how you make your own? God,
yeah, unless they're really, really fresh and brand new, they suck.
Well, yeah, but I mean, who's grandma? Grandma's the only one that makes fresh tortillas.
And I don't have a
That's
mix.
not hard.
We always have to go to H-E-B and get the tortillas.
Hell no. My dad's a chef.
You
At
ever
our house, a gourmet meal was putting ketchup on the Reeser burrito.
What the fuck?
Even with store-bought tortillas, you need to throw them on a skillet of just like a pound of butter, and then sprinkle cinnamon sugar and roll it. So good.
Damn. That sounds pretty good.
That is decent. You're going to get married quick, man. Do that.
Albany, will you marry me?
I am poly, so, I'm
But do you ever notice, like, Texas tortillas are about this size, and then in New Mexico, they're like normal big tortillas, John?
Yeah. I know there's a place close by me now between the New Mexico border. Well, on the other side, the border is real close here to the New Mexico border. There's a store or a restaurant in Las Vegas, New Mexico, I believe. That's not too far from me. That sells the perfect tortillas. They're almost like the ones that my mom used to make. The only difference is the thickness.
So what do you think of Las Vegas, New Mexico? The insane asylum?
Actually, I lived there for a while. It was pretty cool.
Did you ever work there?
Yeah, I worked with the sheriff's department.
Oh, man, with the nutcases?
Las Vegas, New Mexico?
Yeah. That's where they had the insane asylum.
Really?
I hated New Mexico when I went there.
Oh, the food is great.
Never done more than drive right through it.
Besides all the creepy guys, the food's great.
I don't think I ever did so much as stop for gas in New Mexico.
I was there for 3 days, so it's not enough to make it like a hard opinion. The one thing I really did like though was their art scene.
Yeah, Taos.
They have some amazing museums and shops there.
Oh yeah, ghost towns. There's a lot of shit in New Mexico. The only thing is there's no money there. It's poor as hell.
Yeah.
And it's gang infested now. Shit, when I was coming up, I thought there was gangs. Now it's just like everybody's in a gang.
All kinds of crazy stuff over there.
And it's freaking
Be as bad as
poor,
fucking
man.
Haiti.
Like if you want a job there, Albany, you're getting like $5 an hour. You know? Fuck, man. It's like,
Colorado, so just far enough away. When I lived in Wisconsin, I'd never seen someone who was Hispanic.
yeah, I know. Going to Mexico.
Yeah, no, never. We had 2 black kids at our school that were twins, and then when I went to high school, there were like maybe 4 black people total, and I'd never seen a Hispanic person. Like it. No idea what that
And it's
was.
so funny. When I went to school, we only had like 2 or 3 blacks, and then we were over 75% Latino.
Oh, okay.
I lived in North Mexico.
So regardless,
for
you have to hold
decades.
on to your wallet.
You had to
guys
make
might
sure you
call
don't cross the
California?
street because you get your ass jumped.
Who has to watch for their wallet?
Yeah, what's in
Where?
there?
Yeah, in my hometown, you know, if you get caught stealing somebody's money, you better get ready to get your ass whooped.
Yeah. And the thing was, like, do you ever notice in, like, Latino culture, it's, like, a lot different than Anglo because, like, in Anglo, they always talk and boast and stuff, but they won't do that in Latino. They'll just let you do your thing, and then when you're just least expecting it, man, there'll be 8 dudes just jump on top of you. That shows you, man. You just don't cross people, man.
Dude, I've almost been jumped so many times. I'm such a dick, though. I basically earn it. Every time someone has wanted to fucking kill me, I have earned that.
But you know, like, they think they would beat you up for being white. They wouldn't do that. They'd beat you up for crossing somebody, you know, for just messing with
Disrespect their
something.
mom or some shit like that, they'll fucking go insane.
I may look white, but I am just as much of a spick as anybody else. My dad is a full-blooded Hispanic, man.
But, you know, they always think, like, well, they're going to pick on me because I'm a white girl or I'm a white boy. They won't do that. But the second you cross somebody, you do something like steal somebody's money or something like that, then bang, man.
Yeah.
Here in Colorado, where I live, just like 3 miles north, it's a very stereotypical Mexican area. And then in Denver, it's like the Hispanics almost try to live up to the
The
stereotype.
sueños, man.
Huh?
You ever heard of the sueños in Colorado?
No.
They're the ones that run the prison system up there.
I'm in Denver.
The closest I've ever had to getting into a fight with anyone that was Hispanic was this chick. I was at a concert where my brother was playing, and there was a band before them, and they were fucking terrible. They were trying to be heavy metal, but mixed techno and electronics with it, and they had
cool.
all these like Hispanic girls that were their girlfriends, and I was smoking, with my brother, and I was like, God, the band fucking sucked. It had hot music, and one of the girlfriends, she lost her shit. She's like, what did you say? And she went immediately into the like, I'll kick your ass. And it's like, no, you won't. And
Did
amazingly,
he have like the black eyeliner and the shirt all buttoned up here?
she was a stereotypical, what you think of when you think, at least here in Colorado, she was a big girl in clothes 3 sizes too small.
See, they like tie their shirt right here. Remember this, John? They button their shirt up here and they have the black eyeliner.
Yep.
You miss it?
No, I don't miss my hometown, man.
Yeah, because there's nothing there, no money.
No. Not at all. And even when I was working for the prison system for a brief amount of time, I always used to see people crease their pants in their cells and everything, man.
Yeah, I still do.
They used to do what?
Okay, what you do is like you roll up your cuffs on your jeans. You know what I'm talking about, John?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still do that, man.
Oh my
People are all like, hey, are you down to Del Valle? It's, no, it's just habit.
See, I have to do it because I'm too short for how fat I am.
So
they don't make pants that are my waist and my length. And go to a specialty place for that.
I don't know, but Texas is a lot different, man. Texas is just laid back here, Austin.
Yeah.
There's that PastaCon thing coming up. Everybody's talking about. There's nothing worth going into fucking Texas for.
What?
Nothing.
Texas is
Nothing.
all right.
You fucking couldn't pay me enough money to cross that fucking border. You got me fucked up. No way.
Food.
I don't give a fuck about
Cheetos.
Give a fuck about that. There's fucking right-wing Republicans.
Yep.
You can't swing a dead cat without hitting one. Fuck that.
Guns.
Yeah. Right-wing Republicans with guns. And I'm an outspoken, opinionated fucking atheist. First time I see somebody saying, pray, God bless, I'm like, you believe that bullshit?
But, it's like, I think, like, you could come out here in my town, and you could set up your atheist stand and freaking, be a hardcore atheist, but the second you went to lunch, you came back, your stand would be, like, taken down. They didn't do anything with you there, but they'd take it down when you're gone. But yeah, I mean, there's not like, there's like a buttload of churches, but they're not like, what to say, like Kentucky. They're not pulling that shit here. At least I haven't seen it.
Oh, no, the Bible Belt in general fucking terrifies me. I don't think I'd ever cross it.
I mean, it's just something you just get used to, man. It's like, if you go looking for files online, there's porn everywhere. You just get tunnel vision. You ignore the porn,
Yeah. Who ignores porn? Wait, what? You can do that?
You're talking about making some porn, Bunto, or what?
No, but I mean, like, okay, you live in Abilene, right, John?
Huh?
You live in Abilene, right, John?
No, I live in Amarillo.
Amarillo. Okay, I thought you were in Abilene because I was like, God, man, that must be like Bible Belt City. Shit.
Bunto, if you're gonna be making like a porn stand, yo, buddy boy, what's up? I can help.
Porn.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Ken will volunteer to be in it with you.
Who knows? Maybe Bunto will become a hit like Kim Kardashian.
Oh God, like Nicki Minaj, the wax Nicki Minaj.
Oh shit, I could see that happening.
No, I mean, okay, you know what happened to porn? Like, okay, when I was coming up, there was porn studios, right? Now that's gone because everybody makes homemade porn, so they almost eviscerated that industry. There were porn stars. Now everybody and their dog makes porn, so you don't have to be.
Everybody and their dog. Oh shit, this is getting fucking kinky.
Well, they used to be able to sell porn. Now, I mean, who the fuck pays for porn anymore?
Yeah, they used to be able to sell the porn tapes, the porn DVDs, I guess, but now people.
Now we're talking from hamburgers to porn now.
Now, I haven't even been in a liquor store in fucking a long time. Do they still have the porn section in liquor stores?
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Well, like, there comes a time you still want to have DVDs, though, because if you're with a partner, I've tried, like, we've tried flipping through our phones looking at it. It just doesn't work as well as having it on the TV.
I got to give you some shit, Bunto. When you go and make your porn tape, are you gonna twerk in it?
I'm gonna do everything, man. I'm just gonna let it all out. I need fame. Let me see what we get, man. See, that is the oldest porn star, but he's good.
Who? Ron Jeremy?
I want to do it down at my gym too, man. Get all those gang, get my friends involved. Wayne, Becca, Sean, cameos for everybody.
I don't think I could handle doing that type of thing in front of cameras, man. I like my
But, okay, John. Okay, I always hear this, dude. That, oh, I can't do porn. But you know, if you did a porn, John, and then people said, "Hey, guess what? You kick ass at porn." I bet you'd be like, "Well, let me try it again, just to see if right. If it's not a few." And then once you've done like a couple, and people are saying, "Hey, it kicks ass," you're gonna be like, "Oh, I'm a porn star."
Well, here's the thing. It's more of an intimate thing for me. I like my sex like basketball, one-on-one, and as little dribbling as possible.
I love that. But the whole world isn't personal anymore. There's no privacy, so why do you even worry about that?
Right.
I don't think I could handle a fucking 30 different sets of eyes sitting there watching me live, you know, digging somebody out. I don't think
You're on YouTube. What's the difference?
Right.
Well, here on YouTube, I'm not doing anything sexually here on YouTube. That's the difference.
Try it, and then once you become a YouTube star, then it's like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to do this.
Yeah, right. My channel will be taken down so fucking quick it'll make my head spin.
Okay, well, YouTube to X video. If you do it on X video and it becomes a hit, then you know that's what you're supposed to be doing.
No.
I would love to do porn, honestly. I think it would be so
and see what happens. To see if you're a hit at it.
I would love to. After having kids, I'm too fucking self-conscious. But like, I would also be one of those really picky people. I'd be like, I just want girls.
Well, see, in California, it's supposed to be difficult to get into the porn business because
anywhere.
That's why Texas is
difficult.
No, but listen.
Where would that be an easy thing to get into?
No, it's
Imagine
not.
the line. Imagine that fucking line.
Listen to what I'm talking about, though. In the state of California, you know, you have to belong to the category which is called the 3/8.
Okay.
The 3/8. First and foremost, your penis has to be at least 8 inches long or more.
This is a state law.
No.
You have to no. That's just
no.
First, second of all, you have to live in that specific area code where they have that 80 something. I forgot what it was.
Hollywood.
No.
Well, okay, I could see a lot of things against them. First off, it's like, how can you prescribe what a porn star is? I mean, I think the only thing you have to say is like, you know, make sure you're not spreading disease, right?
Right.
You know, be checked by a medical professional. But other than that, I mean, I don't see what the use is of prescribing, you know,
Jimmy Cap
attributes.
Yeah.
You know, they always say, okay, we should regulate prostitution, right? They always say that. And the benefits of doing that is that you can control health, you know, and abuse, you know, that the women are not, or whoever is the prostitute, male or female, they're not abused. And you can regulate the health of the performers, you know, of the workers.
It's ironic when we're in this hangout and I'm going and I'm clearing all the windows off my phone and there's like 2 porn ones open. Yeah.
Right. I mean, porn is more, what do you say? I won't say pervasive. That's a bad word, but more common than people give credit for.
I don't know, man. I just don't think I could handle doing that type of thing in front of people. I have to be drunk first.
Okay. Would you hold it against somebody if you met them and that's what they did? Would you hold it against them? A stripper or a male gay star?
Actually, I've been to the strip clubs here where I'm at. So, no, I don't hold it against them either.
We are really nice here.
Yeah, hey, so Albany, have you ever tried stripping yet?
I was a go-go dancer for 2 years. But no, I never got into stripping. A bunch of my friends were, and I don't know. I liked go-go dancing.
Okay, just imagine all these men desiring you. I mean, would your ego get all like?
Oh no, if I could go back and do that before I had kids, I would have taken it up. Like it's so. I love going to the strip club. Love watching. Like it's such a fun place. It's a good.
I'm a male stripper. I work for Chippendales, but I work blind room.
Hey, it's steady work.
The guys in down just south of Denver, where the one I go to, the guys there actually do work for. They're a branch off of Chippendales. It's a guy and a girl strip club, so it's fun.
Okay, Albany, you know that there's women that had like multiple kids and they still strip.
Oh yeah, no, I know most of the strippers at PT's. That's what it's called. It's off Evans and Santa Fe down here, and getting to know them with a friend of mine was amazing. There was one girl who she had twins and went back to work like a month later, and she looked amazing. And there's another girl who's her and her husband are both strippers, and she's like 6-7 months pregnant right now, and you'd never know.
Oh my God. Okay, let me ask you this, Albany. If you work at a strip club, would you have to be the best stripper there, or just making money, or what?
No, I don't think it would be about being the best. It's just, to me, it's about feeling sexy. I mean, I love dancing. I've done all types of dance throughout my life, professionally and for fun. It's just about.
Okay, so you get out there the first time and somebody says, "Oh, you suck. What are you doing here?" You'd quit right away, or you try to get better?
No, I just keep going. I mean, I've sucked at every type of dance at some point in my life, and you have to keep practicing.
So yeah, Tori, you can just say, "All right, I can do this. I'm doing it." All right.
People take criticism. They always take criticism bad, and it's
right.
like you're not going to go anywhere if you always take it poorly. You have two options: give up, or be like, "Ah, thanks for being a dick. I'm actually going to try harder now."
It's competitive, John. Be competitive, man.
What I love about
you got to do the poll.
No, hell no, hell no.
I come back and I hear people talking about polls.
No, Go ahead.
Hard polls.
Sorry. What I love about our strip club is it's open like all day and then it closes at 2. And at midnight, you can pay like an extra $5 and go upstairs where it's full nude. And I love my friend Lindy and I would always go up there. We would just sit and watch. And it would be amazing how many like college guys would go there, and you could tell it was like their first or second time. And they'd be sitting at the stage, and these girls full nude would be like, straddling them and dancing, and these guys wouldn't tip. And finally, the girl would be like, "All right, fuck this," and they'd go to someone who had money. And you'd watch these guys get pissed that the girl wasn't paying attention to them. And it's like this is their job. It's not just to fucking entertain you. Like
right.
You have to pay them. This is not free porn for you.
You know, I think in our city, Austin, they've passed full nudity prohibition, if I'm not mistaken. Because I think at the outside, like by our airport, we have full nudity, but not in the city.
Most places are now. They don't have alcohol like upstairs in ours. You can only drink downstairs, and then upstairs, juice, water, things like that.
My house is full nudity.
Right, it's all webcammed out.
You have all kinds of cameras in your house, Punto?
No, but I have friends online here that do that. They're webcam webcam hosts. To make their money that way.
Damn, get some freaky shit going on there, buddy.
The thing is that they always have to bust their ass just for a little bit of money, man. Just to make that shit work. And they have to massage the clients, you know what I mean? Like, massage them like, ding them, chat with them, chat hooker.
Yeah.
So if you're really social as shit, man, it's right up your alley.
No.
As long as you wear clothes all the time around your house, or else
No,
you're
that's
gonna
the
be in
thing,
for
dude.
some
You
shit.
can't wear clothes, man. You got to get your sexy underwear on and work it, man, for hours.
Ooh, okay, shit, I can do that. I mean, all I do is stay in my room all the time and beat my dick, so why not?
Okay, and that's another thing that comes to mind. It's like, I've heard these stories that these people have like 6 or 7 orgasms in a day. It's like, how is that even possible, man?
That's amateur.
That's
I
amateur.
guess if you're young, dumb, and full of cum.
That's amateur.
Dude,
Is that all?
I'll be on camera all day, like deep throating bananas and shit. I'll be the next Rob DeRusso. Fuck that.
Rob. Yeah, but that's what they got to do, man. And it's like money.
Yeah, man, it sounds like you have something planned for yourself there, Bunto.
Nah, I'm too old, John. I'm just too old for that.
I'll give you 30 cents just to do it.
30 cents. That's paying 25 cents too much, man.
I gotta tell you, man, there's a lot more honesty and goodness in strippers working for their money than these damn televangelists on TV screwing people out of cash.
And look who's richer. I think you cut out, John.
We got a person in the chat that wants to know if there's a nude Hispanic out there because she wants to see one.
Oh shit!
Hola.
Tons,
Take your
man.
clothes off there, quiet.
No, I don't think so, buddy.
I'm a spick too. I can do it. I can do this. I can do it.
I love the comment. The porn bores me. I want to be doing that shit, not watching it. I'm like, do both.
Well,
There's no false dichotomy here. Do both.
Yeah, just watch it while you're doing it. Fuck it.
IRL versus the internet or whatever. Hey, Pat.
Hey, you know it's weird. When I was in the Army, we'd go out to the field, and our first sergeant would go get a whole bunch of old 8mm films and show the produce lady and all that stuff.
Right.
And we get all fucked up and everything. And once VHS was new when I was still in the Army, guys would spend at the time $650 for a VHS or a beta player and get this porn, right? And you'd have like 6 to 8 guys, right, who live in an Army barracks and don't have girlfriends, right, sitting around drinking, watching porn, right? And it'd be kind of funny, and we actually started talking about this one time, how we each, like, every once in a while kind of excuse ourselves and go to the bathroom, for a few minutes and come back,
You hear how queer the Navy is? Like, they're all men on a submarine. They blow you away, Army.
I have family members that were submariners, my grandfather and my brother. So
they used to have contests to see where they could jack off, the kinkiest place to jack off, and one would do it like a torpedo tube.
Yeah, there's in the military I learned, and it took me a long time to get away from it. There's humor in the military that people who have never been in the military or don't understand that humor will never get, because it's at times just, even in the 80s when I got out, right, military humor was too offensive for civilians.
Yeah. There's so much shit now it's offensive. Could you imagine Archie Bunker on TV today? They wouldn't even let that shit play on TV.
Dude, if Archie Bunker were on fucking TV, Jesus Christ.
Do you remember the episode when
he's on TV, and he's modeled after Archie Bunker?
Do you remember the episode where Archie Bunker flushed his toilet the first time and the world went ape shit?
Yeah,
His toilet flush on TV.
Eric Cartman on South Park.
Oh, I like Eric.
Cartman is like Archie Bunker.
He's modeled after him. I mean, he's a racist fat fuck.
I always remember that Archie Bunker. Did you guys remember that one where he was like, he had his refrigerator broken, and then they would all like do how they thought the refrigerator man was repairman because he was a black dude.
Oh.
And then like Archie thought he was like this freaking militant, and he was all nice. Remember? He was so polite. Freaking Archie. I don't know. That's an old show. You kids don't know it, but it was hilarious, man. All the family.
Yeah.
I used to watch that all the time. Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
That was cutting edge. I mean,
it's basically the reason I'm such an asshole today. I've become Archie Bunker.
Jeffersons.
Oh, the Jeffersons and goddamn honkies.
Moving on up.
Was fucking spinoff of.
And they don't have no. Do they have mixed interracial couples? Because they had that on Jefferson.
Yeah, on the Jeffersons they did.
Yeah.
But I mean now, I haven't seen it. I don't watch TV. It's just too.
Why not?
I don't know. Just do you watch it? I don't watch TV.
I watch a little
I
bit.
watch some shows.
They had that Walking Dead. I haven't seen that. Everybody watches that.
I don't.
I don't.
I do.
Once you've seen Night of the Living Dead, you just sort of, you know.
I'm not into those kind of movies.
Day of the Dead.
You don't like zombies? Fuck yeah.
Nah.
I think you talk about that shit on the bus.
The Walking Dead universe doesn't really make it. I don't know. It's not very consistent.
Not to change the subject or anything, but there's a chatter in the public chat that wants to see more Hispanic flesh.
More? I'm
Like I said,
Native
take off your
American,
shirt.
so.
Take off your shirt there, quiet.
No.
No.
Punto, you're Native American?
I'm Native American. I'm Sioux.
I
That's
thought
how come all these. They speak to me in Spanish, and I'd be like, what?
The fact that
I was guessing you were some South Pacific,
Oh, God.
Hawaiian
Yeah,
South
Fijian.
Pacific.
dude, I saw the bandana and I thought I was like, this guy's a damn beaner. He's the beaner. He's one of us. That
No.
just proves. I'm
No, I
fucking-
grew up in Las Cruces, so I mean.
Oh.
But I was born in Lincoln, Nebraska, so I'm Sioux.
Oh shit! Hey, I got a funny story about Lincoln, Nebraska.
Yeah,
I was on a-
freaking retard.
I was on a Greyhound bus years back in 1980, right? Leaving the Lincoln bus station, going cross country. I was in the Army. I just left Germany, and we're driving through downtown Lincoln, and all of a sudden, everybody rushes to one side of the bus, right? And there's this guy in a car pulling his pud, right? Just jerking his fucking stick, right? And everybody's just looking at stuff, right? And the bus driver was like, "What's going on back there? What's going on back there?" And everybody's like, "Nothing," right? And some kid yelled, "He's jerking off," or something like that. And the bus driver went speeding through fucking Lincoln, right? And as he was speeding off, we saw a cop car behind this guy. But yeah, he was necking from the pants down, man, or from the waist down, just pulling his shit, man. And there's like 100 or 50 people on this bus just watching him, and he was enjoying it. You know?
That's it's about as thrilling as it gets in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Patrick, did you join him?
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Dude, shit, you're my type of guy, man.
I don't
If
lie
you're in
about
California, Patrick, you could have joined.
Hey, I'm from SoCal, man, originally. You know?
Dude, in California, basically, you join in, everybody gives you a fucking award. Same with Florida.
So you grew up in SoCal?
Yeah,
In LA
I
or
was
what?
born in Long Beach. My dad was in the Navy, so we lived in Long Beach, San Diego. Then we went up Northern California.
You know what TV station we got on cable? We got KTTV, KTLA.
I have KTLA on Facebook and KTTV. Yeah.
So man, we used to just love California, man.
Oh yeah, they got the best TV stations because it's fucking Hollywood in LA, man.
So coming up, yeah, we had the California cable.
So Jade Helm is over in Texas. Is still
still here, huh?
Yeah.
They're gonna arrest everybody and they're gonna put them in concentration camps and they're gonna make them eat dog shit.
Well, I saw that Serbia told Hungary, because they're having that refugee problem there. They told Hungary, hey man, we're not a concentration camp, because I think Hungary was just like knocking the refugees back into Serbia. There's a movement coming through there. Poor people.
Yeah. What do you do about that?
Well, I mean, you've got to bite the bullet, man, and let those people in, because you can't be inhumane and just, organize the shit, of course. And then, of course, they're right that some of those guys are going to be asshole terrorists, but, you got to take the pains to, let the innocent get in.
Yeah, well, there's people that get through every crack in society in every way.
And then I heard this, I had a friend, he made a video that was kind of, anti-immigrant, and he was saying, well, if it was my country, I'd be fighting, to stay. And it's be like, but these are family men, you know what I mean? They got to get their family out of there, and then maybe they can go back and see if they can straighten out that country. But
yeah. Oh, I agree. I mean, sending the people back, saying, oh, we can't take care of you. I mean, a cot, something, I mean, like I said, it doesn't have to be forever. It's usually not forever, But, there's still Hurricane Katrina victims who were relocated who have never been back to. Speaking of California, there was a story about a family in California that when they got evacuated, the next thing they knew, they were on a plane, and then they were in California, and they'd never been out of Louisiana in their entire life, and they're still there, but.
Wow. That was a city destroyed, man, and everybody saw the Bush, administration for what it was during Katrina, man. Them just saying, great, hell of a job there, Brownie, and the whole fucking city's destroyed, right? It's like, the fucker didn't go over that city until a week later, remember?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty fucking disgraceful and a slap in the face.
Hell yeah.
When he came back for the 10-year anniversary.
Oh, shit.
I thought, he was sitting back just doing his little paintings and shit like that sucked, and then he had to show up for that Katrina thing. I thought that was,
No shame.
If it would have been successful, if he would have got in there right away and was, you saw pictures of him with his sleeves rolled up, carrying shovels and buckets and stuff, then you can kind of go, okay, yeah, he's coming back because he was really there, but.
What that showed, Patrick, was that the ill-preparedness of these Fed administrations. Like the first thing when the Republicans get in, they like to defund, and reduce these, what they think are unessential services, right? But look what they did, man. They just destroyed FEMA, and that was the purpose of FEMA, for rescuing, in case of a tragedy.
Yep.
And I don't think FEMA has recovered, And it's so strange that people don't realize that you need to have these services, just in case.
Yeah, they were telling people that your local fire department and your local rescue people should be good enough, because they're trained,
No way.
The Red Cross is always there,
I don't know, man. That just showed you the ways. Because remember, they had all the FEMA trailers and they weren't keeping them up. They didn't know how to get them into the area,
Planning.
Yeah, planning. Somebody in charge.
Jesus.
Yeah, and that's the way Jindal would have it. He'd have it, what he used, all these public schools are destroyed in Louisiana, so he changed them all to the charter system. So there's more charter schools than public in Louisiana. So your education is for shit if you're in Louisiana.
Well, that's how you get a lot of your fucking Christian-based science shit.
Right.
The type of science that has people believe that, humans are riding Tyrannosaurus Rex into the sunset.
Shit that just involves magic,
Yeah, just how old is the Earth? And then they can't answer that question. That's the type of test.
The Earth is obviously 6,000 years old. Prove me wrong.
Well, some of them can answer the question. It's just an incorrect answer.
Well, the thing is, I know they just won't ever have that on their test. Like we have our ACTs and SATs. There's some questions that they will never ask because it's just they'll destroy the religion.
Yeah. They think us. I wonder if they say that the Earth is 6,000 years old. How old do they think the universe is?
Same.
6,000.
Yeah, God just made it, man.
God damn.
Not quiet. When are you gonna listen? Really.
I wonder how many fucking crayons do you have to eat to think like that?
Hey, we all had a friend in elementary school in the second grade that would eat anything for a nickel.
What flavor crayon we talking about? We talking about like the red ones or the yellow ones?
I don't know, man. They have to be eating fucking crayons while watching a Toy Story. You got a friend in me.
Like, you know, like they're the type of people that go to McDonald's and instead of asking for food, just lick the windows and eat things and shit.
But you guys, you know, all the politicians are going to be like, I believe in God. Like, did you... I mean, it's just so, what do you say, contrived now, politics. Just.
Yeah. Did you hear when, was it that shit between Huckabee or whoever and fucking Trump, or Ben Carson, you know?
Yeah.
I doubt his faith, you know? And it's like, Donald Trump is about as, I don't know, Christian, I guess. I don't know if he goes to church or what, but yeah, he's about as conservative Christian as they get, you know, really. So
Donald Trump, if he becomes president, what is he going to do for America? Teach America to file for bankruptcy?
That's what I was thinking, man.
Hilarious.
See, he's in it for him.
Everybody's out there saying, oh, he's going to change our economy, you know, he's going to fix it. No, he's going to kick the specks out, he's going to chastise the blacks, and he's going to ruin our economy. We're going to file for bankruptcy faster than he has.
But I heard the Mexicans will sure vote for him.
Oh, my God.
The fact is, the richest guy in the world is a freaking Mexican. Ain't that a kick in the dick?
Yeah.
And some people say he doesn't exist. You're talking about the guy who does the telecom, the Telemex?
I believe. I'm not sure what the fuck
or whatever his name is.
Have you guys heard I think it was Miss Alabama's answer to the question about Trump?
What'd she say? I heard something about it.
It was actually well spoken and it made sense. But the whole fucked up part was she said it's kind of scary because it what was it, taking time or attention away from good candidates like Chris Christie and Bush. It's like, oh, that's kind of, you know.
Well, the whole thing about Trump leading the pack right now is look at the field that's behind him. I mean, Ben Carson
called him on being a joke.
Ben Carson just came up with. They were saying a little bit earlier on the news. Ben Carson's up within a few points of Donald Trump.
That's like
Ben Carson
part two.
Yeah, but Ben Carson hasn't opened his mouth yet either. Really. You know, he's been real quiet. And,
come on.
They don't watch. People don't watch right. You see, a lot of people in this election shit, they don't watch like Right Wing Watch, you know, and stuff like that.
Or Robin Dupree, yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Without stuff like channels like Robin's, I wouldn't know who the fuck Ben Carson was.
I don't understand. What specific field is Ben Carson in? Is he a neurosurgeon?
Surgeon.
He was for kids. I mean, he was a neurosurgeon.
I don't understand why. I don't see.
One of the best in the world. I mean, world-renowned, smart man. He was head of.
Here's what I have a problem with. I do not see how someone can be both brilliant and dumber than a bag of fucking hammers at the same time.
Well, like
I don't think they really believe that bullshit.
No, I think they believe that shit. You know,
really?
I mean.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I think some of
a whole deal.
I think some of them actually do.
Know how the brain works.
Yeah, some people believe in magic. You know, because that's their answer. You know. Brilliant surgeon. God gave me, God gave me these hands. God gave me the talent. You know, sure he believes that shit. You know.
But magic still I guess that's bad.
Yeah.
They are rich as fuck, but.
You know, the thing is like this with Christianity. It's not so much that they offend God, but being kicked out of Christianity would be more, you know, what would you say, deleterious in their thinking. You know, they don't care if they offend God, really. It's just them getting kicked out of the club is what they would worry about.
That's like when they go around, you know, you're not a real Christian shit. You know?
Yeah, I mean, that's
like,
their
what do you
thing.
mean I'm not a real Christian? I love Jesus. You know?
Hallelujah.
I do love Scripture.
You know?
I love Christian fights, though. When they start throwing scriptures at each other and what God said, what Paul said, what Peter said. I love watching fucking Christian fights, man. You know, oh, God. especially when Calvinists get involved, because they fucking hate everybody,
How the fuck did anybody find guys with those names in the Middle East? How the fuck do you find that shit? Like, who the fuck? You got fucking Abdul, Muhammad, and now you got fucking Peter.
Yeah.
Right, Jesus. Well, his name was Cephas, but they Romanized it.
Okay,
if you look at it, Christianity is a Roman invention.
Well, isn't the J sound like fucking only a few hundred years old?
Oh, say again?
Isn't the J, like J, is only a few hundred years old? That's why in Spanish it's hey, Jesus, Juan. It's not Jesus. It's Jesus.
No, they call it Jesus because, I'll tell you a story. There was the Alou brothers played baseball from the mid '50s all the way up into the '70s and '80s. Right, very famous baseball family. They have one of the Alou brothers' name is Jesus, or it's spelled Jesus. When I was a kid, when I would watch the Major League Baseball game of the week on NBC, Kirk Dowdy would introduce him as Jesus Alou. Then there was an interview one time, and he said the reason it's not Jesus is because it's disrespectful. That's why we say Jesus.
But what I'm saying is the sound J is a fairly new thing.
Oh, okay.
Before that it wasn't J. It was
How did you jizz then?
What the fuck?
G is existed, but then they.
What's on your mind there, Lobster? You're talking about someone wanting to jizz?
Yeah. You ever heard that song "Jizz in My Pants"? Have you ever heard it?
No.
Oh my God! Google it. Check it on YouTube. It's funny as shit.
Oh man!
Hey,
I will say this though: it's going to be interesting to see who our next president's going to be.
Hey, I want to throw something out there. I know this isn't a popular topic because he just came back and everything, but did you guys watch Skylar Fiction's Hangout, that one with Nadia, and then what's the video Skylar Fiction did about what G-Man did?
G-Man was up to no good again, or what?
Yeah, do you guys know who Jackie is?
Jackie.
She's this little petite, cute girl. She's like in college or something. She's like really young. She's really, 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 really sweet, right? She comes into a lot of hangouts. I've talked to her once in a hangout. She always does this, the little heart thing. She's just the nicest, cutest. She's like a little pixie girl, There's nothing evil about this girl. Everything, she's like the nicest thing on the internet, I'm serious. And G-Man in a hangout, when she came into the hangout, accused this girl of going into his hangouts and calling him the N-word and then hanging up, right? And she started crying, and people got pissed. I saw the video thing where it happened, and like Cliff Jumper, Fiona, all these people were, their mouths were just open. They couldn't believe what fucking G-Man said, He just went total fucking scumbag. He's actually at the Brett Keane level right now,
He's quit doing videos.
Huh?
I thought he quit doing videos.
Oh well, he did for a while. He took a break, because he was reduced to street preaching and shit like that, and he got upset. But he comes back, and the first thing he does, I just thought that was. There's a lot of people that are just downright fucking not mad at him, because I don't know many people actually like him. But there's people right now that are just pissed. They are done. And G-Man had a hangout. I was watching this dude. G-Man had a hangout and brought Veckel in, trying to get Veckel to defend him. And even Veckel was like, no, this girl, man, There's no way in the world this chick ever did anything. This girl that's not her. And G-Man, then he says, well, I want her to make a video to of proof and evidence that she didn't do it.
What?
Right? Yeah. And I just
do a video proving that she didn't.
Yeah. And I just saw that, and I saw that last night when I got out of Robin's Hangout, and I was like, I got no dog in the fight, but it just goes to show you why people don't fucking deal with some Christians, you know, or scumbags on the internet, you know. Saying stuff like that to somebody who, you know, any one of us can be in a hangout and piss somebody off, right? But somebody who is like the essence of cute, of nice, of, you know, she's always trying to be empathetic and just nice to everybody. She's never had a bad word to say about anybody on the internet, right? Even the scumbags, right? She always tries to help them and talk to them, right? And for him to go and do something like that, you know, double fucking fisted, you know, middle fingers to G-Man. I mean, he's surpassed a lot of the scumbags on the internet.
I don't even pay attention to G-Man.
I only pay attention. It shows up on my feed sometimes. That's why I subscribe to Skylar and all those guys. But I just thought that was the biggest scumbag move, I don't know, pretty much on the internet. You know, that was just, and if you watch it, it's just, you know, anyway.
Well, yeah, well, G-Man, I mean, you know what? He should just pull his bottom lip over his fucking head and swallow it.
That's racist.
What's that?
No, it's not racist.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. You know, that's another thing. He sits there and he likes to pull the race card when nobody's playing the fucking race card. He likes to say that people jump into his hangout and yell, you know, and if people do that, they're usually little 12-year-old, 13-year-old trolls in their mother's basements.
Oh, that fucking money in the safe finding motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, 13 Heathens had trolls. He had his account shut down, or his channel shut down for a while because some kids, you know. There's been other people that, you know, that's happened to. So it's not exclusive to G-Man, if it ever fucking happened. But he likes to throw that, you know, oh, you're racist, you're racist, you're racist because you don't agree with me shit, you know. And then he wonders why there's race problems in this fucking world.
Well, you know, the way I look at G-Man is like an art, like, you know, he's like a guitarist with all these really corny guitar licks that he always plays.
Yeah.
You know, like if you kept watching this guy, he's playing the same guitar licks that he played 10 years ago, man. I mean, they're corny, but he'll never deviate from script.
And he has all of this. I'd say about 90% of the subscribers he has are atheists just watching his videos.
Yeah.
One of him.
Yeah.
I tell you that every bit of guitar I know how to play, I learned when I was 17.
I kind of wish you wouldn't have used it. I mean, I'm not a guitar player, but guitar reference, you know.
Well, it's like in the blues. Like if you're gonna play blues, you want to come up with something, you know, kind of different. And it's like he keeps playing the same blues lick, corny blues licks, man. It's like, fuck.
I called him a scumbag 3.5 years ago. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get off on that. I just felt the need to share.
Sharing.
Sharing is caring.
Absolutely.
Not always.
Yeah, depends on what you're sharing, you know.
STDs. Well, I think I'm gonna hit the hay, guys. Nice talking to y'all.
Hey, take it easy, Bunto.
You have a good night, Bunto.
I thought today was Monday. I guess tomorrow's hump day, so have a happy hump day.
Hey, you too.
Yeah.
Take care.
See you later. Now there's just 4 of us in here. Paul, what are we going to do?
No idea. I'm just listening. Like anything to say, I will.
Hey, that works for me, man. That works for me.
So what have you been up to, Quiet?
Oh, Martha. We have Martha in here.
Martha?
Martha Marvelette. She's a good person.
Oh, Fiction's in here again. Hi, Fiction.
Martha, do you have audio?
Hi, Martha. I love your hair.
I think Martha's having some audio issues. Well, when you get your audio fixed, Martha, feel free to jump into the chat. We got fiction. We got Fiction Fighter. Hello, Fiction Fighter. Hello.
God damn it! Unmute your mic.
No, she's unmuted. It's just I don't know. She's probably having audio issues.
Everybody loves a good clusterfuck, don't they?
There she is. Hi, Fiction.
Yeah, I'm still female.
Yeah, I felt kind of dumb on that one. I've had a very special kind of couple days on so many levels. So you'll have to excuse me a little bit. You look different, you know. I mean, that was the whole thing, you know.
Yeah, because I can't seem to get in these fucking hangouts now with my regular face there. Shit. Hold on, I just gotta turn off this other one. It's fucking me up. Jeez. How do you turn this shit off? Oh.
What are you trying to turn off?
Turn off where I was watching in YouTube.
Oh, okay.
There, it turned off now. It fucks me up because I'm listening to you guys what you're saying now, and the freaking video that's in like lag. So.
Oh.
There we go. Now I'm set up. So, what are you guys all talking about?
Nothing. It's just a clusterfuck in here. Talk about anything. Earlier we were talking about porn. Then we were talking about strippers. And then
yeah,
we
I
talked
heard those parts.
and then we talked about politics for a little bit. And now we're just shooting the shit about anything. I don't know.
Uh-huh. Well, don't all stop now.
You know.
Get your hands off your wankers. Come on.
Hands in the air. Let's see hands.
Hands in the air.
Hey, but do you know I have my avatar on the screen for a reason.
I know. And Lobster Man took a while to get on camera too, till I said something in the chat.
Nah. Yeah. Well, I like to walk around naked. You know what I'm saying? You know? It offends people. You know. I don't know why.
I hear ya.
Just don't stand up, Patrick. I don't want to see any nakedness right now.
I stood up one time in a hangout and I forgot that I was wearing a shirt, but I was just wearing underwear. And
do it again. Do it again.
Well, actually, I'm only wearing. You know, I'm just in my boxers right now.
Go on. Let's see your horn.
Oh, shit.
Well, you're all lively tonight. What have you been drinking?
I just got home from work. I'm excited because I don't have to work tomorrow.
Right on.
Got a day off, so yeah, I'm just hanging around.
That works.
I just indulged in a. Oh, have you guys got Dairy Queen down there?
Yep.
You do?
Yeah.
Oh, so you know about their pumpkin spice blizzard then, huh?
Well, we got Dunkin' Donuts, man. You know. I'm not into the pumpkin spice stuff. You know,
oh, I love that shit. No, in the blizzard, it's like they take pumpkin pie filling and they scoop it in the ice cream and mix it all around, and they top it with fucking whipped cream, and then they put a dose of nutmeg. Oh my god, I can't get enough of that shit. Oh.
We just had a Sonic open up down the road from here today.
Uh-huh.
I love Sonic.
What's Sonic?
Sonic. Oh man, ice cream, shakes, drinks, burgers.
Burger going in it, yeah. Like a Dairy Queen.
No, they have car hops and stuff like that. But yeah, Sonic is fucking awesome. Man.
Oh, it sounds kind of like R.A.&W. up here.
Oh, yeah, we got it.
It's kind of like an old A&W with the little porch that you park in.
Yeah.
We got a Martha Marmalade in the room. Did she get
Hi,
her
Martha.
audio fixed?
Hey, Martha, you gotta unmute yourself, girl.
Yeah, unmute yourself, Martha.
That could help you speak a little bit so we can hear you.
Move your cursor around in front of you like that, and a menu should appear right above you on your screen, and click on that little microphone, and it should unmute you.
Where's the clicker? Little puppy.
That was kind of confusing there, Quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, there she goes. I heard her laughing.
Hi, Martha. Love your hair.
Oh.
Can't you?
Sometimes it takes a minute to get, when you come in. I don't know how fast it goes. Oh.
Hey, Martha, sometimes. I think she probably hit it more than once because I've done that. You go, it's not switching. It's not switching.
Who said that?
Click your mute button one time, Martha, to unmute yourself.
And eventually it'll,
Martha can't talk. Martha can't talk.
Because of her hair. Look at her hair. She's got
mute button stuck. Mute button stuck.
Yeah. Okay, she unmuted herself. Everybody be quiet first. Can you talk, Martha?
Look at my fucking hair.
Oh, there we go.
Hi, Martha.
That's not a girl, is it?
Hey, you're so judgmental. How do you know it's not a girl?
I heard the deep voice. It didn't sound like
some women have a bit of bass under.
I know.
Okay?
Have you heard Caitlin Jennings' voice? I really like this dress.
I know.
I love what this color makes my eyes do.
Yeah, I'm very torn in my feelings. I'm the LGBT. Everybody should be who they are. I get that. I really do, and I support. But seeing Bruce Jenner, I remember when he was, the on boxes of Wheaties,
Yeah.
The 76 Olympics. I mean, he was the apparently he was going through these struggles back then, but just now, all of a sudden, but seeing Caitlyn and I saw a clip on a TV show of him in a closet picking out a dress for his daughter, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe if it wasn't Bruce Jenner, I don't have a problem with it, but
I know what it is. It's like we're used to seeing this guy, fully athletic, and he was a beautiful man too, and he came on the scene when it wasn't acceptable, and now it's acceptable. So he's been he's kind of like what do you call that? Like on the line, he had to wait to come out.
Yeah.
To a time when it was acceptable. So he had to live he was in the closet for all that time. So
and then
understand
he spent thousands of dollars just to bust his whole face. I mean, it's fucking jacked.
Yeah, but as I was saying,
he does not make a pretty woman at all.
It took him so long because the way I see it is because it wasn't acceptable, and he had to wait all that time. Imagine having to wait all that time to when the world would finally accept it, right?
Right, and plus the fact he was Bruce Jenner, and I think he knew that. You know? And
I don't know. He could have done it in the 80s and said, fuck the world.
No.
What would they have done? What would have...
He probably would have been blackballed in a lot of ways.
He wouldn't have been able to marry Kardashians, though. I mean, so...
No, but in the 80s, if somebody would have... You got to understand, in the 80s, teachers were still getting fired from their jobs for being homosexuals, and so were the police. So
good point.
Bruce Jenner would have come out as being gay in the 70s, or transgender in the 70s or 80s.
He was a swimmer.
No, he was a multi-athlete. He had
decathlon, He was the world's greatest athlete, and he was American. And he was on Wheaties boxes, and he would be he would travel around the country to schools and talk to kids about being athletic, and
He probably would have. He wouldn't have had the career he had if he had tried to come out as trans.
No.
I remember I listening to him in a interview once, and it was like he had to keep his focus on his career. That was all he was about in order to escape his closetism. So yeah.
And it really didn't even start coming out really until he got into that car accident.
Exactly. Yeah, that was the first time I seen him looking femalish.
Yeah.
It's like, shit, that's Bruce Jenner? No way. Yeah.
Someone got into his wife's closet a little drunk, you know. I mean, that's what I thought at first, you know. Was, you know, his daughters run around like they do and everything, you know. I mean, maybe he wanted to feel pretty for a day or something. I don't know. Had to be too many drinks.
I don't know.
But I think that was my only real, I don't want to say objection, but just, and not that I was a Bruce Jenner worshiper or something like that, but, you know, I was, 15, 16 years old when, and, you know, he was,
I'm just thinking, how would the world be any different if he'd done it in 89 or 90?
No, his life would have been different. That's the point. His life would have been different.
When did he marry the Kardashian chick?
He wouldn't have married her if he would have.
But when when did he?
Sometime in the 90s or something, because he was married to. She was married to the other Kardashian, Robert Kardashian, during the OJ thing.
Right.
So probably 97.
That's the 80s, wasn't it?
No, it was in the 90s.
Was it?
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah. Yep.
So, angry hairpiece, is this like your way of pretending to be that dead thing on what's his name's head?
Hey, he proved it was real. He had a woman come up on stage and
touched it.
It
didn't bite.
It kind of wormed a little bit.
I was very impressed. It is.
Yeah, he sedated it.
He sedated it. I'm surprised that it didn't jump off his head and run down the street.
What's that on Paul's head?
On Paul's head? Yeah, what is that? Looks like a blade saw or something.
Paul turned into the Borg.
Oh, yeah, okay. Eugenics is taking over.
I can't.
Eugenics.
I can't see him when he's bigger, though.
7 of 9.
Yeah, Paul's the new version of the 7 of 9. The male version.
I'm scared. Paul, take it off.
No,
I'll take it off. We'll knock it off there.
I was scared. I didn't want to have,
Oh, gonna have dreams.
When you played that cymbal noise, that kind of reminded. Remember that song "Ram Jam" or "Black Betty" by Ram Jam? Oh, Black Betty.
Oh, Black Betty, Bam-a-lam. Oh, Black Betty, Bam-a-lam.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
I'm gonna play.
Is Martha gonna talk yet?
Yeah, it's not muted. It's not muted. What are you, Martha? Speak up. We got a dinosaur in the room now.
Come on, Martha.
Huh?
Martha.
The lobster gets a hat. Never know what's going to happen in this chat room tonight, eh? Come on, Martha. You know you have a voice. Let's hear it.
I already talked.
No, he didn't very much. Not long enough we can identify his voice.
Huh? What? What do you want?
Stop using big words.
I'm right here.
So how you doing, Martha?
Hey.
What?
I'm just fine, thank you very much.
Oh. What you been up to?
I do.
Is that Martha talking now? Was that Martha?
I think so.
Yeah, it's Martha.
Okay.
I just can't understand. I mean, the audio's a little bit messed up, but I can hear.
I do all right. How are you doing?
Pretty
I'm
good.
doing fine. Thanks for asking.
Huh? Absolutely shit. Just bashing evangelicals. That's about it. That's me.
Anyone in particular?
That's me. Hi.
Who's your target there, Martha?
Who's my who?
Who's your target?
My target? Oh, I got tons of them. Tony Perkins, number 1.
Oh, he's one of my favorites.
Hate his fucking guts.
Yeah.
Kim Davis, she's another one.
Oh yeah.
That shitbag. What's his name? Hindu Bobby Jindal.
Tell us what you really think, man.
That's awesome, Paul.
So you're on the politicians' agenda, are ya? How about YouTubers? Got any YouTubers on your list? Hello.
What are your favorite YouTubers, Fiction Fighter?
Secular Lobster.
I have too many I can mention. Oh God, you guys all keep me freaking busy. When I get home from work, I look on my feed and from YouTube and from Google, and it's like I have entertainment galore. It wouldn't be fair to just name one. But my favorites. That's a tough question because I have a lot of favorites.
Yeah,
here's a perfect answer. Anybody who can fucking make me laugh, belly laugh, you're automatically on my favorite list. Oh yes, yeah.
Hey, that works. That works.
Yeah.
Do they have to make you laugh while fucking, or do they have to just be able to do both?
That's been known to happen.
Well, that counts me out because my videos are always totally serious. And
that's not true.
We
true.
We pride ourselves in being very, very serious journalists here at Secular Lobster Ministries.
I've busted a rib a few times on yours there, Secular.
I enjoy it. I like it when people tell me that they get some of the videos that I do because I have no idea what they're going to be like until probably sometimes 15 or 20 minutes before I'm done with it. Because I change shit around so much and I find stuff. And, sometimes that's why they're so long sometimes because I have a hard time ending. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I try to make shorter ones, but it's like, oh, I just gotta end this. It's only another minute and a half. And so I can only do up to 15 minutes right now until next week because my 6-month strike is coming. So
and those work perfect for me because when I'm coming in, like say a break from work, I get maybe a half an hour to an hour sometimes. So when there's short clips like that, that's awesome because I have time to watch them, right?
Yeah, I got a video I'm working on now, Secular Lobster, that it's probably going to be about 15-20 minutes long.
Yeah. I've got one with some Jesus freak stuff on it that I'm trying to get done. It's been a while, but he pisses me off on so many levels. I'm having a hard time. I don't know if I just want to I'm trying to write a somewhat of a script with notes and stuff, so I have an idea what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And there's little short video clips of him and this other guy, but just watching him though, right? I get just frustrated. I just want to get on the video and go, fuck you on so many levels, you asshole. You know, and I still may. I don't know. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with it. It's all about religious persecution and gay people. You know, gay marriage leads to pedophilia and bestiality and all that crap, and Jesus and stuff. You know.
Yeah, the usual bile that these Christians spit out of their mouths. Yep.
Yeah, but and I got another one. I'm getting some information. I'm getting some old video clips and stuff at Jim Baker. I've got some old PTL stuff, and plus with the stuff he's got now, and he's selling those 50-pound buckets of potato soup, you know, for when the end times comes, you know, so you can have food.
Speaking of religious idiots, did you guys see Thunderfoot's newest video yet?
Oh, where Kent Hovind wants to challenge him or something?
I don't think you should do it.
Yeah.
You know, that's Thunderfoot's thing, though. You know?
Yeah, I know, but don't give him any kind of pretend relevance, even.
Somebody will. I watched a Kent Hovind video today where he was telling students, right, at this Victory Bible University thing or some shit, that they should go up to their college science professors and tell them that they want them to debate Kent Hovind, but all their science professors are going to be afraid of him and say no. And it's like, no, because everybody knows Kent Hovind's an asshole.
Don't make me lie. He's like, you're not going to make me lie, are you?
Yeah.
What's fucking the douchey dino, or what's his channel name?
Oh,
Doucher Dino?
I don't know. Is that guy that goes, hi, I'm a scientist?
No, I'm talking about fucking Cunt Hovind.
Yeah, Dino something.
Is it Doucher Dino?
I can't get it off the top of my head. I have to go look. I can't now. For some reason.
I just can't bring myself to say the fucking word.
You know what it is? Type it up.
Whoa, shut up, dude.
What?
I'm trying to go to one of his videos.
Okay.
So I want to check out his Patron.
Okay, well.
Oh, hold on.
Mute yourself while you do that.
Okay. I muted him. I paused him. I don't want to hear his fucking bitch ass.
How are you going to watch the video?
What's going on, John?
Hey, what's up?
How you been today?
All right, a little good news. You probably already all heard about it.
What have you been doing today?
A little bit of good news. You probably all of you have already heard, but in case you haven't, Facebook is going to be having a dislike thing. No huge thing. I guess it's not the biggest deal, but it's kind of cool.
No, that's fucking amazing. I've been begging for that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the real news today, that they're gonna have a.
I just write snooty bullshit. Like the other day, I have a lot of friends and family in California, and that motherfucker, the whole thing's on fire right now. And right where I'm from. And there's a post shows a forest fire, and it says "Pray for California." And then there's a bunch of amens. And I put in, I was all, why don't you just use the water from lake? Oh, that's right, you prayed for rain.
Yeah. From what I understand, Facebook is trying to get in the process of developing a program where people can actually monetize their videos on Facebook.
Oh, really?
YouTube. Yep.
What? Put commercials on your fucking page? That'd be stupid.
I suppose that's like kind of inevitable, right, with Facebook?
I guess.
It's because I mean,
dude,
like YouTube didn't start out with that idea, right? But then once they saw how big somebody could be on YouTube, that there's no way somebody's gonna continue that way and not make money when they have a huge audience.
Yep.
I've got somebody on Facebook that shares fucking advertisements for God's Not Dead at least twice a week.
You know,
at the bottom there's a little bar that says God's Not Dead, available on Blu-ray, DVD, fucking blah blah blah.
Yeah, I get those.
I'm just waiting for the fucking God's for Real, or no, what is it called? The new one? The one they just did? I forget. I don't care.
God does anal.
There's another one. There's God is Not Dead, and there was another.
They did a new one.
Maybe you're thinking of the one.
Do you believe?
Yeah. That sounds a bit familiar.
From the creators of God's Not Dead.
I was gonna say maybe you were thinking of the one about heaven is real.
No. Because that one wasn't real.
Have you seen that TV? Have you seen that TV show they got on now on TV on Discovery America, one of these channels? People talking about afterlife experiences, near-death experience, and they're putting it out as like real shit.
Non-fiction.
Yeah, kind of like mountain monsters, where they go out and chase,
Not Finding Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there was a guy on one of the atheist versus deist debate Facebook groups, and that was his favorite thing to use as evidence for God, that there are near-death experiences. That was his thing, and he would go on, and he claimed there was this thing that reputable scientists that claim it's true.
Yeah, name one reputable scientist.
I'm trying to remember. Oh yeah, I'm trying to remember who did he cite? And
No,
it was actually the funny thing is I think it was. No, see, but I think what it was, he did cite an organization they belonged to that was reputable. That was the trick. So it happened that these guys happened to have been associated with like a prestigious medical organization, but that doesn't mean they themselves were at least being. I mean, it's just simple as those guys could have been corrupted and paid off. I mean, don't you think that these powerful religious organizations like what's the one in the U.S. here? They're like the leading ones. They're in Seattle, the Discovery Institute. You don't think they would pay? They're rich, they're fucking rich. Those guys. You don't think they would buy? They can buy people. But I know you mentioned that right away, or right away goes off in people's head conspiracy theory. But so it's a conspiracy. There are such things as conspiracies, and that could be a real one. And they can buy off people who used to be legit. But if you give a guy like $2 million fucking dollars to lie, you don't think somebody was gonna take it?
John.
Right.
John.
Yeah.
Just for my own satisfaction and my own curiosity. Now, when you say conspiracy theory, how far do you go with that? Are you like a truther guy, or is everything a conspiracy or a false flag?
Like 9/11, I don't believe what they're telling us is true. From what I watched tons of video, that the planes couldn't have caused the buildings to collapse.
Okay.
That's
yeah.
It wasn't the planes; it was the fuel.
Well, yeah. It
wasn't the fuel either. No, it wasn't.
But if the top of the building was crushing the building as it went down, wouldn't the top get lighter where the bottom would hold it?
You're angry. I haven't talked at all. I'm going to speak up.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you. It don't have to melt steel to weaken it.
Okay. Yes, and then but then we get the pancake. Eventually, the pancake is going to fall off to one side or the other.
Not necessarily.
If it was started off at an angle anyway.
That's nice.
Okay, and then wouldn't it get, as it went down,
yeah,
and more debris was collected out to the side, wouldn't the top get light enough that it would stop crushing floors?
No.
No?
The big deal about having the whole thing to begin with was to have somebody being reelected. Bush and them. They were not reelected. The whole premise went away. But still you got people believing this bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a break. How many people
would take,
you know how many people would take to do that and fake it and keep it quiet? Come on.
Hold on. Can I ask? Did you say that Bush? What happened with them? Bush did get reelected. He had 2 terms.
No,
right?
no. They were going to push it to get so they can stay in beyond 2 terms.
Who was saying that?
A lot of conspiracy people were saying he's doing that so eventually when it gets around to his terms being up, he would get himself reelected.
Well, that's been a discussion with any president that's ever had 2 terms.
They said the same thing about Obama.
Yeah, they said the same thing about Reagan. They said the same thing about Bush.
I understand.
They said the same thing about Clinton.
We're talking about conspiracy theories. So
No, I know,
we're not
but
talking anything rational.
Could I say one thing with that though? But see, the idea that if I say I don't believe the planes took the buildings down, that means I'm also buying into everything you've ever heard somebody say. That's not true. So this thing about a 3rd term, I never even heard about that, and I don't even care about that. The idea that that's a strong.
The brains, the fuel took the damn buildings down. So.
And you're saying that? Hold on. You're saying that according to who? You don't know anything about it, right? What?
How many things do I have to read? Do I have to now, say a whole bunch of stuff?
How many steel reinforced concrete buildings have fallen in the sky?
Does that sound like an honest answer right off the bat? People are acting shocked instead of just giving the answer. They go, "Oh man, do I?" Like they're being burdened. Instead, if you gave the answer you should have gave, it would have already been out by now. But instead, you're going to go on and on about, "Oh, woe is me! I got to answer the question." How about answering the question?
You know what? I'm not talking to you. That's it.
Who are you talking to?
Not you.
Oh yeah, because
I'm not talking to you. If you don't like it, that's the way it goes.
Who are you basing this information on?
I don't care.
Go ahead. You don't care because you can't argue. That's why you don't care. All of a sudden you don't care because
I don't care.
Yeah, because you don't have an answer. Now, no, it's not that you don't care, but you're not dealing with a clown that's going to listen to your shit.
I don't care.
All right, I don't care. You proved you're immature, so shut the fuck up. Mute your mic, asshole. Who the fuck wants to hear that?
I don't
care. Anybody wants to hear that?
I don't care.
Shut the fuck up, man.
No, you can't tell me.
You're a fucking psychiatrist, you pathetic asshole.
No, I don't care.
Yeah, you guys are okay with him doing this kind of thing? He's actually just going to stay on the mic like a child? Like that, that's okay?
I don't care.
I think we should drop the subject, though, personally, because...
Yeah, I wasn't trying to get into the whole 9/11 thing. I wasn't trying to get into the whole 9/11 thing. All I kept hearing, though, was conspiracy, and I was just trying to gauge, because I honestly don't want to hear a bunch of truth or shit either.
Yeah, but see, that's bullshit right there, because...
No, it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit that
Okay, let me tell you why I think what I mean when I say bullshit. Like I just said, you think if I say one thing to do with the stuff associated with, they call them the truthers, that means I agree with everything they say.
Do you believe Sandy Hook is real?
No, see, there's no reason...
Do you believe Sandy Hook was real?
Stuff into it, man.
Do you believe Sandy Hook was real?
I'll answer it, but there's no reason to bring that into it. Do you understand that?
Sure.
Why do you want to bring it to completely? Like, I understand why you want to, but do you really think that's the necessary thing, the wisest thing? Is that only going to complicate the discussion? Like,
no, it's not going to complicate the discussion. No, it's a yes or no answer.
Yeah,
do you think Sandy Hook was real?
Why not make it if it's a yes or no answer?
Yeah. It's a simple fucking question, man. Dude, it's a simple fucking question. Do you think Sandy Hook is real? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Do you not understand? It's not worth bringing up other things. You don't need to do that.
Well, why did you bring up 9/11?
I'll give an opinion.
We ended up talking about it. I didn't say, hey guys, we're going to talk about 9/11, right?
Hold on.
I don't remember how it came up, but it came up.
Because you kept saying conspiracy this, conspiracy, and I wanted to know how... I said, no, you were talking about, you kept saying the word conspiracy.
No, I didn't keep saying the word conspiracy.
You said it like 5 times in a minute.
Are you sure?
Yeah, absolutely. I was counting with my hand. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and the fact that I did...
And then, so I stopped real quick and I said, you keep saying conspiracy. How far, what is a conspiracy to you? And then we got off on this 9/11 shit, right? I just wanted to know how far you go with it. My only question was, are you one of these people that thinks everything is a false flag and all that shit like that? Or do you actually...
My answer, okay, I understand now. And my answer is, I don't think we should bring that question into it, because to me...
Why?
Possibly, even no matter how I answer it, it could get twisted in that way, trying to make me, appear, well, I'm just a nut. And so that's why I won't respect that question, because if we're going to talk about 9/11, okay, excuse me, can we keep the conversation between two people? Like, if somebody else wants to come in eventually, but like two people here already want to talk, I have a lot to say. So can everybody else kind of try and chill for like a minute, like just a minute, instead somebody else keeps trying to cut in here. Like, but if you don't want me to talk anymore, then I'll stop. But I'd like to listen to two people try to talk instead of 3 and 4 and 5. All right? So if I can just continue, and then I'll be done soon, and I'll leave it for everybody, because I can see people are getting totally burnt out on this. But I'll say this, 9/11, it deserves to be talked about well beyond any of these other things. That's a key thing in this for me. That goes, not that those other things don't matter, but 9/11 by far. So if we're going to talk about stuff, let's stick to that. So to bring in all this stuff, to me, a lot of times that's an attempt. You're trying to easily dismiss a person, and that's okay. Let me finish.
We talk about this stuff a lot in this room. We talk about different things at the same time. I mean.
Okay.
So
I'm just saying though. I'm new to this. Like, you guys don't know me, right? So I'm new to this. So I don't know any of that. So but what I'm saying is, but I'm sure you understand what I'm saying, that other people, they'll do that. That's the reason they'll start asking you, well, what do you think about this? And the reason they do that, I'm not saying you are, but the reason many other people will is because they want to quickly and easily make you appear to be a nut. That if you want to take the skeptical position on everything, right? You're not going to ever accept what it appears to be the official story, okay? But to me, that's not necessarily a bad thing, as long as you're giving your argument, it has rationality to it, But if you're saying, well, and that's the thing with 9/11, you get not everybody who doesn't buy the official story, they don't all agree with all the other possible ideas. But the idea, you can immediately write somebody off and say, and think of like the craziest shit you've ever heard somebody say, and assume, oh yeah, he goes along with that. Meanwhile, I never even heard about this thing that Bush was trying to get a 3rd term. Never even heard of that. Okay, but he was sure, at least he already assumed the likely that I was thinking. So like anyone he came to his head, he could say to me, oh yeah, that's bullshit. He wasn't trying to get a 3rd term and he didn't get it, did he? Meanwhile, I never even fucking heard of that. So if you guys want to, totally leave this and move on to something else, that's cool. I understand.
All right.
Hold on a minute, guys.
Let me answer your question real quick, Patrick. I am willing to err on the side that Sandy Hook was actually a thing that happened, but the way it appears, the way it looked when it was going down, was a bunch of rated actors trying, fucking pretending they're. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that's what it looked like. And I remember when it was on the news, going, "Really, this bitch's kid died yesterday?" Like yesterday morning, she's talking about her seeing her kid going off to school to die, and she's smiling. That doesn't make fucking sense to me at all.
Can I respond just to that remark right there? Yeah. When my sister, hold on a second.
Right, go on, you got it.
When my sister was killed in a fucking car crash, in a very violent car crash, and her head was crushed, my parents didn't cry. Matter of fact, my father had this thing, and this is a trait in my family. When we get really nervous or get upset sometimes, at times we will kind of giggle, right? We'll start laughing a little bit, Now, my father and my mother didn't cry for over a week. When my father finally reacted, he threw up first, Then he cried for a while. My mother never cried, My mother would talk about it like it was something that happened, it was sad, she's in heaven now, Everybody mourns differently. Nobody mourns the same. The day after, 10 minutes after my mother's funeral, my family was out walking around in the parking lot at the church taking pictures because we don't see each other very often, and giggling and smiling and going to the pub. Okay? Everybody mourns differently. So seeing somebody's daughter, somebody whose child died the previous day, and they're not like crying and throwing themselves on the ground, that's a poor fucking argument.
But not, I mean, I
guess, and the fact of the matter is, when all that happened, CNN jumped in.
Conspiracy theory and stuff like that. Yeah, it just played out like a made-for-TV movie.
Yeah, they had cameras everywhere. Nobody knew what the fuck was going on. They were talking to people who weren't qualified to talk about anything. So no, it wasn't. It was a live, real life fucking situation that there happened to be a lot of cameras around, and that's it.
I'm not advocating to dig any, dead kids up or anything like that. I just think, then fuck it.
I think anybody that thinks Sandy Hook was a false flag or something like that.
Even could be though. Even just
No. Are you fucking serious? I've met people who lost family members at Sandy Hook. Okay, I've met people. I've been in that area. It's not something that they might have made it up. That's bullshit.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying it's like I'm saying. I'm not thinking it was a big conspiracy, but I think it fucking looked like it was. It appears like it.
I was watching it on the news and it was going on. I never saw any of that. Like oh my god, this looks like it's fixed.
Dude, when dude came out laughing, saying, "What do I do? Read from the card?" That was like, and then goes into his warm up, and then starts crying. Well, almost no tears, but.
Can I ask a question about that?
Saying that was. I thought that was fucking weird.
Can I ask a question?
I remember at the time that was fucking odd.
With the Sandy Hook, right? So if you think it was they call it the false flag or it was some kind of conspiracy, then who do you think it was and what was their aim? Like what was their goal? What were they trying to achieve?
It was a made-for-movie TV to make millions of dollars. And then they just kept it dragging a little longer with the, "You're not going to take my gun!" So they
it's about the gun laws, you're saying?
Huh?
So it's about the gun laws?
No, it's not about the gun laws. Just kept it going longer. It's about getting money.
So how did they make money off it?
Huh?
How did they make money off it?
All the huge donation sites that made millions and millions of dollars.
So nobody.
My cousin was at Columbine, and there were no millions of dollars going into families there.
There's a lot of money that went into a lot of organizations at Columbine. And just because one organization gets more donations after a disaster than another place.
Oh, so we have the internet. I mean, this is people just click a button and donate $5. That wasn't around when Columbine happened. You had to actually put a check in the fucking envelope.
Yeah, but hold on a second. If the people who received the donations were the parents, right? And only the parents, right? So if the donations, how did somebody get the hands on the money if it was meant for the parents? How did it get, redirected to the people then who did it? Otherwise, are you not saying the parents were in on it? They're willing to have their kids shot so they could get money. Is that what you're saying?
No. I'm saying if it is a conspiracy, it was just a made-for-TV movie.
Really?
Money, trying to get money.
TV's that low.
It was a real horrible thing that happened. I'm willing to err on the side of it was a really horrible thing that happened. But I was just saying, when it happened at the time, I was thinking, this is fucking weird.
Well, usually situations like that are really weird because there's situations that don't happen every day. Everything's happening. There's mass confusion. There's things going on that don't normally happen at an elementary school,
Right.
So yeah, chaotic scene. You know, there were people on the news saying stuff. I was watching it that whole day. There's people on the news, and you see this with every time they finally stopped doing it. There was an English news station that actually made a show about this, about how Americans, when a tragedy, a shooting, or something like that happens, all the networks, they flood to the area. They talk to anybody that's ever heard of this person or might know anything about this person or knew somebody they went to high school with 30 years ago, or knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who knew somebody that knew somebody where he worked or some shit like that. And they would get a lot of really shitty, bad information out on the fucking... Fox does it, ABC, they all did it for a long time. And to a large extent, they still do, right? So, yeah, when you're getting shit on live TV and stuff like that, it's like, you know, it's live TV. A lot of facts aren't even out yet, you know? Remember the DC sniper?
Yeah.
Remember how many fucking white vans were pulled over?
No.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I didn't live in that area. So.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was on the news, you know?
Right.
They put out that there was a white van, you know? So every fucking white van that, you know, I don't know, worked for a cleaning company or, you know, something like that, people were getting pulled over. Turns out it wasn't in a white van, you know? Right. So just because you hear it on TV, you know, and it's, oh, they reported this, but this didn't really happen, you know? Mm-hmm. It's because it's live TV and people aren't getting the information.
Mm-hmm.
It's hearsay until the facts come out. And the facts have come out. It wasn't a false flag. It wasn't a made-for-TV ABC after-school special, you know?
I'm not saying it was. You're getting mad about it. I'm just saying that it fucking looked like it.
Well, let me say this. The reason why it gets complicated, and that's why you can't try to roll everybody into one group that doesn't, you know, agree with it appears to be, and call them truthers or whatever, is like, you know, a lot of people, they see something like Sandy Hook and the thing is so awful, right?
Yep.
The thing was so awful, just like 9/11 was so traumatic that people, that's the reason they want to hear alternate and lots of alternate explanations and theories. It's a way of trying to avoid looking directly at it by having all kinds of turning it into like a mystery solving the crime thing. So you got a lot of people that see that, and they're not trying to, like, you know, mock the situation, profit from it, you know, troll the situation. You know, it's not for fun or entertainment. They're hurting very badly. So it's important to keep that in mind too. For a lot of people, that's a motivation. Not that that's a good thing, but at the same time, you have to be sympathetic, right? When that's people. But the main point what I mean with all that, of course, is you shouldn't just try to put everybody into this one group of truthers, conspiracy theorists. You know, people got different reasons, and also the bottom line is, but see, that's why I won't. To me, the possibility, if you look at the scale and the possible what's to gain from it, none of these things even, you know, like could ever possibly come close to what was to gain from doing 9/11, and the theories and evidence, not just theories and evidence that support it. That's why I think people are well justified to not buy the official story, and these other stories or explanations are very valid. And a lot of, just by common sense, you don't need to be an expert and be a scholar and study these things. I mean, if you look at the argument they're making and just your common sense understanding of how you know, steel behaves, you don't have to be an expert. That you can see it's quite possible. And I know if I probably say it, see, I don't want to say it because I know it's like people react if they just hear a term. But you know, Building 7, right? Building 7. If you're telling me that building could come down the way it did, just from the debris that was supposed to have hit it from the towers, and that could come down like it did in 7 seconds, that if you can believe that, man, you can believe anything. You know, that like makes religious people look reasonable. If you could believe that huge fucking building could come down in 7 seconds because it got hit by debris from the towers and that damaged it and caused the kind of fires. I mean, here's the thing. If you actually look at the videos that are on YouTube, the guys that are experts, I mean, these are proven guys. But then I know, you know, you could get people coming from the other side. They claim they're against conspiracy theories, but they claim you could easily suspect these guys' credentials, right? But then no. But I mean, right in the day of 9/11, and the day after, all the guys that were experts in these fields, engineers and architects, like, there's no fucking way. They were saying it right away before they even got a chance to see more details and watch more video. There's no way buildings come down like that. And now, you know, now so many years, people can put up all kinds of supporting evidence. All the history ever of fires and buildings never brought the building down. Didn't even cause a partial collapse. And we're talking much worse fires than what happened on 9/11. So there's supposedly a fire that only lasted an hour or two could bring down the towers just like that. Meanwhile, there's loads of evidence of all kinds of buildings, but obviously in the case of for 9/11, you want to compare the high rises. There's plenty of evidence of big high-rise fires, and the building didn't collapse. Nothing collapsed. It burnt up, but the structure stayed intact, and it was just similarly very bad, worse fires, even worse fires. The thing was completely engulfed, which you don't see on 9/11. You're talking, it was completely engulfed. It was like the entire structure, the steel, internal steel, was completely engulfed, and it didn't give at all. So now I'll stop. But obviously, you know, Patrick can also make text comments here, and he's saying, but something about hitting his head against the wall. So I guess you can see his attitude sounds like completely. What's the name for it? He's entrenched and transient. In other words, see, there's the irony. It's like he's bought into the, you know, idea that it has to be, the story has to be what they said it was. And
how do you know what I think?
Well, because you're being a wise ass. Because while I'm talking, you're only making wise ass. Excuse you? You're being a wise ass because while I'm talking, you're posting some text about hit your head against the wall.
Yeah.
So what the fuck does that mean, Dick? What the fuck does that mean? You need me to excuse you again, or can you answer the question? What is saying I got to hit my head against the wall? What the fuck does that mean?
Because you sound stupid, man.
Yeah, I sound stupid. So see, again,
because this is where you're going, man.
He'll never fucking he'll never get into how
all kinds of buildings have come down from fires that killed. World War II had all kinds of buildings come down with structurally.
Hold on. You know what I think the fucking problem is? That not enough focus is on the victims. It's focused on all of these bullshit stories that these people are trying to feed the public.
How are they bullshit stories, man? Have you really looked into any of it? This is just like religion. People don't even know their own religion, and they're espousing it. And this is like you're espousing the certain story for 9/11, but you haven't even looked into it.
How do you know what people haven't looked at?
Because you haven't answered. Because you're doing what people do when they don't know. They never. They don't even begin.
You know how many videos?
Instead, they make wise ass fucking comments. While other people are trying
fuck
to be
you!
serious.
Shut the fuck up, man. You're a goddamn moron.
Go ahead, make your
case. Dick.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Suck my dick. Fuck you. You're a goddamn Yankee fan anyway.
But that's what I feel. You know, not enough was focused on the victims. You know, you got people making, you know, bringing up all these stories to the table, and they're not paying attention to the victims or the loved ones of the victims and how their lives are going. You know what I mean? I mean, it's
absolutely.
It's just, you know, people, even the fucking media is retarded. They do this shit for fucking ratings. They fucking do this shit because it not only gets them more ratings, they get them fucking more money. Fucking, they could do more shit for spreading propaganda. You know, I've never met an honest fucking news station before in my entire life.
You know, and for saying that I've never looked into things and stuff, I've had people in my. You seem to think that this is the first time I've heard this argument about steel doesn't break that way. It couldn't have fallen that way or something. I'm not qualified to discuss this because first of all, I'm not an engineer. nor do I know the components of steel, you know, how it flexes. I don't have the qualifications, nor do I have the education to talk about this.
Can I interject?
I do. No, listen for a second. You talked for about 10 minutes. You talked for about 10 minutes. You talked for about 10 minutes before I even started saying the stuff about beating my head against the wall. This is why I want to beat my head against the wall, because you won't shut up. But hey, you know what, Quiet? You know what, Quiet? You know what? Next time you have a hangout, Quiet. Hey, fuck you, man. Quiet, I'm out of here, man. This guy's an asshole. You know what? I'll stay here. I'll fucking rage until you fucking leave, you dickhead.
No, see,
just because somebody doesn't fucking think, just because somebody doesn't fucking think like you think somehow we're stupid. We've seen the shit. You've got a bunch of fucking mud in your fucking head. You couldn't fucking. I'm having a fucking blast, dude. I'm having a fucking blast, dude. I'm fucking having a blast. I'm nutting on the fucking page on the screen on your fucking face. Spunky. If you had any respect for anybody, you wouldn't have been talking for 10 minutes and telling people that if they didn't believe like you, that they were stupid, and then if they don't agree with you, you tell them they're stupid and they're a piece of shit. That's the reason I said I wanted to beat my head against the fucking wall. Suck a dick. Eat my fucking, lick my fucking balls, you fucking ball-headed asshole. Sorry, Quiet.
Expert engineer called common fucking sense.
Don't be calling me a ball-headed asshole, goddammit.
It's not like you're fucking have no idea what steel is like. It's not like you have no idea. Guys, we should listen to somebody who does shit like this, who's like making more. That's who we should listen to. That's the guy who sounds mentally fucking.
I make fucking more sense than you do, you dickhead.
Listen to the mentally ill guy. Listen to the fucking mentally ill guy. He knows everything.
Yep, I'm fucking crazy as shit, man. I am crazy as shit. You fucking get that. And you're a fucking moron. If you want to go sit there and tell me that I'm some kind of an idiot because I don't think the way you do, or I don't come to the same conclusions as you do, and somehow I'm stupid, fuck yeah, I'm going to open the fucking gates of Hades, you know, and,
meanwhile, I never said that. Straw man.
Yeah, you did. You were doing that for fucking 10 minutes. Straw man, my ass. Fuck you.
Quote me,
man. Lying son of a bitch. Oh, now he's talking about my mama.
You haven't offered fuck all.
Oh, shit. Fuck off, you fucking retard. Everything you say bounces off me and sticks to you. Hi, Martha.
Hello. How are you?
You came at a good time.
Oh, this is ugly.
Yeah.
I've heard this crap so many damn times. I'm sick of it.
Can we please talk about something else since we're not getting anywhere with this discussion?
How about midget porn?
Midget porn, yeah. Yeah, I like that. Hi.
I mean,
I read a lot of papers on this shit. I don't have it handy because when I moved, I left a lot of shit behind.
Hey,
a lot of information on that crap.
Oh, wait, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you guys hear me? Because that guy blocked me, so I didn't know if that was going to affect the. So I can talk about him, and he can't respond to me. So yeah, he's a fucking Yankee fan anyway. Yankees suck, man. I saw that fucking pennant in the background.
Of New Jersey.
Yeah. I'm a New Yorker. I'm a Yankee fan. Yeah, he called me crazy or mentally ill. He really doesn't understand how fucking nuts I am. Holy shit.
Like I said, I read a few studies and stuff on this whole thing. And I'm sorry.
What'd you say, Paul?
I read a lot of studies on that shit. And when I moved, unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, I read a lot of stuff at my the place I sold, furniture, and a lot of furniture and shit. I just wanted to get out of there. Just like I told you, my wife died there. I wanted out. So a lot of things I didn't need, I just left behind. And like I said, I threw out a lot of papers, and unfortunately, I had a lot of good stuff on that. And if you really check out the papers and all that stuff, steel doesn't have to get to melting to fail. You get it up to 800 some degrees, and it's starting to go.
Hey, Paul, are you having a little bit of trouble with your audio? It's a little fuzzy. I can barely understand what you're saying.
1, 2, 1, 2. I don't know. How's it now?
Oh, hold on a second. It's probably just me. It's probably just me. I think my earphones are acting up.
So how you doing, Grant?
I'm doing good. I just had a conversation with the deconverted man earlier today.
Oh, you've talked to him and his false lobster prophecies and gospels. He's a false lobster prophet. You know that, don't you?
Nah, yeah.
Yeah, he's a false lobster prophet. I like him, man. He's a different kind of guy. He's fun.
Yeah. I didn't do much today. I just had a chat with him and talking about Steve Shives and why we don't believe and all that pizzazz. Oh, we got Foxhole Atheist.
Hey, Foxhole!
Hey, Foxhole, you want it? You have something to say, Foxhole? Go ahead and say it.
Yeah, I mean, I listened to that whole exchange about 9/11, and I'm pretty shocked, really, that that's still a thing.
I'm not.
Yeah. What specific things did you want to address, Foxhole?
Oh, I still got the thing going. Oh, my bad. Hang on.
What's that?
I still had the thing playing. My bad.
I'll be back in a minute. I got to get some more coffee.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but I'm just so sick of that. You don't know how sick of it.
Yeah, but he blocked me, and he didn't block you, Paul, so he hates me more than he hates you. Yeah.
I finally figured it out until I blocked him a couple times.
There's Mr. Fox.
I wanted to say, I listened to that whole exchange, and it really is kind of shocking to me that we still have this kind of the people that believe that. I think that one of the things said about it, that it's an emotional subject for them, and they're seeking answers, and they feel like by having the inside knowledge that maybe that's somewhat comforting. And I think maybe that's one of the best explanations. But I mean, all the science is there. The beams did, like you said, didn't have to get that hot. I mean, we've got videos all over the internet that shows, steel beams failing much less than their melting points.
Are we talking about hot beams again?
Yeah, the building, the building 7 that you talked about,
they kept everybody.
No attention given to it. No one fought the fire. It burned completely uncontrolled for 7+ hours. We don't have a steel high-riser in America that burned that long, of this type ever before. That burned uncontrolled for 7 hours. That he talked about. There's no other building that this happened to before.
I thought there's been buildings
fire
that burned.
departments put the fires out. They at least fought the fires.
Yeah, not only that, in World War II, with all the bombings and stuff, you had a lot of buildings fail that were steel reinforced in Germany and London that did give out.
But, I mean, here in America, they're right. There is no previous example. But that's why there's no previous example, because fire departments always responded and fought the fire. You know, they were focused on the, you know, the two main towers that day. No one diverted resources. They didn't have enough resources to respond to that.
And a lot of the resources weren't integrated.
To that? What I've seen on videos here on YouTube is what you just said is not correct, because there are fires, and the reason why they didn't attempt to fight them, because they had already gotten to a stage where they couldn't be stopped. And also, if you learn about what the firemen were going to do at 9/11, they weren't
expecting this guy waiting for me to get out of the room, so
they were going to try and fight the fire just underneath.
I hear you.
Can I talk, or is this going to be?
If he comes back in,
People have blocked each other. Now it's become a clusterfuck because nobody can know when the other person's talking.
Okay, but whose turn is it to talk? There shouldn't be a problem if we decide whose turn is it to talk right now.
You know, my whole thing.
Hold on a second, secular. Hold on a second, John. If you would be so kind as to unblock anybody that you're blocking right now, so that we can have our discussion, so nobody's talking over each other.
Okay, well.
Hey, listen. Hold on, John.
Let's change the subject.
Hold on, John. Let's unblock each other, or whoever's blocking each other, unblock for now during the hangout, so that nobody is talking over each other. And then after the hangout's over, or after you're done leaving, then you're more than welcome to block the individuals that you originally blocked in the beginning. But right now, I would like to finish this discussion, so that this Foxhole Atheist had some stuff he wanted to add to the situation, and then after that, we'll talk about something else.
You know, if John wants to respond to what I've said so far, then I'm willing to hear that.
I'll even stay muted.
I'm having a little problem seeing here about the unblock. It doesn't appear.
Well, how did you block how did you block Patrick?
I don't even remember at this point. Obviously, I clicked on his window, and I'm clicking on it now, and it doesn't. All it's given is his profile.
Add friend.
Well, you might want to check that. I tell you what, since you can't figure it out right now, I'll let Secular Lobster know when you're done talking, or when you're done with your discussion, so that way he has anything he can add, he can do it at that particular point in time, because right now it's impossible. He can't hear what you're saying. So go ahead and reply to what Foxhole Atheist said, so we could get this discussion rolling and finished.
Right. Okay, so the videos I saw, that there is examples of buildings burning much worse than they did on 9/11. Much worse. The building, I saw an example, the building was completely engulfed. And then if you see after the fire finally got put out, you see everything got burnt, but the steel structure was not affected. And this is a building that burned completely engulfed for hours, the whole building in a high rise. So there are examples. See, so people are claiming there is no such example when there is. So, okay, hold on, I'll be done in a minute. So, you know, that's the thing now. Somebody says there is no example, but there is. So, but why did so people just believe who they want to believe, right? Instead, I mean, the bottom line is, like anything, you know, we can sit here for however many hours and go back and forth, but people need to go see for themselves. There's plenty of stuff on YouTube, but then you can say you don't trust these videos on YouTube, or you can look at the books, you don't trust the books. So then who do you trust? You only trust the people who you kind of like their version. But I mean, if you look, I mean, the things I'm talking about in this specific thing, that, you know, that can't be fake. The people aren't pretending that these buildings exist. I mean, if you want to go do the research, these buildings that burnt and didn't fall, I mean, but see, it's work. You can't just trying to talk about this having some kind of novice understanding and some vague thing, like you watched the video, you know, who knows how long ago, and based on that, you know all about it. I mean, that's the thing. If you really want to understand, and that goes to me too, and I'm not done learning about 9/11. You know, if I keep learning about 9/11, and I say, hey, wait a minute, I'm starting to see evidence how this theory was wrong, that the buildings could have come down. Then I'll be happy to say, hold on, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, but I'll be done soon. Gotta have patience. It's the only way, man, and I'm almost done. If you're actually listening to what I'm saying, you shouldn't be so, like, bored.
I am. That's why I made that.
Okay, well, I can't really hear you anyway, because apparently your mic, whatever, but let me just finish, and then I'm going to listen to everything you have to say. So, but I mean, the bottom line is, and we see this in religion, right? When we debate, they don't even know shit about their own religion. They're very confident and espousing it, but they know jack fucking shit about their own religion. And you see people do this all the fucking time. They're going to be very authoritative speaking and pontificating, and they don't fucking know. They know just enough to be dangerous, you know, to misinform people. Okay? So I'll leave it at that, and I'm not going to say any more about this tonight. I probably won't talk. I'm going to leave it for everybody else. Talk away. I'll stay out of it. And for anybody that felt I went too far, except for one individual, you can guess who that is. I'm sorry to everybody else if you found me I went too far, I was unfair in things I said and so on. I don't mean to do that. I don't usually do that, but you know, certain subjects are extremely sensitive, you understand? So that explains it out for everybody. And now I'm going to listen to everybody, and I'll leave it for everybody else now. I said enough, right? Okay. Thank you.
So I've raised 3 very specific objections. Well, 2 coming in and then 1 in a follow-up. The first was that, you know, and I can actually go pull up the video right now and show you tests of steel tests that have been done all over the place. These are both prior to and after the event, and so they're, you know, especially the one showing prior, where they tested steel just to be testing it, and in some cases, and happened to film it. That beams will collapse long before their melting point, just on their own weight. Just will collapse at certain temperatures on their own. That was the first objection I raised. The second objection was that it burned uncontrolled, meaning no attention given, not being fought. Now, we do have examples of fires that got potentially larger, etc. We have no examples of a building that burned for 7+ hours completely uncontrolled, no one fighting the fire. Third, you claim that there were these examples of bigger fires that apparently weren't fought, but I asked you to name one, and you know, I don't. There's not a historical record. People have done the history search. There's not a historical record of a 7+ hour fire burning uncontrolled in a building like this. There's not. It doesn't exist. They're bigger fires, but they were fought. I'm done.
Do people want me to respond to that, or should I let other people talk?
Yeah, well, does anybody else have anything to say about it? I take that as a no. Go ahead, John, and you're limited to a certain amount of time. No long tangents.
I'll only be a minute. So the first thing, I'll only be a minute. The first thing you said is you can supply the videos because they're on YouTube, so you should go ahead and do that. And then 2, you said there is no fires like this. Yes, I've seen videos that there were bigger fires and engulfed the entire building, much worse than what we saw on 9/11. So there is.
Unfought.
Yes, because if it was fought, it couldn't go on. I just said bigger fires, and yes, it went on for hours. Yes, sorry. Yes, they went on a very long time, many hours. The 2 World Trade Centers only went on a couple of hours. The first building, it came down, the fires were only burning like an hour and something, less than 2, and the whole thing came down. And I'm saying I've seen examples, the building was completely engulfed, and they didn't fight it because it wouldn't have, there's no chance you could stop the fire at that point. You just got to let it burn. You know, the chance that you're going to get it, it's too late. The building's already destroyed. You're not going to get in there. There's no way to fight it. It's too late. The thing is too big, right? And we're talking also, we're not talking the U.S. now. These were other countries, and their firefighting isn't as advanced maybe as we have here. But even then, even the most advanced firefighting, it's a high rise. You have to go in and go up, just like they did on 9/11. That's why 343 firemen died, because of the high rise. The only way you have to go in and go up, obviously, you know, you can't fight from the outside, high rise, so you have to go in. So, okay, but back to keep it short and finish. Yes, there is examples, and so it all comes down to you're saying, I don't have examples, you do have examples, so if you want to start, you could supply your examples that support what you're saying. And then I would have to go look for mine because I haven't recorded them, and so, I mean, you know, in any way, I can tell you exactly the name of the video or anything. I'd have to go look. But they're right here on YouTube. I mean, obviously, you just put 9/11 in search, or specific about the fires and so on, and there's plenty. But if you want me to give them to you, I'll do that, but you can do that yourself, and they'll come right up. Plenty of videos all about that, comparing it to other buildings burning.
So I'm just curious, like, since the advent of the modern fire department, I can't imagine it having anywhere ever before having taken 7 hours for the fire department to respond to a fire. It's just...
Yeah, but see, if you're actually listening, bro, I just fucking explained it, man. I'm sorry, but that makes me very angry because I just explained that some fires are so bad, the fire department was there, but it's too late to do anything. It can't be fought. You're going under the completely wrong assumption, and again, thinking you can talk about this whole subject authoritatively, but on this fundamental point, you got it all wrong, that you think every fireman go to, they can fight it. No. If it's a big high-rise building, it's too late. They just got to let it burn. They cannot save the building. They'd be risking the fireman's life to accomplish nothing. Just to say we tried to fight the fire? No, so the fire department did nothing because there was nothing to be done. All they did is stay in the area to not maybe let the fire spread to other buildings. That was but that's still important to do that. But as far as the building itself, no, there's nothing to be done. It's too late. You understand the concept? It's too late to do anything about it. So the whole thing burns. And then there's these videos have the pictures, lots of pictures of the buildings after the fire was finally completely out, and you can see the structure the metal structure was not damaged in any way.
Twice you've done this now. You've come off with this cocky little attitude where you're like, you think you can speak authoritatively? Actually, I can speak exactly as authoritatively as you can.
Get to the fucking evidence, not with the bullshit.
I can speak exactly as authoritatively as you can on this.
Let's get to it right fucking
and lectured
now.
me about
Give us
needing
your
to do all this
evidence.
research, and you have no
Give us
idea.
your
And I'll let that one go at first.
You say you've got it. Let's
you
hear
just
it.
gonna
Shut the fuck up.
now? Are you doing it
Shut
again?
the fuck up. Links or shut the fuck up.
This is a different conversation now, because twice you've done this. You come off with this attitude. You talk about how I think I can speak authoritatively, fling that like an insult. I can speak exactly as authoritatively as you can on this, because we're just two people here talking, sir. We are just two people here talking, and so yeah, I can speak exactly as authoritatively as you
can. That shows you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. But go ahead, let's see your evidence.
From the guy that everybody in the room is laughing at, talking like that, that is truly a hilarious statement. Thank you.
Several people, just like religion, they're right because they're the majority, right, Einstein? You fucking idiot.
That's more red herring. I can smell
it. You fucking moron.
Hey!
Boy, I really wish.
Shut the fuck up. This is my fucking hangout, John. I don't want you insulting any of my people here. All right. If you want to have a conversation with people, that's fine.
It's okay.
Don't make that. Hey, this is my fucking hangout. I'm talking here, man. Nobody's gonna talk over me. I guarantee you that right now. If you want to have a discussion, that's fine. But if you're going to sit here and call people fucking morons and doing all this bullshit, you got to go, man.
Yeah, but that's not exactly what I'm doing, is it?
Fuck, he's a Yankee fan.
But then he wants to come back and say, I've got an attitude. That's him insulting
me.
You
did.
But no, I don't really
you
have
sit there and lecture me on how I
that wasn't an attitude. But you see that
knew what I'd done. Do you want to hear a response to that or not, or are you going to talk the whole time like you've been doing before? Anytime.
Okay, so guys, you know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm
going to do?
Sean, you need to chill, man.
I'm going to chill. And let's see
how long. Then be quiet. Then be quiet.
Oh, come on. I want to hear.
I was a 9/11 truther for a few years. I did a lot of research. That research, and finally realizing what honest research was, kind of led me down the path to realize that I believed a bunch of bullshit for stupid reasons. Yeah, I did my research. You don't know me. And you should make no assumptions like you have been making. Those are stupid assumptions.
He's saying I'm making assumptions, and I already said, let's see your evidence. Just give us one video right here on YouTube. Just give us one video. See, and he's telling me back he wants to talk about my attitude.
John. Okay.
How's everybody doing, you guys? How you guys been?
Hi, Eric. He muted me. He blocked me because I kind of went off a little bit and stuff, and I got tired of his shit first and stuff, and I do apologize because I can't hear him anymore because he doesn't like me.
Well, so what, guys? I just love to see the video he's talking about. Can we see the video? Can we see the video? Why is he not
John, you're a Yankee fan.
Why is he not supplying the video?
John, if you want people to hear you and listen to you, you got to talk with us.
And you got to unblock me, John.
Yeah, you have to unblock Patrick because you keep just talking over him.
I can't hear you, dude.
I told you I can't unblock him. We already covered that. You got to remember.
Guys, man, I can't believe this is going on here.
I think we should hug, John.
No, guys, don't provoke each other. Just cut it out, man.
They can't hear each other.
So what?
They can't provoke each other. They
not.
can't provoke each other. They can't hear each other.
Because he blocked me.
It's nice to see everybody, and I wish you guys all the best. Nice to see you. Have a very nice evening. Okay, you guys?
Well, Eric, you're going right. Eric.
Yeah.
You're going already?
Well, I really don't want to be in an argument with people. I don't like to, this is not something that I find is adding much to my life. And
well,
it is entertaining.
Well,
it's not. It's, you know what's entertaining is being fulfilled and learning and having a conversation. And I like to be respected, and I want to respect other people. And this is not how it's happening. So.
And there is a time and a place for everything.
Well, no, you know what, Lobster? I understand that when we all get ratcheted up, we get ratcheted up. Okay?
Yeah.
I don't want to get ratcheted up. I want to be healthy, and I want to learn. This is not going to happen here. So I wish you guys the best.
Kiss the puppy for us.
All right.
So how about a subject change now?
Yeah, let's just change the subject because the conversation isn't going to get anywhere.
Oh, it's getting somewhere, but it's just spiraling.
So what do you guys want to talk about?
I think we should talk about the tone of conversations and why they changed that way. Why did I change my demeanor suddenly? I was pretty respectful and polite, I feel like, up to a point.
I agree.
And suddenly I decided no more. Why did I change my demeanor in that conversation?
Well, to be honest with you, I think you were justified, Foxhole.
I didn't notice it.
I couldn't hear anything.
You said you were going to speak more harsh, but you said it in this tone.
I pay attention to detail, man. I'm fucking OCD, so when I see a change in someone's demeanor or their tone of their voice, or I could tell they're either really, really happy or irritated or pissed or whatever the case might be. But I noticed that Foxhole was getting a little irritated there.
Oh, Randy never gets irritated. No.
Has anybody ever told you about the guy in Anthrax?
Scott Ian?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be shocked if he doesn't look that much like him. He's just got the same goatee. Or his beard anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Scott Ian had shaved that motherfucking thing, and 2 weeks later it'd be fucking a foot long again. How the fucking... I don't know how the fuck he did
it. Some people are just blessed with the ability to... I can grow hair on my head really fast, but on my face, it takes forever, man.
I can lose hair on my head really fast. When it started growing on my face, it started leaving my head. It like migrated down my, down my head to my chin.
The older
my neck, and it actually started at my neck. So until I was like 25 years old, I didn't have hair on my face. It was only my fucking neck.
The older I get, the better my hair gets. I'm serious. It gets thicker, it gets fuller, it grows better and everything. It's like,
Oh, I've got the Picard deal. Only I have a little fucking tuft of hair on the top.
Oh.
Hey, Foxhole Atheist, I wanted to ask you a question.
Sure.
Are you gonna try and go to the Reason Rally next year?
I don't know. My wife has taken an interest in going to some of these events as well, and so she's got another one lined up that we're going to go to after this. I don't even know which one it is, though, honestly. I've never done any of them before until the one we're about to do here. I fly out Thursday morning for Dallas. But, you know, from here, I don't know. I'll probably schedule more of these things.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing a remote?
So it's possible.
Yeah, I'm planning on going to the Reason. It's June 4th of next year, the Reason Rally.
Where at?
In Washington. In Washington, D.C. Washington, where the Abraham Lincoln statue is. I don't know what that place. I've never been to Washington. I don't know what those locations are.
The Lincoln Monument or the Lincoln Memorial?
Yeah, where he's sitting in the chair.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Lincoln Memorial.
The Lincoln Memorial. It's
Yeah.
Maybe I might go.
And then there's that pond, and across from that's the needle.
Yeah, it's the needle.
The obelisk, whatever the fuck it's called.
That's the Washington Monument.
There you go.
I do want to say one more thing on that last subject, just let it be for the record, recorded and let it be known. The video requested is in the sidebar. That's all I want to say.
Oh, okay.
Asked and answered.
John, that video that you wanted from Foxhole Atheist is in the side chat.
All right.
Yeah, I used to drive a delivery truck, so I used to work for different food vendors. I used to drive through D.C. every, like, 3 to 5 days a week.
Deliberately?
Yeah, it was my job, man. I had to go through, I used to go to the State Department, the National Museum, any place that served food or had a cafeteria. Yeah, I got to go there. I had to get a secret clearance.
Yeah, I was there for a class for computer programming and stuff. That was a waste of week. I don't want to go into details on that, but I got to see the Smithsonian and I wish I would have known that I would have had the time. I would have brought my 35 millimeter. But
yeah, you can't see DC in one day. You know?
but they had the Starship Enterprise in there, the original, model, and that thing that's a good size. I would say the saucer section's about at least 5 feet, I guess, across. I was surprised how big it was.
You know, when I went through the Smithsonian and looking at a lot of things that they had in like toys, like Superman, stuff like that, I saw so many fucking things that were there that were in the Smithsonian that I had as a child,
Right.
Thinking that nobody collected things back then, That's why the word collectible, it's like, no, you've had that for 2 years, throw it away,
Yep. When I was a kid, I had the Enterprise and all the 9-inch characters. I had 2 Klingons and all the crew members. And the Enterprise was a little octagon. You opened it up, and it was the bridge, and had a little transporter on one side where you spun the thing, you push a button on one side, and they pop it in.
Oh, yeah.
And last time I got it from my older brother, like a hand-me-down. The last time I saw that, I boxed it all up. All the tricorders, phasers, and communicators were all fucking rubber banded in their holsters. They were, in the boxes, in a box, in the shed outside, and I never saw it again. We moved to England, so when we came back, it was gone.
Damn.
Yeah.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Is there Christians that we can make fun of?
Well, it's not Christian, but there is an interesting story if you're a fan of MMA.
Of what?
What's that, Fox? What's that, Foxhole?
Am I not coming through clear? I don't know why. My mic didn't seem to be working.
I heard you.
I heard you.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I'm having a problem with my earphones on. They're pieces of shit.
Oh. Well, MMA. So Nick Diaz got recently had his hearing and received a 5-year suspension for testing positive for THC.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was after the Anderson Silva fight, and the same fight, which after post fight, Anderson Silva tested positive for steroids and received a 1-year suspension.
Wow.
Along with, I can't remember the guy's name, it's eluding me, I'm sorry, but there's another fighter who tested positive for cocaine and received no suspension. But Nick Diaz got 5 years
for a performance fucking hindering drug.
Right?
He got to concentrate a little bit better when he was beating somebody's face in.
Well, I think it's very unlikely he was actually stoned the night of his fight, so much tested positive in his system from
30 days, at least.
Why is that? You're a grown-ass fucking man. The fuck? Oh.
But there's a petition. There's actually a petition out to, have this undone somehow. I don't know what that means exactly. They didn't really say that. I made that up. Sorry.
What's his name? The Patriots bag fucking got off his.
Do what?
The Patriots bag. What's his name? The quarterback.
Oh, Tom. You mean God?
Tom Brady?
Tom Brady is God. You didn't know that?
However you pronounce it.
The Deflategate God?
Deflate my ass, fuck. We've been through this.
Well, let me ask you guys this. I mean, how do you feel about that? A 5-year suspension for pot in relation to these other...
I think it's stupid, man.
I think
it just goes to show how
stupid.
Look, what's that guy, Dana White? Isn't he like the end-all, be-all, say-all guy in MMA in UFC?
No, the Athletic Commission in this case is the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Yeah.
So Nevada don't they still have some really shitty pot laws? Did it happen in Nevada?
I don't know. No,
if it happened in Nevada, that might be your answer right there, because I think Nevada really still has some really shitty pot laws.
No, I think that the Athletic Commission has their priorities a little fucked up.
That evil weed.
And look, I'm not a fan of Nick Diaz. I'll say it quick. And it may be a case where the Athletic Commission wasn't either, is why he received such a harsh penalty. But I think that's bullshit. That is bullshit. You can't. We have laws for this. Work laws. You can't discriminate against people that way. I really don't think you can do that. I don't see how this is even legal.
Are athletic commissioners appointed or are they elected?
No idea.
I'm not sure how that works either.
I wouldn't be surprised if most of them are appointed by a governor.
I don't know, but at any rate, they're definitely viable.
Yeah.
It's obvious to me. I don't know how correct I could be on this, but it's obvious to me that there is probably a little favoritism involved here.
Anderson Silva, the celebrated champion.
Some got their dick sucked.
Got a year for steroids.
Just like they did with George St. Pierre when he fought. Matter of fact, it was when he fought Anderson Spider Silva, I believe. George St. Pierre put all that oil shit all over his fucking body where Anderson Spider Silva couldn't grab him or grapple him or some shit like that. I can't remember what the fuck it was.
I think they figured out he had been doing that for a long time, and there's even some video evidence to support it from the fights.
Yeah.
He glows with all the light shining on him.
Well, you'll see a trainer. I actually watched a video of this. Shows the trainer wiping shit on his eye, wiping the excess on a towel, and then holding the towel and doing some other shit, and then a couple seconds later wiping his back down with the towel.
Yeah.
Glob on it.
Yeah. And I used to like George St. Pierre until I found out about that dumb shit.
Well, that's not. Isn't that like Vaseline?
Well, yeah, it's Vaseline, but it's. I mean, it's the same.
Petroleum-based something.
Does it? What does it actually? What does it actually do when you do that? Does it makes the gloves slide off so you don't hit right, or?
You grab them and put them in a hole.
You can't.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. My brain was on boxing for a second. I'm like, the fuck. Okay, I get it. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
No, in boxing, that shit ends up all over him everywhere anyway.
Yeah. And MMA. Okay, yeah.
Or stop bleeding anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that so that people, when they grapple him, they could have, a significant, difficult time, trying to get a hold of him. That's why he put that shit all over his body.
Kind of like a grease pig contest.
Mm-hmm.
Because he didn't want to get his ass kicked.
Did he not know that somebody might, say something or bring it up?
I don't think he cared, to be honest with you.
I'm winning. It's cool.
Right?
Keep winning.
Keep doing it until they say something anyway. And then what are they going to do? Go back to all your other fights and be like, no. You didn't win that fight.
Yep. I'm not sure. I don't know. I just disagree with the whole situation with that Anderson. I think he should have gotten equal suspension as well, because I think the whole thing was fucking bullshit, to be honest with you.
Personally, when you're talking about a sport like MMA, look, either fighters are going to use drugs or they're not. And maybe we should divide the sport. Hell, maybe they should do this in some of the other sports. We found that so many have been using for so long. Baseball, it was rampant. Football, it was rampant. I mean, we know it. It's not even like a fucking secret anymore. We know at least a big chunk of it. A lot of the star players of old were probably on drugs, and that's probably why they had an edge. It's just a fact. We have to accept it. And so, either we're going to have a serious conversation about keeping the sport pure and put some serious regulations, constant drug tests, blah, 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 blah. Make this, like the Army does almost, 100 fucking percent everybody go. Every time. Weekly, whatever. I don't give a shit. Or we're just going to admit that most of the players are using drugs and fucking let them. What would really be so wrong with that?
Yeah.
So are they allowed to drink?
I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, if you're allowed to drink, what the fuck's the difference smoking weed? I don't get how that's
it stays in your system.
Be a fucking issue in a fight.
Pretty much because it stays in your bloodstream, in your.
I understand how it can be an issue in a drug test, but
I think it's more along the reasons of the fact that marijuana is illegal in that particular part of the state area. I guess.
Well, all he has to say is, "I just came out of fucking Colorado." I was in Colorado 3 weeks ago.
He does live in a legal state, actually. I think that is why he's got.
You live in Oregon? You can't walk down the street in Portland without getting a fucking contact high.
I love Oregon, man.
Everybody's getting higher than a motherfucker.
The concept every street has a house full of weed.
I've read reports and stuff on ultra distance marathon runners using marijuana because it like helps them out with their longevity, you know what I mean? Their stamina.
No, I didn't know that.
I agree.
Back in the day, they think you should smoke a cigarette before a marathon to open lungs up.
Oh yeah, you used to see athletes all the time on TV and football games and stuff, on the sidelines. Back in the '60s, it would be uncommon to see players smoking a cigarette during a game.
Steroids. So, if I understand correctly, what I heard
Baseball,
people saying it shouldn't matter.
Years ago, you used to see the managers.
Now, what's up, John?
To give my opinion, weigh in about the steroids.
Yeah.
With people saying that it should be okay, we should let players use them.
Who said that?
Argument for either or.
Yeah.
Either or. So you're saying maybe they should be allowed.
Maybe, yeah. Because
and why is that?
The reality, the argument basically was, if we're looking at the reality that most of the stars were using it, we know it. It's really not even up for debate anymore. We know it was rampant in all these other sports, and so we know the sports aren't pure anyway, and the stats aren't pure. And so, either we put drug players on weekly drug test routines, or we just fucking let them do it. But either or.
And so, but what would be the problem with doing the weekly tests? You're saying, well, maybe we should do that, but why not definitely do that to stop cheating?
That's what he implied.
That's what I'm saying.
No,
yes,
he
is. That's what
you just said maybe we should do it. So either should we do this
seems
or
that
should
we're
we
not talking about that stuff anymore. When he unmute me or unblock me,
or now
so
you're
I can
sure?
hear the entire conversation.
Do you have him muted or something? He said he can't figure it out.
I haven't. You know what? I have never once since in any hangout I've ever been on, nor on my channel, have I ever blocked or muted anybody.
I haven't.
I wouldn't even know how to go about doing it either.
I have never blocked or muted anybody.
And it's really fucking everything, to be honest.
It is.
Yeah.
It really is.
Wait a minute. Who am I not
We're
hearing?
talking about
the only
Patrick.
Hold on a minute.
One person, right?
John.
Yes, and that is fucking everything.
And
no, actually it isn't, because
no, actually it is. And you
let me tell you. Okay, well, let me give you my opinion. Why it shouldn't be, because he now apparently he wants to always talk over me every time I talk.
No, he was
was
talking. He was in the middle of a sentence when you said, "Can you hear me?" And when I said yes, thinking you were wondering about your mic, you just went right in.
Well,
why still talking, and you were.
When I was asking, "Can you hear me?" So I can't talk. Yeah. Why does somebody ask, "Can you hear me?" So they won't talk. I want to know if you can hear me, so I can stay silent. I mean, come on.
He can't hear you. You need to unblock him. So
you didn't know Patrick was talking.
I already told you.
I'm done with my little rant. We're not talking about. We're talking about
where it says unblock.
Drug testing.
I just tried again, literally a minute ago.
Well, do you know how to go to your unblocked list, John?
You're saying it's on the left column here.
No, on your.
Hey, Foxhole, your house is burning down, man.
This is such a fuck. And what's worse is that he can't even hear what a clusterfuck it is because he can't hear what's happening.
I don't even know.
It is aptly named.
I don't even know how the hell you block someone on a fucking hangout anyway. I don't know where that shit is.
I think it's the ignore button. I've never clicked the ignore button, so I don't know.
Yeah.
It's that drop down. It says mute, profile, ignore. And I'm betting he clicked ignore.
I don't get that at all.
You click on the person's icon, there's a little arrow comes up.
Well, John, click on Patrick's profile. Can you see his picture though?
Yeah. Hi, John.
Yeah, click on his default and see what options it gives you.
I was doing that, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to exit the conversation and come back. And that should reset everything, right?
Well, try it. Well, we'll see. Just exit out and then come back and see if it works. Because it gets difficult when people are talking and then another person can't hear and then they start talking and before you know it, I feel like I'm a fucking schizo hearing all kinds of voices at once.
Right.
Yeah, the thing about drug testing, and records in sports and stuff, it used to be the only asterisk was was next to Roger Maris's home run record when he beat Babe Ruth for most home runs in a season because they were playing a longer season when Roger Maris did it. Now with this drug stuff, I mean, look at Barry Bonds, right? Look at all the asterisks. Yeah, Jose Canseco, Rafael Palmeiro, who was definitely going to be in the Hall of Fame until he went to Congress and said, "I've never used steroids in my life," and then he came up positive. There's a lot of players that you have to question their whole career and you have to put asterisks next to it because you don't know how much better they were with the drugs, So yeah, either let them do it and pump themselves up and be broken down old people by the time they're 50, or drug test the fuck out of them. Because to me, when you're playing sports like that, and I know it's easier said than done, but if I was getting paid millions of dollars a year, I guarantee you, and they said, hey, Lobster, when you're making all this money and you're doing this for us, you can't smoke pot, I'd be like, oh, okay.
I do it for fucking 50 grand a year shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
But it's not the same argument for steroids. I mean, a lot of players will use steroids to get an edge.
Right, right.
And what I would propose is not just rampant, unregulated use. I mean, if you're going to let players do it, put a physician in there that knows what the hell he's doing to dose players according to size and weight and do everything fucking in a legit manner.
It's not fucking magic though. You still have to go to gym. You still have to fucking lift weights. You still have to fucking practice. You don't just fucking stick a needle in your ass, go out to the fucking batting cages, and all of a sudden you're just fucking smoking them through the fence.
Okay, did you check out after Manny Ramirez got busted and he was suspended for 62 games? All of a sudden, Manny Ramirez wasn't hitting home runs like he used to. Neither was Sammy Sosa. There were a lot of players that were, huh?
Well, I mean, it's an edge, no doubt, but it's not everything.
Oh no, you still gotta have talent,
Yeah,
but
you still have to work at it. It doesn't. Yeah. It's not fucking. It just builds muscle faster.
But I'm just saying, like, think of it like this. I wouldn't be against a league that was a lot more like the fucking video game Blitz. I mean, not the injuries so much, but if injuries, fine. Not the after-late hits and all that bullshit, but I mean, a much harder hitting, high impact, high energy,
grab by the face mask, spin him around 3 times and smash him into the ground face first.
Yeah, not quite all that, but definitely a rougher league with less rules, etc.
Brain dead and no.
Didn't they try that? Didn't McMahon try that shit? XFL? He hated me. Remember?
He hated me.
Did they allow that kind of shit? I don't know.
No, I mean it was just it was a bunch of different rules.
That was a fucking.
It was a little harder hitting. It was kind of a mix between arena football and NFL.
Yeah, that really caught on, didn't it?
I mean, some of the players went to the NFL though, and He Hate Me kept his name too. He only played a couple seasons though. I forget who with.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think he was like 34 when he fucking started. So fuck, man, 2 years. Fuck. I couldn't play a year in the NFL right now.
The whole drugs and sport thing, brings up an interesting question with, Tiger Woods, for example. He used to wear contact lenses. Then he had the LASIK eye surgery, the LASIK laser eye surgery. Now he has better than 20/20 vision with an emphasis on depth perception. Is that not some kind of enhancement?
Enhancer? Yeah.
Yeah, but Tiger can't. He's missing the cut on some of the tours. It's not like it's an advantage to him anymore.
It hasn't helped them now.
Yeah.
Chasing fucking cocktail waitresses, but it's an interesting question, and I've never really seen it raised legitimately anywhere before. It's
Well, have you noticed that his career started going in the shitter as soon as that morning that his wife chased him with that golf club, and he got in an accident with his car? Because at that point,
I don't know. It got him on South Park. That's fucking highlight of a career right there.
I think a lot of it because the game is a lot to do with your private life too. I mean, if a motherfucker goes out there and he's just not on his game before he even walks onto his field of play, whatever his sport is, then his game's gonna suffer. And I think that's what happened to Tiger.
Doesn't he still have a Tiger Woods 2016 coming out?
Oh, sure. Somebody's gonna buy it.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably a very good golf game. You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
I played the previous editions, and as far as golf games go, it's got everything you could want.
yeah.
Didn't they say that Tiger Woods was an info?
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, he's admitted that pretty much.
Yeah.
He likes the ladies.
And he's got enough money to have any he wants.
Yeah.
So
I'm a whore.
Yeah, he's not.
Yeah.
Why?
I'm
Why
a
I shit
whore.
like that?
I'm mentally ill, so.
Unless she was a millionaire before she met him, she should get over that shit.
So Foxhole, did you say that you were a whore? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Nice and cheap.
Yes.
At least he's honest.
Business cards I picked up recently.
Oh, right on. Those look pretty cool.
So yeah, I'm totally a whore though. A whore
So
myself.
Hey, how much for you to put on a penguin suit and take it up the ass?
$100,000.
Oh,
Yeah, that seems fair. You know. That's about where I'd go. You know.
Hey, I got a price.
Yeah, absolutely. Man's got to live. You know. I mean,
$100,000. I'll take one in the butt. Yep. Will do.
okay.
I don't
Hey,
know. I'm taking up the butt.
I don't
first.
know. I'm kind of scared that I might do it for cheaper cash on hand.
hey, Foxhole.
You know, if it ain't a story about money, I might.
Hey, Foxhole. I wanted to say earlier when you came in to hang out, but a bunch of stuff was going on and stuff, you know. But I wanted to say a long-time listener, first-time caller. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I'm subscribed to your
Yeah,
channel.
I'm kind of starstruck.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you lose brain cells if you watch my videos. Either that or you got to be really
I
stoned.
lose brain cells watching the videos I do on my channel. Yelling at stupid people stuff, like I have to watch those over and over again to edit that.
Yeah.
Right?
That's why I don't.
That's fucking awesome.
That's why I don't do a lot of FaceTime videos, because I just turn on the fucking mic and the webcam and I start talking, and after a few minutes, if I don't feel like I'm, like not making a point or something, for every time I've ever made a face video and talked on, I probably, for every one I've put out, I've probably tried about 50 times before I hit the fucking, upload button. It's fuck editing,
Well, I like the Yelling at Stupid People series to sound kind of knee-jerk and kind of off the cuff, and so I've actually probably scrapped as many episodes as I've made because I had done a part and had to shoot it for one reason or another. There was some sound or something happened. I had to go back and reshoot it, and as soon as it didn't feel genuine anymore, I didn't like it. And I tend to scrap those.
I found a whole bunch, apparently.
30 other videos on that subject.
Apparently, in my document section on my computer, there's a whole fucking bunch of little clips that I guess I thought I deleted, but it was still in my documents and stuff. And I was gonna make a 5-minute video of little clips of me going fuck, right before I hit the delete button or the stop button.
What are you talking about? You're talking about making one of those blooper videos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I say fuck too much, and stuff, so that wouldn't be really, a shocking thing to hear me curse,
I could probably do that just from the Yelling at Stupid People series and just clip together a whole bunch of random bullshit. Fuck, cock-ass motherfucker!
You know what I've been trying to find videos where I could get two Christians to to ask questions and stuff, and make it sound like they're asking each other questions and put it together in a video, and have them argue with each other.
Just watch G-Man's recent hangout.
Oh God, that pissed me off, man.
Same here. That pissed me off a lot.
I didn't actually see it. Skylar Fiction did that thing
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I know about that thing, but I meant it was a hangout he did before that, but it was like yesterday or the day before maybe.
Which one are you talking about?
He had a bunch, mostly, he had a couple of atheists on, but mostly he sat there and argued with other Christians about what's real Christianity or not. It was fucking hilarious.
Christian fights are fun, especially the ones with G-Man.
It starts off, he's like, I don't want anybody that agrees with me in this hangout, and he's got like 3 cronies in there the whole time.
Yeah. Yeah. 3.5 years ago, I told people, man, stay away from that scumbag. But my videos don't get that many views. Can't blame me. No, he doesn't understand that. You got to have. I mean, if you're gonna be an opinionated person like that, you have to have allies. You have to have, I don't know, a team of people that can form sentences, and I'm not talking about Ken Jones, because he can't. I mean, he's alienated himself from every quote-unquote reputable Christian on fucking YouTube pretty much, except for the extreme fundies, and he's pissing them off too,
Who are you talking about, G-Man?
Yep.
Yeah.
The child.
Yeah, he's never lost an argument in his entire life. Just ask him,
I stopped paying attention to him when he did the no true fucking honest man fallacy thing, the chocolate atheist.
We're talking about the chocolate atheist.
Oh, that was funny.
I unsubbed him, and I don't think I've clicked on his channel like a couple times since then, just because somebody did a video about him, and I went into that video just to say you're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I get his stuff sometimes through my feed because I subscribe to Skylar Fiction, and people love to have fun with him. I still think G-Man's got a thing for Alex Bot. I think G-Man secretly loves Alex Bot. I really do. He just has this thing about Alex Bot.
G-Man. The same guy who claims that he found money miraculously in a safe.
No, he changed that story. He said he never said that.
He stole that money. That money was stolen property by Jersey law. He stole that money. That's why he changed the story.
The whole thing is, if you listen to his story, he goes, "Oh, I had to find a place to live. So, yeah, I was walking around praying for God to give me some money, instead of, I don't know, going getting a job or filling out something so he could get on a program so maybe he could get some help with some rent or something like that. Instead of doing anything, I don't know, productive, he decides to fucking pray, right? And then he finds money in a safe, right? I mean, if he needed help with his rent, there's programs in every city, sure, it can be degrading, I've had to do it a couple times in my life, I've needed help to pay my rent, it happens to people on an everyday basis these days, not everybody, I mean, of course, but it happens to people. If you need help paying your rent or, getting your bills paid, as long as you're not a chronic person going to a church sometime, a lot of times every other month wanting them to pay your power bill. Sometimes there's a lot of places, funds available sometimes, maybe not, but but he's going to pray for it and find it in safe, right? Now he says he didn't find it safe,
Well, where the hell did you find it then? In someone's wallet?
Doesn't somebody have that video? I mean,
yeah, Skylar. It was I think Skylar or somebody else did a video on. This is how I caught up with the whole thing because I don't get G-Man. I don't watch G-Man videos. He makes me want to throw up.
No, I start hitting things.
Yeah. Oh, quiet. I'm not trying to get back into this conversation, but I sincerely apologize
for what?
For going crazy for a while.
You don't have to apologize. I enjoy when you go crazy.
I was having fun. He thought I was mad. I was having a blast.
I enjoy when you guys go crazy. I ain't going to silence nobody. I don't care how pissed off they get. I don't believe in that muting bullshit or that blocking bullshit. And that's the big difference between me and him. I don't believe in that blocking shit.
Yeah.
I don't believe in the only person that I have ever blocked on my channel was an individual who goes by the name of fucking what the fuck is his name?
Scott 12 Iffy is the only one I've ever blocked.
Anyway, the only reason why I blocked this one in particular guy is because of the fact that he was sexually harassing all of my female subscribers, and I'm saying, fuck that, you ain't gonna be doing that shit, and I blocked him. I didn't allow him access to my channel anymore.
Well, that's different.
Well, how come you don't block me when I sexually harass Paul?
That's up to Paul.
I'm getting tired of it because my ears are wet.
I know how you like it. No, I was glad when Foxhole came in, because like I was trying to explain, I've seen videos, and I'm not trying to rehash and stuff, but
yeah, please.
I've seen videos and I've seen people that say, oh, I used to be just like you, and then I saw this, and I see it, and I'm going, well, this is obviously either doctored or it's not true, because if you look at the website of the story who wrote it, it's some guy that, I don't know. But if you come up with a different conclusion, even after seeing the stuff that they show you, and trust me, I've seen so many of these fucking things. I used to do a lot of unnecessary fucking reading, a lot of time I cannot get back in my life, right? From reading shit that, people said about that stuff. That's why if you notice when he kept saying how many times he said conspiracy, that's when I stopped him. I wasn't trying to get into 9/11. I just wanted to see how far he was going to go.
Yeah, that's exactly what you asked him. You said, how far do you go? And he went right to 9/11. I'll follow the rabbit hole until that motherfucker ends.
Yeah. And then when I was like,
I can't judge. I'm
But I was glad when Foxhole came in, because he actually takes time to he understands things. Me, I'm just an old stoner, right?
An old stoner.
I can see things. I can watch things. I can read things. I can understand things. But explaining things sometimes is not my forte. And I thought Foxhole did very well. But anyway, thank you for showing up when you did, because.
I'm just a stoner too, and I'm not old yet, but I'm 33. I guess I'm not really young anymore either.
Oh God, I got diapers from my children that are older than you.
My kids are out of diapers, but
yeah, mine are too. But I got T-shirts older than you. That sounds better.
That is a truly disturbing thought, Patrick.
I know, it sounded really bad as I was saying it, and I don't know exactly why I said it. Yeah, I've got issues.
I'm a medicinal patient, so I'm basically a 24-hour stoner, and for like several years. I'm a pretty functional stoner.
Oh yeah, I function. My only thing is I get my health care through the VA, and they don't recognize. And they know I smoke. I mean, I spent 95 days at a VA PTSD clinic in Oregon. It was also a drug and rehab clinic, and I had THC in my system, and I was categorized an addict. So.
I moved to Illinois, where the shit's hard to fucking find.
Yeah, good.
And I swear to you, the last shit I smoked was Bammers, because that's all I could fucking get was some fucking Bammers.
And even in fucking Rhode Island, they got good weed, man.
They call it Reggie here. And I was like, what the fuck is Reggie? And he's all, oh, it's just regular weed. I was like, all right, this was like a year ago. He showed up with it, and it was like 10, it was, I don't know, it was a couple grams for $10. I was like, what the fuck? This isn't Reggie. It's fucking Bammers. What the fuck have you, what have you done? That shit's extinct in California and Oregon. I haven't seen it since '99, I think.
I lived in Oregon for 13 years, man, and I didn't get, I never once saw bad weed. Just great weed and greater weed,
Right.
in Rhode Island, it's not hard to find. It took me a while to find somebody because, I was
California
new.
touches fucking Mexico, and you can't find bammers there.
What
I
are
don't know how they get it
bammers?
all the way to Illinois. Bammers are Mexican garbage brickweed with the seeds and stems and fucking all smashed up.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take it off. It was good chatting with all of you, though. That was a lot of fun. Even though
Yeah, I had fun. I wish I could have heard most of it, but of course I started another shitstorm.
All right, thank you for stopping by, Foxwell. I really appreciate that, man.
Yeah, it's always fun, man. Later.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
That was really fun. That was my first time ever being blocked by anybody in a hangout, man. Do I get like a...
God damn it, Secular Lobster, you need to change your fucking ways.
I feel like I made it, Even that guy that I made that video about, when I started losing my shit, he didn't even fucking block me. He just said he didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah.
I feel like I've made it in some way, I mean, I'd like to thank him if he'd come back, I got nothing but love for the guy,
You have reached YouTube stardom, Secular Lobster.
I'm sure. I'm wondering if he's going to send me a nasty message or some shit,
I don't think he can, because he can't figure out how to unblock you, I guess.
Now he can't get in here because you're blocked and you're in the hangout, so he can't enter.
Yeah, he's been trying to get back into the hangout, but he can't.
I've never blocked it, and but I tried one time, but my internet was slow. But I've never blocked or muted. I've never muted anybody. That's why I used to get on you sometimes when you first started doing hangouts, because it would turn into and I'd come on, man, it's your hangout, get going, But no, if he unmutes me, I got no hard feelings for the guy. I disagree with him on some stuff, and I didn't, But we've talking about other things later, and
So what you been up to, Mike?
Not a great deal, man. I went to Christchurch on the weekend and got a ride in a 650 horsepower fucking GT3 Porsche, which was kind of cool. But yeah, hanging, working.
When are you gonna have another show again?
Yeah, I'm not too sure, man. I gotta figure out a guest or get time, because the guest I was gonna have is kind of caught up in the California fires at the moment. So
oh shit!
It's kind of I gotta kind of work around that and get another guest or whatever. Yeah. Maybe I'll do another video.
Get a lot of smoke from those fires around here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends that are pretty fucked up over that shit right now.
Just qualified it. I'm in Colorado, Tim.
Yeah, well, the guy I was going to have on, this is the second time, because he's in, I think it's called Lake Town, or Lake District, or something. This is the second time that he's had to have a bag ready to go. Him and his wife are kind of sitting around waiting for the call. It's apparently the heart of the fire or the fire front or something is like 4 miles away from his house, so yeah, they're in a bit of a tough spot right now.
Oh, okay. And you, Grant, what's going on?
Oh, with me, I got a chance to talk with Deconvert Man, and I'm in the process of doing another animated video, and I'm actually a bit surprised that my programming or video editing software is able to do it, because my video editor is meant for gaming. It's not meant for my YouTube videos, and I'm actually a bit surprised I'm pushing it beyond its own boundaries.
Yeah. Well, right now I'm working on a pretty good video, I think. I mean, it's coming along quite nicely. the video itself, like I said earlier before you came in, Grant, it's going to be about 15 to 20 minutes long, but it's going to be about a discovery, you know, of a new ancestor of ours in South Africa.
Mm. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I read about that.
Yeah, and that's what the video is going to be about, basically.
Yeah, well, the nice thing, too, is they think there might be, like, 100 skeletons in there because it looks like it might be a burial spot.
Yeah, well, see, what I got from the article, I didn't read all of it into great detail, but what I got from the article is the fact that the article mentioned that it seems that these ancestors, you know, these primitive, were throwing their dead, you know, into that hole or wherever, that cave, I guess it was, and they were climbing down there and putting them down there, and it's like they were hiding them and stuff like that, apparently.
Well, hiding, or that was just their ceremony like we do today, you know?
Yeah.
Who knows? Can't climb into their mind now. They're long gone.
Hey, quiet.
Hey.
Can I ask a question real quick?
What's that?
If I need to switch computers because my laptop is like messing up, I need to get it fixed, and I'm trying to milk it until I can afford to. If I switch computers and I jump out of the Hangout, am I going to be able to get back in if what's his name jumps back in if he's still trying, or is he still trying?
There's enough spots. You should be all right.
No, I know, but see, he can't come in because he's got me blocked. So if he jumps in when I leave, if I try to come in, am I going to be blocked from coming into the Hangout?
Well, how long is it going to take you to switch computers?
Less than 5 minutes.
There is that delay.
You better hurry your ass.
Okay.
He doesn't know you're doing it yet.
Okay.
All right, 5 minutes on the clock.
All right, let's talk about him.
Yeah, let's talk about him. What are we going to talk about him? What are we going to say?
Well, I'll tell you the truth. I wasn't sorry I jumped in on it or started with him because I've heard it so many times. It's like after a while you start hearing a religious person start to spew, you know. It's like, I've heard this so many times. I know exactly where you're coming from, exactly where you're going.
Yep.
What's that with the whole truther thing? The whole conspiracy theory thing?
Yeah, he's not a truther, right. Sure, he sure talks like one because he wants to be labeled one or not.
Yeah. Oh, man, it makes me sad. It makes me sad that people are that fucking bored with their fucking life that they have to create ridiculous fucking stories just to, you know, feed to the public. It's stupid.
It makes some people money, but not necessarily that guy. But you know how many times we had this discussion at Randy's meetings, you know, when it first happened. And every so often we would have a truther come in when one of the meetings was, you know, was an open meeting to the public. And after a while, you're just shaking your head, man. Here we go again.
Yeah.
It leads down such a funny rabbit hole, you know. I mean, first, you know, the conspiracy theory with 9/11, then the ISS doesn't exist, and then the fucking flat Earth comes in.
The Arctic Circle wraps around the whole flat Earth.
I think whoever says that the ISS doesn't exist has been eating too many fucking crayons, like I said earlier. They're fucking stupid, and you know what? I wish they could do this. I wish NASA or somebody that was able to have the ability to go into space would take these fucking flat earthers up there so that they can actually see for themselves that they are full of fucking shit.
They'll still be in denial.
It also goes to a nasty place as well, you know. It like with the whole Sandy Hook thing, you know, and that's the unfortunate side. I mean, if it was just the whole fucking ISS deal and flat Earth, we could sit here and laugh our asses off at these people. But then they go and you know, Sandy Hook, oh blah blah blah, simply because someone didn't react the way they wanted to on camera.
Yeah.
You know, and that's nasty, man. I mean, I don't like.
Yeah, those
I
people
don't
are
go that far in it, but I scratch my head a little though.
Yeah, but
I
they're in
doubt
shock.
it.
They are in shock. All right? I know all about that from my wife. They
You know
are in
what?
shock.
You know why I have to laugh at them flat earthers? Is because of the fact that when I flew from Colorado to Guano, I had to catch a connecting flight from Detroit to where was it? From Detroit to Buffalo, New York. And while I was up in the air between those two cities, I was, what, 39,000 feet in the air, I guess, and I could already just see the beginning of the curvature of the Earth. You know what I mean? And they're fucking stupid.
Yeah, I was in Thailand, and my uncle called me one time, and it was 12 o'clock at night, my time in Thailand, and it was only 12 at his time in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And it was dark where I was.
Yeah. Oh, man, fucking, I don't know. It's like
they get around that by saying the sun and the moon go around the disc, around like the edge of the disc.
But the disc is flat, so it's all lit.
I know. I don't know how they fucking how it works, but
I wish I could find the video on YouTube. I know a dude on a channel called Smarter Every Day did it on the ISS.
Yeah, he's good.
The sun's kind of like a flashlight in their thing. It only sends a direct beam.
Oh, now it's a flashlight.
This astronaut had a camera set up with an open shutter and just pointed at the Earth. And as the Earth revolved, or they went around the Earth or whatever, just like the lights just became lines and just the most amazing photography. But in my mind, it's absolute proof, you know. But like, if you can find that video, I know it's on Smarter Every Day's channel, and I really haven't spent a lot of time looking for it, but really, really good video. Just on the whole, on that thing, the module that they built so that they could take photos with windows, and you know, so the module that had the windows in it, and everything. It was absolutely brilliant. The guy that actually designed the mechanism to open the shutters for the windows on the ISS from the inside. He branched off, and now he does something quite mundane. It's still design and engineering, but I can't remember. And that's the video that he goes into it. But yeah, and fucking amazing, like really good channel. If you ever get a chance to check it out, it's really, really cool, man.
Solar roadways.
It's the mammalian lizards doing all that.
You're back, Mr. Secular Lobster.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Everybody, yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Nice, you're not blocked anymore.
I'm not what?
Blocked anymore.
Oh, I'm sure I am. I am. I don't care.
Hey, Lobster, a fiction fighter says another lobster is going in.
Hey, I might even, if you put this out as public, I might even record it, you know, like upload part of the video.
Huh?
I want to see what I sound like when I'm yelling and screaming and making fun of someone. You know?
I've got it in my watch later list. I'm looking forward to it.
What did you put in the watch later list, Mike?
I put this in the watch later list because I came in at the end of that. So.
I definitely, you know, yeah.
I did try and surf through it. And Angry, you had a question that, like, why did the building cave in on itself? Because all skyscrapers are designed to do that. They've got, like, the tension on the inside is higher than the tension on the outside, so they naturally fall in. If they ever do fall over, they will fall in on themselves. It's a design feature.
Good. Yeah, could that be just so that the falling building doesn't hit any other buildings?
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's just to promote the natural falling in on its own footprint. I had a job there's a building in Auckland that was the highest structure in the Southern Hemisphere at one point, the Sky Tower, and I had a job there tensioning cables that ran up the concrete structure itself, and they were anchored like fucking 2 or 3 stories down underground, and then they would be anchored, and we'd put a huge big hydraulic jack on top of them, and pull the cables that were on the inside of the wall. We'd pull them to, I think it was like 14 ton, and then the ones that were on the outside of the wall would get pulled to 10 ton. So that the ones on the inside were of higher tension, so that if it ever did fall over or anything catastrophic ever did happen, it would fall in on itself. And it's a design feature of all different designs of skyscraper or pretty much like precast concrete or steel building. That they have that.
That makes sense. You can only imagine the damage it would do if fucking one of those towers had toppled over on its side.
Oh, imagine it.
Well, maybe they're watching old Godzilla movies, the old ones, when he used to destroy Tokyo every week and both buildings would fall straight over like that.
I don't like, when it comes to Godzilla, I don't like the new Godzilla movie. They didn't show enough of them.
No. The only Godzilla that I can handle is the old Japanese Godzilla movies that were dubbed into English.
I like the first one they did. Well, the remake. It was good.
Yeah.
I didn't show them enough, I still liked it.
Yeah, but that's what monsters were monsters, They were,
No, there's a horror movie that I think you guys should watch. I think it's rather interesting. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's called Rawhead Rex, and the movie is about a pagan demon that goes around killing people and shit. It's actually pretty good. Let me see if I can find something real quick on it for you guys in a new tab or so. Hold on.
I saw quite a cool movie the other day called Horns. It's an interesting watch.
Yeah.
The beginning of John dies at the end is fucking funny. Dude's like, imagine you have an axe. You kill somebody with an axe, and then you break the handle. So you go buy a new handle. Then you break the head. So you go buy a new head. And then that guy digs himself up and comes into your house and says, that's the axe that killed me. Is he right?
I'm not sticking around to find out. I'm not into zombies. I don't like being scared, and I don't watch those kind of movies.
I'm waiting for a new Star Wars.
Did you go... Sorry, Paul.
No, fine.
Did you go away and have like a fucking 3 cc's of heroin or something? You seem a lot more chilled out now. Patrick.
Yeah, I just freebase,
Yeah, just freebase. Mainline, straight to the fucking brain. No waiting.
Marijuana, that was my real meaning,
Yeah.
No, actually, when I was going off like that, I was actually not even mad or anything. I was just having fun, just raging, trying to. Because I almost got out of the hangout. If you watch it, I almost got out of the hangout. I had my fucking finger on that little X up in the top right. Then I was like, no, fuck no, I'm not gonna get out of this hangout. So, but no, I great move.
All right, I'm gonna put it in the side chat. It's a trailer to the. It's a 1986 film called Rawhead Rex. Here, there it is, right there.
I don't think I can access the side chat.
There it is. There it is, right there.
Yeah, I think I got a little heated in the last hangout that Quiet had, and quite angry. I do apologize if I did offend you or get heated or anything.
So like I said, I'm not gonna mute anybody. I'm not gonna fucking do nothing like that. I don't believe in that shit. I mean, I don't believe in the blocking part of it. I don't like that shit. I mean, if a discussion gets out of hand in a hangout, then I can completely understand why someone will be muted. But as far as blocking people is concerned, I don't like that shit.
As long as I have golden Buddha soap dish, all is well. You know, I have the whatever.
But did you guys get the link I provided?
Yeah, I gotta
did.
open another tab and I'll look at it later.
Okay. So, how scared do you guys like to be in movies? Do you like the shit scared out of you, like, you know, or just like mild scare, or what?
I don't get scared.
Yeah, and I don't like horror movies anymore because they all say, you know, it's a magic priest or something that comes in and saves the day, or it's a biblical monster of some sort. You know, and I've always thought if you're fighting a vampire and the priest that blessed your holy water molested a kid right before he blessed it, is it still going to work?
You know,
it's all fantasy, so wherever you want to make it.
So, John.
Yes.
Can you hear Lobster now or no?
Yes.
All right, now that's cool. No more fighting, or I'm gonna have to, you know, get a little bit more stern on this shit. Okay? Let's talk about fun things. Let's talk about good things. Let's not fight anymore because that shit's getting old already.
What I had to do was I did find something that explained how to block somebody, but then somehow I tried to find it again. I couldn't find it again.
Yeah.
So I had to make a new account.
I noticed that.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Whenever I lose something on the internet, I always throw it in the favorite button as soon as I find it again, because I know I won't find it the next time.
Yeah, that's why whenever I come across something that really interests me, I always bookmark the fucking people.
Did you put that right out there? Or?
Yeah, I put it right where his entrance was, so I can't see it. Wow.
Yeah, I always bookmark the shit whenever I find it. I've lost a lot of shit that I'd never really cared to lose.
Yeah.
That I cared too much to lose, I should say.
You know, I just thought of, like, for really sensitive topics, and that what the way it needs to work, of course, is that should be the a planned thing that we're going to get together and talk about that. You know, when it just comes up spontaneously, it don't tend to go well, right? So, but if you plan it and everybody, and there's like the rules, you got to bring so much evidence, etc., etc. That's the way to do it. You know, just spontaneously, it ain't going to work out, is it?
Yeah, I think, you know, if a healthy discussion happens, you know, it certainly would work a hell of a lot better than what it actually did earlier, you know.
Yeah, so that's the thing, like, these hangouts sometimes, you know, plan a specific topic and give people a week to research it if they want, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and today, you know, there's times, like, I don't know. It's just when I talk about Christians and when I talk about things like that, you know, I mean, everybody's heard every fucking argument they've ever fucking put forth to everybody. This shit's getting old and shit like this. When I want to talk about something specific, you know, I tend to hesitate because I'm pretty sure everybody's heard of it already. You know, they don't want it run by them again. I mean, it's hard to bring up something new when it involves, you know, fundamentalists because they bring nothing new to the table. They never have. And they never will.
Well, I've always felt like the whole debate with theists, it's a pretty big, you know, discussion when you everything consider that there is to talk about the different areas of debate. So that's why I never really get tired of it, really. And I actually find it interesting to try and see, well, which arguments do they do they tend to use most often. So all that stuff tends to be interesting to me. I don't really get burned down on it, really. But I understand if some people do, you know.
Yeah. I just think, like, with the whole conspiracy theory thing, as I say, it bugs me with the Sandy Hook thing, and when they start going there, you know, like,
you know, my thing about that is, I will never advocate saying, you know, it's fake, blah 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 blah. Fucking throw out evidence, fucking say, look at this, look. But I can't get the doubt out, you know. I can't, and I mean, you can't fault me for doubting something.
Yeah,
but I don't control how my brain fucking works.
Doubt without research is pure stupidity. You know.
What?
Like, vocal doubt without research is stupidity, man.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with 9/11. Being that we just had the anniversary, I was watching like tons of video, and this really was the first year that I started taking seriously these people that were talking about these other explanations of possible and all that the 9/11 Commission failed to do and so on. And so that's why, you know, I decided to talk about it when it came up, because it's just a current thing. You know, if I hadn't just been watching like video like day and night for the last couple of weeks, like, I became really preoccupied with it, and I was kind of surprised I was, because for many years I couldn't stand to look at any of it. Like, I couldn't even look a minute of it. It was way too painful. So the fact that I've finally gotten to this point 14 years later that I can bear to watch it, I can watch plenty of it. I watched hours of it, you know, talking all about it, this, that, and the other. So since it was somehow this first year I finally arrived at this point where I could stand, emotionally I could stand it, to really look at it and think about it. And, you know, they start saying things that, you know, make sense. You could say at the end of the day, well, no, they're incorrect, but I don't think everybody that's given these alternate explanations and they're objecting to the official explanation, I don't think they're all crazy. You know what I mean? These are credentialed individuals. If you think they're all just like nutters and they're just out for a laugh or whatever it is, that's not the case. I mean, if you actually look, these are lots of credentialed individuals, engineers and architects that are saying it couldn't have happened that way. They could be wrong, though, but still, that's what they're saying. That's all I want to point out. There's lots of people that are experts in this field that they can't accept it because it couldn't possibly be true, according to them anyway. So that's what's out there, and that's the thing. Since it's been 14 years now, I mean, the more people that have gotten involved in adding to the debate, more people with credentials, it's really bolstered that position. You know, in the early years, it was easy to write off that, you know, anybody objecting to the official explanation, because not a lot of people, or not as many people, had weighed in. Although right away a lot of people did, engineers and architects, like right away that day, that first week, they were saying, no, that can't be correct. That the planes would cause that to happen in that period, in any period of time, but even that short period of time. So that's all out there, and they're not all crazy. They're not the type of people that just like to, you know, they're not the people that like buy the National Enquirer, you know, World Weekly News and all that crazy shit. That's not the kind of people that are saying this stuff.
That's so, that's I agree with you, John. Absolutely. Like, my point is, you know, with 9/11, there's lots of technical data. There's all sorts of, you know, the building construction and beams can't get this hot and blah 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 blah. Lots of room to move there. You know what I mean? My problem with Angry Hairpiece is like that Sandy Hook thing, man. It's just so stupid. It's just so stupid and disrespectful. And like 28 kids died, man.
I don't want to sound like a super douche, but you fucking been talking for 10 fucking minutes. I ain't said shit. But in the fucking beginning, when it first happened on the news, though, to tell you the truth, even before I was like, these people I mean, even if I'm wrong, I don't give a fuck. I could be wrong. I mean, it's more than likely I am wrong.
You are wrong.
I admit that. But even if it did happen to him, it's a fucking insanely affluent fucking neighborhood that I could give a, you know, shit about. I can't feel, you know, I don't know.
I just see it as disrespectful, man. I just see you as a very, very disrespectful individual.
Because I don't personally, believe in narrative.
No.
I'm not advocating for anybody else to not believe it.
We got into an argument about it. You and I personally got into an argument about it. Do you remember that?
But you saying to me that I shouldn't think that way. That's all
when
it
I
is.
sat there and watched that video, you went off on this fucking rant, and I had to stop.
Oh, I didn't. No, you got me fucked up.
You know? I mean, it was the same with the ISS, man. You don't even believe that the ISS is fucking real.
No, I never said you're fucking insane.
Bullshit,
I said I saw a video about that, and I was like, some of the shit looks like weird, and then they're talking about it can't be because it's a flat Earth. So I can't believe anything they said.
No, you know that you fucking tried to tell me that the ISS wasn't real, and went off on one
I
of your
never said that.
rants.
No, you got me fucked up. I've never said that. I've said I've watched videos where they say motherfuckers are in the ISS with scuba tanks and shit. I've pointed out that what other people have said. I never said whether or not I believe anything.
Advocated that they weren't real, and that I'm afraid in my book makes you an idiot.
I said some of the shit makes you go like the chick with her fucking crazy perm.
What chick?
Huh? There's a video that chick, and she's supposed to be in the ISS, and she's got her hair.
What you mean? You mean she is in the ISS?
No matter how much she flails her head around, her hair the curls stay exactly the same.
You mean that chick that actually is in the ISS? Not supposed to be. Is there? Is there?
What?
Is that the trick that you mean, or is this some kind of another figment of your wild imagination?
Yeah, see, that's not a figment of my wild imagination. I'm saying this is what somebody else said. And I'm not saying whether or not the fucking shit's true.
It's just not true,
I'm
man.
not saying whether or not it was true.
Like, put you in front of a room full of other people, right, that you're trying to fucking get their respect, and your whole tune changes, man. I bet none of these dudes even know. None of these dudes even know about your ISS conspiracy theory. None of them even know, dude. None of them even know. You're a farce. You're a fucking fallacy. You're a charlatan, and you're an idiot.
I said that in these hangouts. We can go back and fucking watch the fucking whole 20 hours of them that there've been. And see, I said that exact same thing before in the fucking hangout.
You're a charlatan, farce, idiot.
Okay. Alright.
Let's talk about something.
But I'm not advocating for anybody else to believe any bullshit.
Let's talk about something different, guys. Come on now, please. Let's talk about.
I don't think that ISS isn't real. I see the fucking thing go over my house all the fucking time. You can see it with naked eye.
The whole tune has changed, man.
No,
the whole tune has changed.
No, this is exactly been my opinion the whole fucking time. So
why did you say a completely different opinion to me?
What?
Why would you say
a
completely different opinion to me?
I told you.
Well, why would I say it? Why would I
think
sit here
it's funny
in front of
watching fucking conspiracy theory shit? I do. I fucking think that shit's funny.
Why? Like, let's look at it logically. Earpiece, can I talk? Let's look at it logically. Okay, let's look at this conversation logically without you interrupting me. Is that going to be possible? We may as well get these ground rules organised first.
Well, fucking talk. Shut the fuck up about rules and start talking.
Why would I sit here in front of these people that mean nothing to me? You mean nothing to me. I couldn't give a shit if you lived or died.
Right.
You know, none of these people mean anything to me. Why would I sit here and apparently slander your good character?
I don't have a good character.
So I can't talk without you interrupting.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Okay, well, stop interrupting, please. Why, like, logically, why would I sit here and do this? Why would I sit here?
You're mistaken. You mistook what I said.
I can't talk.
You mistook what I said. That's why.
No, I can't talk. No, I can't talk.
Not. You asked me a fucking question.
I can't talk. I can't finish a sentence. Is that right? You might want to write that down. If you write it down in side chat, then it's there forever. You know. You write it down that Mike can't finish a sentence without being interrupted by a moron. Why would I do that? Why would I come in here and
because you're mistaken.
Like, logically, think about it. Think
because
about it.
You're
what
mistaken.
Is it? If I'm lying, what's in it for me?
I ain't saying
Why
you're lying. I'm saying you're mistaken. You misheard me.
No,
you misheard me.
I had to stop you that day.
No,
I said to you, I'm not talking about this. I don't want to talk about this. Let's talk about something else. I stopped you. You remember that? It was the same day I made that very avatar for you that I'm staring at right now. It was that very same day.
Mm-hmm. But you, no.
And I stopped you. I said, I don't want to talk about it. I disagree with you, and you went off on one of your high-pitched little rants.
No.
And I'm like, dude, enough. That's when I actually had some respect for you that is now long gone.
What?
You know, I stopped you because you were, no, man, no. Like, seriously, dude. Why would I sit here and lie? Why would I sit here and lie and...
Why would I give a fuck what you... No, you've got me... I do not believe that shit, though. I brought it up. We were talking about conspiracy theory shit, and I said, I've seen all kinds of fucking crazy shit.
We were talking about Sandy Hook in particular.
Yes. Yep. And we were talking about the fact that I don't fucking go out there and tell anybody fucking in the world that, no, it's bullshit, you shouldn't believe that, but I have personal fucking doubts about that shit.
But you do.
Isn't that exactly what I said?
You're in the world and say to people, you don't believe that because it's bullshit, because that's what you said to me. That is exactly what you said to me.
No.
You didn't watch the right video. You didn't watch the right video. You only watched 2.5 hours of fucking right-wing conspiracy theorists that fucking want... and spit in the face of dead children. That spit in the face of dead children. You watched the wrong one. You should have watched the 5.5 hour one. And sat through 5.5 hours of right-wing conspiracy theorists spitting in the face of dead children. In fact, I'll go one step further. Pissing and shitting in their mouths. Dead children, dude. Dead fucking children. Dead children. So don't sit here and say that you didn't say any of that. Even
no matter how many times you say dead children, I'm sorry. I am not more than 40% fucking, I say 6. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. 60% sure that it happened.
Gracious,
but I'll give it 40% that it didn't. I'll
so
put 40 on it.
So you're only 40% spitting in the face of dead children, is that it?
What?
So you're only spitting and you're only 40% spitting in the face of dead children, is that it?
No, I have doubt.
Research the doubt. How would you research doubt? Okay, all right, you've got doubt.
That's the thing. That's you can't research it without looking into conspiracy theory shit, so you can't give it any credibility. You can't give anything... Any conspiracy theory things get any fucking credibility, so...
Doubt is a great place to start.
Doesn't matter.
Well, what is your research? I mean, if it's research and if it's valid...
Just saying, the fucking...
Sitting there watching fucking right-wing conspiracy theorists spit in the face of dead children, list your reference material. List all of the sites and all of the videos that you have watched, and fucking this is great. This is exactly what John was saying. We can all watch these videos. We can all watch videos, and then we can come back a week later and we can all discuss the end results of your research.
Why does it happen? No. What?
No?
I'm talking about when it first fucking happened.
You don't want your research
watching shit on the fucking news.
Is that it? You don't want it peer reviewed. You don't want these people to know what you really think.
Go to YouTube and punch in fucking Sandy Hook and watch any fucking videos you want. I'm sure there's hundreds of them.
See, right? I think you're blowing it way out of proportion when you call it research. I think it's just fucking boredom.
You're calling it research. I'm calling it conspiracy theory fucking bullshit. I'm calling it what it is. So you can't give any credibility. So there's no fucking site I can fucking even lead
Sandy Hook is a conspiracy theory. You just said.
No. No, and I maintain my position that even if it was fake, it was a fucking made-for-TV movie for, for the news organizations.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. When you have kids, when you've raised children, and you see a story like that, I challenge you to fucking maintain that position, man. I challenge you.
Can you explain the made-for-TV movie?
It's just, maybe news was fucking dead. They needed a fucking good story that was going to last a while and generate a bunch of shit. I'm not saying that that's the fact. I'm saying that if...
You are saying that's the fact.
No, I'm not saying that's the fact. I'm saying, okay, I'm saying I am more than halfway convinced that it is an actual event that happened. And I feel bad for the people. But you know what? Fuck it. In my fucking warped little fucking view of it, a bunch of little kids didn't fucking die. Alright? Fuck it. A bunch of kids that I don't fucking know. I'm not shitting on anybody's fucking grave, thinking my own fucking thoughts in my own fucking head. And fuck you telling me what I am fucking thinking or doing. Anybody else hear me advocating against fucking children dying? Or saying fuck any kids that have died? Anybody hear me say anything like that?
Does anyone else agree that belief in that ridiculous conspiracy theory that is apparently Sandy Hook is advocating is spitting in the face of dead children and spitting in their mourning parents' face? Does anyone else feel that way?
Okay, what was the question?
Am I a piece of shit because my brain doubts the narrative?
No, but
I'm not telling you should think that. I'm not telling anybody else they should think that. He asked me a question, and the reason I showed him that video was because he asked me why I thought that. So I told him, hey, there's an insanely long fucking conspiracy theory thing called We Need to Talk About Sandy Hook. It's 5 fucking hours long. And it's full of crazy shit that's just, it could be all just fucking coincidences. It really fucking could. It could be all Photoshop bullshit fucking lies. It really fucking could. And I live in the age where motherfuckers do that all the fucking time. Why wouldn't I believe that it's a fucking possibility that it's all bullshit? But for you to say it's not a possibility for it to not be bullshit.
It wasn't bullshit.
It wasn't bullshit.
That's impossible. It's physically fucking impossible. No, I'm saying it's absolutely 100% impossible for it to be bullshit. You know for a fact.
No, you don't know what I think.
No, I'm asking, do you know for a fact that it's 100%,
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I would go on the, yeah, please, yeah.
Do you believe that it's true? No, because unless you're going by the shit on CNN, that's where the fucking conspiracy theory fucks are getting their bullshit from.
But you're the conspiracy theory fuck here. You're the conspiracy.
No, I'm not making any videos. I'm not advocating for anybody to fucking think that way.
You're believing them.
I personally have doubt. I have doubt. I've had doubt since the fucking day it popped up on the news.
So
I had doubt then.
So research.
Research, all researching Sandy Hook does is bring up fucking Sandy Hook conspiracy theory shit. That's all researching Sandy Hook does.
No,
that's not research. That's called Google searching. There's a difference.
It's not true. There's all sorts of stuff that tells actual facts about what happened in Sandy Hook from people that live in Sandy Hook. Local media covered it really very well. The state of Massachusetts, Boston stations carried it. They got the facts that they came down the road, you know.
The fact that she started off as a teacher there, and that's how the kid got in the locked building, but she was a kindergarten teacher a while ago. I mean, it was stuff like that. And you can't tell me that shit didn't. I'm making that shit up because I remember seeing that shit on the news. What the fuck? Every time the news came out, and I wouldn't even have known anything about dude fucking laughing at the mic and saying, "What do I do? Read from the card?" if the news organizations themselves hadn't showed that shot 1,000 times. And then,
you know why he said that? Do you know why he said that?
No, I can't be in his mind.
No, because they explained why he said that. Because he had been talking to a lot of people. Some places, some news organizations have facts read up, right? They're going to ask people simple questions, you know, stuff like that. There are news organizations that have actual cue cards, right? So this guy's being pushed around from media outlet to media outlet and everything. All he wanted to know if they had something for him to read, or was he just going to be asked questions? You know, news media does that, you know, sometimes. Just to keep people on track. They know what the questions are going to be, you know, so it's in their fucking head. It doesn't mean, you know, yeah, that goes back to the whole thing about the guy, you know, wasn't grieving properly because his fucking child died the day before. You know, that's just horrible.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of shit in there that.
The fact of the matter is, a bunch of first graders got killed, right? Got shot dead for the only thing they did was go to school, you know.
How many?
That is what happened. But I'm saying there is doubt in my brain.
Okay.
Like if fucking jury, if I was in a fucking jury, and the jury asked me whether or not that happened, I couldn't fucking convict it of happening. I really couldn't. Not from the fucking news, not from just the videos I saw in the news. There's no fucking way I could.
You'd be the defendant's lawyer's dream. You know, you'd be that one guy.
All right.
But the thing that I would say about the whole situation is if an individual, say, for example, were to have doubts about what happened with the shootings and whatnot, go talk to the parents of the children. Go talk to the people that were actually involved with the situation instead of, you know what I mean? Go talk to the actual people that were involved.
Yeah, I've actually met people that were affected by Sandy Hook, you know? So, yeah, met a lady at a fundraiser near Boston, right? She actually lost her daughter. Had pictures of her kid, too, you know? Wasn't one of these things where, oh, no pictures of these kids exist and stuff. These people are reduced at times to, like, having little boards of pictures of their children to prove that their kids actually existed, you know? You know, and I remember when there was a school shooting in Springfield, Oregon, right? How come that was a false flag, right?
My cousin was at that school.
How come my Springfield, Oregon wasn't a false flag? You know, you didn't hear anything about that.
See, but that's the thing. I know someone personally in my family who was at that school when people came in and started shooting.
Okay. Okay. I've met people that were at Sandy Hook when the shooting started.
I've read email exchanges between the parents and people that were. I've read email exchanges from the parents and people that actually did have doubt, and that actually pursued their doubt and had their doubt quenched after email exchanges with the parents of people who lost children at Sandy Hook.
Well, lead me that path, and then I will come out and publicly say that it's absolutely 100% bullshit. Those kids really fucking died, and everybody's a fucking piece of shit for doubting it. Okay?
Why does the proof need to change when it comes to you?
What's that?
Why do you feel these parents need to prove that their children?
They don't. This is my own personal opinion.
Because you're sitting here saying that their children didn't die.
No, I'm not.
You are.
I'm saying I have a doubt.
You are.
A doubt.
By believing fucking that movie, let's talk about Sandy Hook, you are saying that you believe that these people's children didn't die. You said so in as many words fucking 5 minutes ago.
No, I have doubt.
You said so.
I have doubt. I have doubt. What the fuck don't you understand about that?
So email a parent.
What?
Email one of the parents. Takes one quick Google search to get an email account to be able to talk to one of the parents. Nothing?
No, I'm not going to fucking do it right now. Let's see.
Search. Google search. I'm sure you'll come up with a fucking email address and ask them, did your children die at Sandy Hook? I fucking dare you to.
What the fuck?
You know? I mean, if you're so worried about your doubt, then fucking talk to people.
You're worried about my doubt. You're fucking worried about my doubt. I know my doubt doesn't fucking matter a bit in the fucking world. What I think doesn't fucking matter.
What I give a fuck about is you being two-faced around these people, and then
I'm
when
not
just
being any kind of
you're a
face.
completely different person with a completely different set of beliefs.
Bro, I fucking told you that day. I said I wouldn't advocate that it fucking happened, but there's no fucking way I can say it unequivocally fucking did happen. That's what the fuck I said to you. That's my exact fucking words. I said there's all kinds of batshit crazy ones out there. And that's when I probably said, you should see the ones about the fucking ISS that look fucking, some of that shit looks odd. But it's not fucking inconceivable.
What's not inconceivable?
They do training all the fucking time in a in a pool. No, they do training all the time in a pool. What's so inconceivable about them training it and then somebody getting a hold of that video of them training and sell that as a fucking, that shit doesn't exist.
That's not the angle you took when it was just you and I talking.
No, no, dude. I did not advocate that the fucking ISS doesn't exist. And I don't give a fuck what you say.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. You misheard me. You're fucking mistaken.
I don't think so.
I'm fucking well, I don't give a fuck what you think. I'm telling you. You're telling me what the fuck I think, though.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you what you said.
No.
Yeah, I am.
Because no, you're not. You're misconstruing what I said.
The panel of peers here. Am I misconstruing what? Am I trying to say misconstruing what Angry thinks, or am I like trying to misconstrue what he said? Panel of peers.
Well, speaking from a lobster perspective, I think both of you should take an example from me and John, who seem to get along fine and have a problem in about, what's it been, John, about an hour now? So, yeah, take it from us, and, you know, life is good, man.
You
Believe what
just
you're told.
you bastard.
I will blindly do this from now on. And I'll never doubt another thing. God damn it, Jesus does fucking exist, son of a bitch.
All right, guys, are we ready to move on to the JFK assassination? You guys ready?
Man. I was a gunman on the grassy knoll, by the way. I was about 3.5 at the time. Nobody suspected a thing. So this guy got it right here, you know. Yep, it was me.
You know, I was trying to think, what are the other big things that people argue about, what really happened? There's JFK, right? But I can't think of what are the other ones.
Moon landing. The moon landing.
Oh, yeah, but the moon landing, it doesn't seem to be anything like, you know, these other things.
Oh,
moon landing.
You'd be surprised, John. John, you'd be surprised. I'm not trying to interrupt you, dude. I'm really not. But you'd be surprised how many people on YouTube think the moon landing was fake.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth is and yeah, so yeah, they're you know, like I said, I'm not looking for, you know, but there are people on this internet that sometimes actually come into these hangouts that believe that the moon landing didn't take place.
Oh, there's people that think that fucking Michael Brown didn't get shot. There's people that think that little racist boy didn't go into that church and kill all those people. I mean, there's all kinds of crazy conspiracy theory bullshit out there.
So I guess the way it works
I don't think that didn't happen, Mike. Okay?
Okay, guys.
Get that fucking clear. Hey, he can't reload like 9 fucking times. Let me see you reload a gun 9 times.
Hey, hold on a minute. Hey, hold on a second. You leaving, Paul?
Yeah, I'm leaving. It's getting late here. I gotta get up early.
All right, Paul. You have a good night, and I'll see you again.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
All right. Bye-bye.
Later, Paul.
Like, I'm not going to go into any crazy conspiracy theories, but you guys do realize how many bullets are in 9 clips, right?
No.
Well, there's what, 7 to 9 per clip?
Okay.
I don't know exactly how many times he reloaded.
For which weapon?
A handgun.
Which one, though?
I don't know what he used.
Oh, because there's handguns that have 15 in the clip and 1 in the chamber.
Right. So, I mean, and the smallest one's got, what, 7, unless it's a little fucking, little tiny
Yeah, I shoot
8 or something. Nah, it probably holds more.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, there's all kinds of conspiracy theories bullshit out there.
So the way it works now is that any of these, things that happen in the news right away, these people that they think every one of them has to be part of a false flag thing, right? That's usually the term that, like the umbrella term that would cover it, a false flag event. Like even the guy who just shot the 2 journalists, they claim that's the one. So like every single one of them, they will automatically, they think like these things could never really happen. They got to be part of this.
There has to be something else. John, there's actually a video about those journalists that got shot that shows that the shooter was actually a reptilian. So
their shooter was reptilian.
Yeah, I was watching a video the other day he goes, if you watch the eyes and you watch that face, that little bit of thing right there, some guy, and then he put this little shape thing that reptilian people's heads are supposed to look like or some shit, And
did they make him look like a fucking Komodo dragon or what?
No, it was just, some people want an alternative answer for everything.
Yeah.
And sometimes, and to what John said earlier about the JFK assassination. Now, I have been changed my mind on many occasions during my life about that. In the end, I still think Lee Harvey Oswald shot him, but I think that there was enough people that were pissed off at John Kennedy at that time, enough people that just really didn't like him, between the mafia, the Cubans, the Russians, the CIA. A lot of people. 1973, I think it was 73 or 70. It was in 73. It was right after Ford took office, I think, when they had the congressional hearings about whether it was a conspiracy or not, and they came out and they said, yeah, we don't know of a conspiracy, but the chances of it actually being a conspiracy are really good. And what is a conspiracy? What does it take to have a conspiracy? What, 2 people? So then, where do you go with that? Was it the CIA? Was it the mafia? I mean, so was it just a crazy lone nut guy? And what about Jack?
So with that, let me see. The thing is, people, what they do is they'll bring in all these arguments to hear, but a lot of times the interesting thing to do is to focus on the one thing that's really interesting. But like in the case of JFK assassination, this isn't like inclusive, but when you think about it, and you just focus on Oswald, it's interesting, right? Just focus on Oswald. Don't like who he was and that kind of stuff, and don't even think about what happened there on the day, but just think about who he was and his history, his biography, right? But then if you take, but if you do somewhat think of the day, but not exactly, but you're just thinking of terms. I mean, we're talking like odds, right? So right off the bat, like the number of guys who want to kill the president, right? That send death threats. That's a significant number, right?
Yeah.
But then the number goes down. But then the number that are actually capable of killing him or killing anybody, the number drops. So okay, you got the ones that they're really angry at the president, But then how many are actually capable of killing because they're not capable of killing? So that the number goes down. So now what else? Then what are the odds that the president, the guy who wants to kill the president, what are the odds that the president one day his motorcade is going to drive right by the building where he works? What are the odds of that? So see, now it goes down. So you start whittling it down, and the odds get kind of steep that it really was him. If you're willing to accept that premise, which I know a lot of people won't, they'll dismiss it. But I don't know that there's good grounds to dismiss it. But that's my opinion. To me, that's a strong argument. See, that way, all the other stuff that the bullets, this, that, all these other stuff. But if you just focus on that, what are the odds that the guy who wants to kill the president is capable of doing it? He's capable of murder, and the president comes right by the building where he works, meaning he has a very what would you say, great opportunity because he knows the building. And then on top of that, not only is it a building where he works, it has a floor in the building that's deserted because it's just a storage floor, which is unusual in a building, that it was that kind of building. And then a couple more things, and then it happened to be just the right height. It wasn't too high up where he had to lean out the window, and it wasn't too low down where people would see him in the window. So we had just such a amazing, if you add the odds of all that he had all that. He wants to kill the president.
Going 10 miles an hour or less.
The car, right. But then to do with that, the one last thing, and then I'll let anybody wants to respond, then the fact that he waited until after the car turned the corner and had gone down the road, and now if he doesn't get off the shots accurately, then he'll miss his chance. But if he decided to shoot him when the car was coming towards a building, it was shooting fish in a barrel. But for whatever reason, which nobody can explain, he waited until the car turned the corner and had gone around the bend, and then he only had seconds to get off several shots, and he actually had a tree blocking his view. So there you go. So anybody who has anything to say.
And also,
did he have line of sight from before it turned?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Hitting the target going away from you isn't that hard. It's a stationary target basically. It's just getting a little small.
He had a tree, and he also had one of those light signals that kind of like sticks out over the road.
But I don't know, hitting a target going away from you is easier than hitting the target coming at or going by you.
I don't know how that could be, but I mean...
maybe not coming at you, but going by you, definitely.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Maybe not coming at you, but it turned right at the books, whatever the fuck it's called, right? Isn't that where it made the right turn, at that building?
It made a left turn, actually.
Yeah, right, it turned at the building, it was a left turn. Yeah, that's right.
No, a right turn.
No, it was a left.
No, it was definitely left. I mean, I've seen it a million times. It's a left turn.
Oh, when they were coming straight at him, huh?
there's also the Secret Service making the mistake of not going through all of the buildings and closing all the windows.
Yeah.
Because that was standard practice. That's standard practice for any motorcade is to go through before and go through all the buildings, close all the windows, say to the building people, people in the building, do not fucking open these windows. And then when you look at the
people anywhere that would make a good crow's nest.
Yeah.
Have people in sniper positions ready to take out any other person.
My understanding of that was by the time they got around by the school, that was pretty much, that street pretty much goes, once you pass the grassy knoll, pretty much goes right to the freeway or the interstate or whatever they call it in Texas. And they were supposed to be going to Fort Worth to a luncheon that he never showed up at. That was one reason. Yeah, and security was different in 1963. They'd send, a lot of times the advance party, for the president, sure they'd send in some Secret Service, but a lot of times the advance party was local police. They didn't have a lot of these agencies that were really equipped with, so yeah, a lot of things were missed for years. He's in a fucking, convertible.
Yeah.
But even up into the time when Ford somebody tried to shoot, Squeaky Fromm tried to shoot Ford, and the only reason why he's not dead is the gun didn't go off. A lot of the security things have gotten better, you know, but yeah, in 1963 it was nothing like today, you know.
Agreed. I'm definitely with John on this one. Like, you know, you start stacking up the odds. You know, you look at it like a bookmaker's game, and the odds that it was just Lee Harvey Oswald on his own are astronomically high. Astronomically high for me.
That's outrageous! How could you fucking... You're just pissing on Ken...
I'll give you that one, Angry. I'll give you that one.
No, I just, you know, and I think what a lot of conversation was brought up when Oliver Stone made that movie JFK, and a lot of people think that's kind of like a documentary because it was actually a very good movie. But you know, it brings up certain questions about certain people that were brought up that the Warren Commission never, you know. I mean, there were people that were killed, you know, that ended up dead. You know, I'm not saying it was coincidence. I'm not saying it was somebody, you know, wanted to shut them up, but a lot of people died. A lot of people disappeared.
Okay, would it be better if I wasn't a conspiracy theory? I was just a coincidence theorist. There's a lot of weird coincidences in those conspiracies.
A coincidence theorist?
Yeah.
That's the first time I've heard of that.
Well, just made it up.
The world is full of millions and billions and trillions and gazillions of coincidences that happen every day.
I think it's healthy to have doubt and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But
not 20 minutes ago you didn't. I was the worst person in the fucking world because I have a little doubt.
Angry.
Person in the world because you interrupt people all the time, Angry.
Look, Angry, can I say something real quick?
What?
Sometimes it's not maybe what you, it's how you come across.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You know, and I think that's what and what you're trying to put across and what you're putting across and your delivery aren't like working. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why I do videos with memes and video clips, because I don't speak well either.
I think there has to be a portion of, I don't know, good taste, respect. You know, I mean, it's pretty obnoxious to come out and say that Sandy Hook didn't happen, those children didn't die. That's a.
I've never said that though. I've never claimed any such thing.
Am I allowed to finish like one sentence?
Well, fuck, well, you're talking about me.
Yeah, talking about
I'm
you.
not allowed to defend myself. Just wait, okay.
About you.
Keep piling up stuff so I can lose track of what I'm trying to argue with. Go ahead.
Keep talking, buddy. Keep talking, Angry. All you're doing is hanging yourself, man.
Go ahead, Mike.
I just think that taste, respect for the dead, respect for the mourning, have to come to it at some point. You know, like it's pretty disrespectful, man, to come out and say that those children didn't die. That's a pretty disrespectful kind of sentiment to have. And if you have doubt, then research that doubt. You know, don't sit there and watch YouTube videos. As I said, do a Google search and you'll come up with an email address. Email the parents.
But first of all, it was 3 years ago, and another part is I didn't give that much of a shit about it when it happened. Sorry.
Oh, hold on. Can I ask something?
It was a whole country away from me.
Can I ask something? Because I asked earlier, what are the ones, like the famous ones that people say, you know, it was something other than what it's supposed to be, and then now we know like every single one will be. will be included, right? Everyone that comes up in the news. But I'm thinking there's one maybe not, because it maybe was before the time where this started got rolling, like pre 9/11, right? And that is the Columbine shooting. The people say that was a false flag, the Columbine shooting. You know the one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
The people say that was one of them?
There's footage of that actually taking place.
Yeah.
That doesn't explain the false flag. That doesn't explain the
There's
flag.
actual footage of people being shot. Yeah.
Oh, right. So, but it can't be like false in that sense. There's no doubt the people really got shot and died, but they could still say those two kids were like working for, you know, X, Y, and Z. They weren't just these two desperate kids that snapped. They were actually they were working for so and so to serve, you know, whatever, false flag or whatever.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't really know how to respond to it.
I mean, in these false flags, nobody's saying that the victims are always fake, but that's something I've seen that is out there for 9/11. They say the victims, at least some of them, are not real people. They're actors, or they're people who died previously, and so they took their photo. Just that's the only thing that's real. You know, it's a real person. But then they even say some of these photos are computer composites of people, so they did actually fabricate victims. So you say that about 9/11, and I don't even, you know, think about that because it's not necessary. And like I was saying, if you get into all that stuff, then you'll get confused, and so you don't need to like really try to consider everything that people say. For me, I just look at the issue with the buildings coming down, right? And I think that's what you tend to need to do with these things. You got to tend to focus on what seems to be the key aspect of it. If you try to like cover everything, then you probably won't get anywhere. It'll be too much. It'll be confusing.
Can we I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but can we talk about something different now? Because all this shit's leaving a very sour taste in my mouth.
I went for a ride in a 650 horsepower GT3 on the weekend.
You what?
I went for a ride in a 650 horsepower Porsche GT3 on the weekend.
The fuck is that?
Race car. Porsche race car. 911. Petrol head start.
Would you guys stop?
I was wondering how that sound was, Angry.
Stupid little dog. No, just yeah. The little one's a bully.
I wonder why PW Swivel hasn't come out with his new video yet.
Shh, stop.
Hey, somebody's scaring my cat, man. My cat was sleeping. He just got off probation, you know.
That's it.
He's back to sleep.
Here you go.
Oh shit! So what do you guys? Oh, it's starting to get dark over there, Mike.
Yeah, it is, man. It's 20 past 6 in the evening.
Yeah, I can see the light slowly going away through your curtains.
Yeah. Yeah. It's coming into spring here, so the days are getting longer, which is nice.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell. What else? I wanted to talk to you guys about something, but I fucking completely forgot about it because there's people too busy fucking fighting and arguing and shit. I forgot. Oh well, maybe it'll come back to me.
That's what makes the world go round.
Huh?
That's what makes the world go round.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, you and Angry Man just need to get along better, you know. I mean, me and John,
dude, I just have no respect for the man, so
virtually holding hands right now. I mean, as the great American Rodney King once said, "Can't we all just get along?"
Let me see, the Quiet Atheist. Is there any way you could put my picture right next to Lobster, and we'll do a virtual kiss in the frames.
You are right.
I tell you what I can do. I'll tell you what I can do with my new video equipment that I got. You make a short, I'd say, John, you make a short, let's say about a 10-second video, all right, of you turning to your side, looking to your side, right, and kissing and shit. I want Patrick to do the same exact thing, make a video. I want you both to send me the videos, all right? And then I'm going to go to my video editor, which now that I have a fancy editor, thanks to people out there, I will combine the two things of film together, and I can actually make it look like you guys are actually kissing.
Yeah, and you know what? If I'll tell you what, if somebody pledges $10 to your Patreon account, and if $10 get donated to your Patreon account during this hangout, because of this hangout, I will allow you to make it look like I am tonguing his asshole. Okay, that's what kind of guy I am, and that's what kind of man I am for charity. You know, because I'm really.
Whoa! I said a kiss, man. I didn't say I was gonna film my fucking asshole. What are you talking about?
Hey, dude, you don't want to get your asshole licked, man. I mean, you know.
Hey, Patrick, what are you, half a fag?
What are you, a homo?
What are you, some kind of fucking homo?
Hey, John, by the way, I like that New York accent, buddy.
Yeah, it used to help me. Like when I first went on the internet with debates, a lot of people would say I sound like Robert De Niro, so they dug that. You know, listen to the atheist Robert De Niro. They kind of dug it. So it was like my little kind of thing that worked for me. So yeah, you know, anything that helps, I guess, is good. You know, instead of people, because people get tired of me otherwise, right?
My all-time favorite movie, and it will always be my favorite movie, is Gotti. Amanda Sante, his name is Amanda Sante. He played a Gotti, and it's about the actual John Gotti.
Yeah, I know the movie you're talking about. Yeah, I like Amanda Sante. He's actually from upstate New York.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm trying to remember what was it about that movie. Something else about that was interesting. Yeah, but you know the thing about Gotti that they cover in that movie that's real, that like when tourists came to New York and they'd see him like in a restaurant, they actually. Like I know one, I think they covered in the movie. It was like a married couple, and they were on their honeymoon in New York, and they actually want their picture taken with him. And I think he sent them champagne. Meanwhile, this motherfucker kills people for a living.
Oh yeah. I remember when the Gotti stuff was going on. I lived in Baltimore. We used to get on the news, and I listened to the Howard Stern show at that point. You know, because I was in. You know, anyway. But yeah, that Gotti stuff was on all the time, and people were out in the streets. Yeah, free Gotti, you know, Gotti was giving them money, and you know, some people had their children blessed by John Gotti. You know. I mean,
yeah, I remember one of the things I also remember with Gotti. Sorry, I'll be quick here. I don't know who I cut off. Gotti used to do a 4th of July thing every 4th of July. In that neighborhood where they you know they had that little area. It was somewhere in Little Italy, right, Manhattan, or no, actually maybe it was at Brooklyn. Anyway, they had their place somewhere in the city, and so every year John Gotti actually threw like a block party in the streets for 4th of July, fireworks and the hot dogs and the hamburgers. I always remember one reporter said, all the mainly the Italians, right? They'll tend it tends to be only be Italians that really will be like a big fan of him or any of the famous mobsters. But some guy said if they realized that the money to pay for those hot dogs that their kids were eating were also the money came from selling drugs to kids, they'd be spitting those hot dogs out. So I didn't put it well like he did eloquently, but he said if they realized the money to pay for those hot dogs came from also selling drugs to kids, that's where the money comes from. And somehow these people, they can ignore that shit, just like religion, the cognitive dissonance, will for ignorance is unbelievable.
Yep. I have to agree. And I have to say, out of all of the real life mobsters out there, John Gotti was my favorite.
there's another movie coming out, gangster movie. What's it called? Black Mass.
Yes, with Johnny Depp.
Really good. Johnny Depp, yeah.
He plays Whitey Bulger.
Who was Whitey Bulger? I've heard the name.
The Boston Mob. I've only been out in this industry about 3 years, but there's a lot of people out here that have really strong opinions one way or the other about Whitey Bulger. I mean, especially finding out how he was living in L.A., down in Santa Monica, I think it was, when they finally caught him. It's still on the news at times out here. Victims of Gotti, people still, he's still in court for a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff, there's a lot of loose ends. The Gotti story is not over by any stretch of the imagination. There's a lot of people that are pissed off at Gotti, pissed off at the government for how they hid him for so fucking long, and nobody's taken responsibility for this guy just disappearing, for how many years, but yeah.
No, I'm looking forward to seeing the Black Mass movie.
That's the Gotti, or the
Whitey Bulger one, yeah.
The only reason why I'm interested in seeing that, because I normally don't watch movies. I like dumb comedies. I like to laugh when I go see a movie. Is the fact that Johnny Depp's playing Whitey Bulger, and I think Johnny Depp is just fucking brilliant,
Agreed.
So yeah, that's the only reason why I would even go see it.
Yeah, I actually read that book that it's based on, Black Mass, but I don't really hardly remember much from it. And I read maybe a few others from the boss in his gang. Like they pretty much all of them wrote their own book. And then I've read the book that Goodfellas was based on, which has to be the best. Although a lot of people say Godfather, right? But I think Goodfellas was the best mob movie ever.
Yeah.
And then for other mob movies, like don't bother with like Kill the Irishman. That one's terrible. He was a real guy, a Cleveland Irish against the Italians, and I guess I won't tell you anything but more. But if you go by the title, guess what happens? And let me think, is there any other good ones I can mention? The Departed was good, right? Did you guys like The Departed?
Yeah. I just finished watching 2 series. There's a series out called Peaky Blinders. It's very English. I don't know if you guys will dig on it so much. I fucking really dug it. On Peaky Blinders were a gang in Birmingham in England just after World War I. And fucking great series. Really English though. Like, don't go into it.
Yeah, I've seen that one. And what's cool about it? The guy who plays the lead character is an Irish guy. I can't believe I forgot his name. Killian.
Yes.
I thought it was pretty. Callum. Huh?
Callum, something like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I can't believe I forgot his name. He's also says he's atheist, by the way. And I thought it was pretty cool he got that gig because it's like a real English thing, and an Irish guy got the lead character, so that was pretty cool.
It's interesting too because it really delves deep into the Irish issue, and back then too, which is something that I didn't really know about. Like, John, I'm from New Zealand, so we're a colony of England, so I was kind of raised on English TV and raised in an English type manner, I suppose. But we've all heard about the IRA and the Irish Troubles and that, but where it really started, or not started, but that was an era of the Troubles that I've never really heard about. And watching the series and doing a few Google searches here and there, it kind of runs pretty good parallels with what actually happened, especially after World War I. The IRA.
This the character that I'm talking about, he's supposed to be he was brought up in England, but he's of Irish descent.
No, he was. The character was. I don't think he was born in England. Yeah, he would have been born in England, but he was a gypsy. And that was when gypsies were the fucking lowest of the low, scum of the earth, you know. But yeah, the lead character was what's his name? Tommy. I can't remember the second name. It was only yesterday I saw it. But yeah, his family was a gypsy family, and he's just trying to like get, I don't know, try to do the gangster thing, you know, like become legit and get respect and all of that. But yeah, he wasn't actually an Englishman. He was, but he was an English gypsy, which came from Romania and northern France and areas like that.
What? Hello, hey, how's it going? Sydney?
Can you hear us? Dude. So, hey, I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. How have you been?
Great. Fantastic. Wonderful. Awesome. Okay. How about you guys?
Doing pretty good. Just coming into the home stretch of the hangout. Getting it's been on for a while, man.
I just got in from a day's work. It's all done now. Now I can play. So, hobby time. Here it is.
Oh boy. Got his coffee. Yeah, I got a prescription for coffee. Says so
I stopped into the medical clinic, the caffeine clinic.
I saw a Starbucks logo.
You know what? You know why I'm drinking Starbucks? I'll tell you exactly why I'm drinking Starbucks. A few months ago, I started a job, and I didn't know it, but there was some kind of a reward for gaining particular statistics for new people or whatever it was. And I won them all, and one of them happened to be $50 worth of Starbucks certificates. So I'm going through them slowly.
Oh,
yeah.
That's a week's worth of coffee, man.
Fiery.
You know, I can't go. You know, when I leave my house, either way, if I turn right or left I live on a corner. If I turn right or left, right, with almost exactly 1/2 mile, there's a Dunkin' Donuts. And you know how hard it is to not stop at Dunkin' Donuts when they've got really good coffee. You know, I mean.
Yeah, you know, it's the same
now
in New York.
Little fucking. I gotta have a coffee, man. You know, I mean.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, New York is like Dunkin' Donuts everywhere, and I had seen that in 2000. I went up. My cousin lived in Boston, and so I saw how that it was in Boston before it happened in New York. That it was Dunkin' Donuts. But you know what's fucked up? And I've never seen anything in the media that everybody who works at Dunkin' Donuts, they're all Indians, and that's supposed to be okay. Meanwhile, if you had a business, everybody's white, you know, people would be like screaming, and there'd be fucking lawsuits for billions of dollars.
They're all white kids that work at the Dunkin' Donuts out here. I mean.
Really?
Oh, it's nothing to do with race. Come on.
No, I'm being serious, man. In New York.
No, I mean,
you're being American.
We don't.
Hold on, yo, quiet atheist. You need to get involved right now and tell him to not have an attitude like that. You hear what he just said?
Who has an attitude? I wasn't
the guy that just joined the chat with the blue shirt. Did you hear what he just said?
No.
He said you're being American.
You are. You're being a fucking American racist.
Okay, so is that okay, quiet atheist? See, I'm not mad yet. Are you going to let him say that kind of thing?
No,
see, now he's going to do that. Are you going to let him do that too? Are you going to let him keep on like this? And then I'm going to be equally to blame, right? When I get pissed off.
Who cares if you get pissed off or not? What are you, king of the world?
See, again, he can't shut his fucking mouth. But that's okay, though, right?
It's kind of generalizing when you say that everybody that works at Dunkin' Donuts is...
No, it's not. I'm telling you what I see in New York. I might be wrong about Boston, but I'm telling you I live in New York, and every Dunkin' Donuts that go here in New York, I'm not lying, they're all Indians. I've never seen a white person.
So fucking what?
So,
Okay,
so
why-
that's
why-
wrong. That's racism, dickhead. Are you that fucking stupid?
It's
Okay, white
racism that-
atheist.
that's
White
ra-
atheist.
it's racism that
Are you gonna let
Indians
us
are
fight, or
working?
what's gonna happen here? Because I'm
You
about to go off again.
The
This guy's
Wendy's-
asking for it.
You're
I
a
used-
crazy little
I-
man. If it's
You know,
hold on a
so
second.
far, you know what? So far, you said nothing of substance. You're
If
just
it's
a
ra-
fucking
if it's
piece of
racist-
shit insult artist who can't have
Okay.
an intelligent debate if your fucking life counted on it.
If it's racist that Indians are working, then
No,
I'm a racist.
it's racist that
Fine.
they don't have white people working there or black people. How is that not racist?
Maybe no one's
if
applying
anybody
for the
else does
job,
the
for
same
fuck's
thing,
sake.
you'd be agreeing it's racism. But if Indian people do it, it's not racist,
Nah,
right?
You're an absolute
Yes or
bigot
no?
racist.
Yes or no? If
You're
a
an-
business
you're a-
had
you're a
only
bigot.
white employees, would you be saying that's racist? Yes or no?
No, I would not say
Yeah, yes,
anything
you
of the
would.
sort.
You lying
I'd say
motherfucker.
you
Of
are
course you
a
would. You're the type of liberal that gives all liberals a bad name. You lying motherfucker.
No, I mean, I don't see the issue though. Like
Can I-
all 7-Elevens and liquor stores, fucking, you know, I mean, I don't see the problem.
John, you are like a racist peacock.
Hey,
It's great.
quiet. Can I say
Yo, bro,
something?
At least I got my camera on. You can see my face.
I want to time you
What are
and
you?
see how
You're
long
just
you go without saying anything that's
just some
worth
kind
anything.
of a
It's been about 5 minutes so far.
fucking
You've
New
yet to
Jersey
say
accent
anything
is all
worth
you are.
anything. You know, a serious adult conversation. You've yet to say anything.
May I say something that's not pissy or anything like that? I have a response from experience, okay? When I lived in Maryland, okay, I worked for different food distributors, okay? I delivered food products, everything food products, cleaning products, you mentioned, and I've sold it to companies and businesses in the food industry and other hospitality things. But when I lived there, I noticed that in certain areas, like in Annandale, Virginia, Columbia, Virginia, or Columbia Pike in that area, and in certain areas in Northern Virginia, there's a very heavy population of Indians or Pakistanis, whatever, right? A lot of times, people own businesses. They bring their families over. Okay, they hire. Okay, I used to go to Charlottesville, Virginia. Okay, now I don't know this is a fact, but I would swear that Charlottesville, Virginia, that's up in near the Blue Ridge Mountains. Okay, very in the south, you know, has, to me, in my experience, the highest ratio of Chinese restaurants that only have Chinese people in them. Okay, in Charlottesville, Virginia, and Danville, Virginia. I mean, places that you wouldn't think somebody would live there. You know, and a lot of times, oftentimes, these businesses are owned by families. They bring their family members over and things like that because they need to have a sponsor. They need to have a way to make a living. You know, is it the right way to go about it all the time?
Yes, it is.
probably
Yes, it is fine. It is
You know,
just fine.
But I don't think it's a generalizing statement to say that maybe in the area where you live, you know, all the Dunkin' Donuts or whatever are run by Indians, you know, and that's just, people have the money to buy these franchises. You know, they hire people. You go into Chinatown, right? You go in a lot of businesses. You don't see a lot of Caucasians working in Chinatown. You don't see, you know.
You don't see any Caucasians working in Chinatown. Zero.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, because that's an ethnic neighborhood, man. Come on, you don't see the
Well,
difference.
yeah, but I mean, in
come on, John.
ethnic, what? I mean,
Come
I
on,
live
what,
out-
man?
You're a bigot. You're looking for an issue to fight about where there isn't one.
The town I live in is...
No. You know what it is? You know what it really comes down to? It's a fucking opinion, man. You don't think it's wrong, but I do. So, you know, I can accept to enough of a degree it's an opinion. But you think, oh, whatever I decide, I'm the fucking ruler of the universe. I decide what's right and what's wrong. And there's no debate. There's no nothing. I just declare it's okay and it's not okay, right? You're one of them. That's what you're doing right now.
Aren't you? I don't see the issue with the whole thing, though. I mean, everyone hires family and friends. Their family and friends
If it's
just
a family
happen to be
business,
Indian.
is Dunkin' Donuts a family business? It's
a franchise. Yeah, if
Of
you
course it's
open
a
your own
family
fucking
business.
Dunkin'
No, but
Donuts,
the
it
thing you
is.
guys got to keep in mind, if white people, that's the key. If white people did the same thing,
for fuck's sake, white people.
No, what do you mean? White
I hate it when
people
you
do
say
the same
that.
thing.
I hate it when you say white people because
Man.
white
Because
people
what?
mean fucking nothing.
What?
It means nothing.
What do you mean it
White
means nothing?
people. White people. What the fuck does that
There
mean?
were no
Okay,
white kids in my high school.
I got it.
There were no white kids or black kids in my high school. I went to Folsom High School in Folsom, California, and there were no fucking black people at all.
Don't you realize that every single person's an individual, no matter who the fucking, whatever fucking color they are? So to say there's
I'm
Indians
saying
and
that
there's blacks and there's no whites and
every
there's no
business in Folsom
it's the
was
most bigoted
not
thing to say in the whole world.
What's his name? Stay out of it, man. We're already having a conversation, okay? So like to try and be the third person in the conversation,
John, why does
kind of
it
not
bother,
right.
Why does it bother you that so many Indians work at Dunkin'
No,
Donuts?
it doesn't bother me. See, you guys are trying to twist it.
No. That's the impression I'm getting. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Okay. So no, I don't got a problem against Indians. I'm not a racist, but I'm saying if there's a double standard. See, now why is he laughing? He thinks I am a racist, right? That's why. See, he's a fucking retard. He doesn't know shit about me. Yeah, and yeah, you know, racists are famous for saying I'm not a racist. They don't do that. If people are racist, they'll never make that statement to say, I want to be clear, I'm not a racist. They just say what they want to say, but they never, you know, want to be careful and say, look, I'm not racist. And look, motherfucker, you don't know me. You don't know if I got friends that are minorities or not. You don't know shit about me. And you're fucking.
You did say you weren't a racist, so what the fuck are you talking about?
What did you say? You
said I
just got
wasn't
that
a racist.
stupid fucking smile.
You said you weren't a racist.
It sounded
And then
like you did say that
people
because
say
you're
they
not
are
in your
racist.
fucking head. So go ahead, say what you actually think. Then what do you? Oh, no, here's the question. If we want to get to it, what is racism? Tell me. Give me an example of what's racism. Go ahead, if you don't mind. So if there is there any racism in the world? Does racism exist, or is that just an illusion?
You said that you were not a racist, right?
I'm not a racist.
You also said that people who say they are not a racist are racists.
No,
I said I wasn't not a racist, therefore I'm a
didn't
racist.
say that.
You said
No,
that,
that's
dude.
No, I didn't.
You
okay, well, let
said
me
that.
clarify it now.
Don't
And see, look,
fucking clarify.
what this motherfucker has to do. This guy is so fucking immature. He has to
Admit that you
make
fucking don't have a brain in your
mocking
head.
sounds
You
in his
don't know how
voice.
to use it.
Do you really fucking should people like this be welcome in a fucking discussion like this, that they resort to that kind of shit? Okay, I have not done
Why?
that
Because
once.
I'm pointing out that
Have
you're
I
an
done
idiot?
anything like mocking, like making like fucking sounds like this guy's done and other people were doing? I mean, come on, man. At least don't fucking, sink that fucking low and be that fucking immature. You're actually making like mocking sounds. Okay?
But John, you're coming across that way though. And
how am I coming across?
I'm not
What, a
trying-
racist?
Well, I don't. It's why I asked, why you have a problem with so many people of Indian descent or whatever working at Dunkin' Donuts.
And I answered that just a minute ago. It's a double standard because white people wouldn't be allowed to do the same thing. If white people were allowed to do the same thing, it would be okay. That's the issue. Okay? Do we have it yet?
No, I'm not understanding your.
You don't know what a double standard is?
I've worked at plenty of jobs that didn't have any minority.
I don't think Dunkin' Donuts in New York is doing a double standard.
Well, if there's no white people, what would you call it? There's no black people either. So if I'm a racist, why am I pointing out they don't hire black people either, or Spanish people? Nobody. But if I was a racist, you wouldn't hear me mentioning that they also don't hire blacks or Spanish or Asians or anybody else.
Gobbledygook from John.
See, listen to this. See, now, Quiet Atheist, how much of this does this guy get away with? But that's okay in a debate? Are we having a serious, mature discussion? That shit should not be tolerated, man, by
When it
anybody.
comes to native rights,
That's a fucking joke.
Work at the Dunkin' Donuts down the street from me.
when it comes to native rights, sometimes the government has actually instigated programs in which it does come off as a prejudice, as a bias, I guess you could say. But the thing is, it's designed to address a historic discrepancy where we're in demographically a lot of Central American, Native American folk actually are demographically not found in a lot of industry. They're not found in a lot of jobs, and to compensate that, they provide large industry groups that are actually catering specifically for them. But I hear what you're saying. It's like we shouldn't have a double standard, but at the same time, this is addressing historic discrepancies that still permeate in the modern day without being condescending about it, I think. But I can understand where you're coming from. I mean, I only just heard the last 5 minutes what you
well, this is what he should do. He should vote with his dollars. Don't go into Dunkin' Donuts. Don't support Dunkin' Donuts. Fine, that's fine, but don't go railing against Dunkin' Donuts hiring only Indian people. That is fucking as bigoted and as hillbilly as you can get.
It's not bigot at all. It's not bigot at all. If I was a bigot, then I would only care about white people, right? And I already said I don't dislike Indian people. I dislike when people discriminate. Whoever it is. I don't like it when white people discriminate against non-white people, okay? Did you got that yet? Or you still want to claim I'm a bigot after I said that?
I still claim you're a bigot.
Based on what? Based on what? After I just said I'm against discrimination, whoever does it, how could I still be a bigot?
After you admitted that you're a racist, I'm also saying if you admit you're a racist, then you have to be a bigot.
How could I be a racist if I just said I'm for...
Because you said you're not a racist. And then you said anyone who says they're not a racist is a racist.
No, I didn't. So you're going to keep repeating that, so you just got to lie your fucking ass off. Okay, I did say...
Let us establish whether you...
misheard. Is it possible you didn't hear me correctly?
It's possible, but let us establish...
correctly. It's not possible, because you misheard me. I did not say that. And again, even if I said that, I'm correcting myself now, okay? I'm clear. I'm clearing that, okay? I'm saying I am for not allowing anyone to get away with discrimination, okay? And that your whole employee staff of a whole big chain of stores, and it's not an ethnic restaurant, okay? That, to me, that has to be racism, to do that. To have your whole employees of a whole big chain, and not one person in there is other than one ethnic group.
You're not a supporter of other cultures whatsoever.
No, that's absurd. That's an absurd fucking question. This has got nothing to do with supporting cultures. That's ridiculous.
The term for this, chaps, is positive discrimination. It's a social engineering ethic effort in order to, as I said, to compensate for, say, statistical anomalies like one demographic failing in small enterprise and commercial enterprise, and so they kind of keep a few jobs, hold and reserve specifically for members of a demographic that's disaffected. In this case, you're saying like Native American folk. Now, I understand, John, on the face, from a pure egalitarian's perspective, it seems it's an unjust and illiberal thing to do. But when it's to compensate for, like as I said, you look demographically, Native American folk are not coming in the top 50 Forbes list. And there's a reason for that. It's because they're not succeeding in that area. And so what we do in New Zealand, Mike can sort of both be on this, is New Zealand Māori quite often and Pacific Islanders are disaffected by poverty, and so we have social programs to counter that sort of thing. And sometimes it involves commerce as well, like they set up farms for them to control and stuff like that. So they've actually got a bit of agricultural wealth for local iwi, which is the local tribal group. But I don't actually know what the story is with America, to be honest.
I think John's talking about Indian curry eating Indians as opposed to American Indians.
Oh, subcontinent.
I assume, John.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not talking about Native Americans.
Subcontinent.
Oh, excuse my ignorance, chaps. I didn't hear that part of the conversation. Well, yeah. If it's I have seen, to be honest, I have seen every spectrum of human being pull the we just want our own peeps here. And sometimes if you're the in-group, they'll sort of tell you over the bar like you're going to be in on the joke, and then they're horrified when you give them that "you bigoted piece of shit" look. I've experienced that from everyone, to be honest. And we got, Mike, we got just about every ethnicity under the sun living in New Zealand, don't we, at this stage in history? And, we're pretty cool. And it's like I said, it's enriched our cuisine a fuckload, hasn't it, bro? We can get a genuine Indian curry, Thai food, Vietnamese food, 20 minutes down the road, and that is awesome, and it's enriched our culture too. But there is definitely that the genetic disposition for tribal bias. But I mean, we're secular people, gentlemen. I think we're all gentlemen here. we're the people who actually it falls on our shoulders. We need to be the ones to overcome this.
Hey,
women, people like us, we need to bring it on ourselves to overcome this bullshit.
I think it's got to be a social change. It's got to be. It can't be legislated for. You know, like.
Hey,
trying to
guys, I want to not to derail, but not to derail.
Like, let's take, I don't know, Merrill Lynch.
Not to derail the conversation or anything, guys, but I got to go because I got to go pick up somebody from work real quick. I'm gonna leave it like this for now, I guess. But I'm gonna say right now, I don't even know, how do you give people administration powers on here? Does anybody know?
Yeah, from control room. Open up the control room.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, I gotta get going.
Open up control room, and when you have that on the right-hand side, on the top right-hand side of each person's frame, there's a little arrow. Pull that down, and one of the options is to give mod controls or something like that, and another one is to eject.
Okay, let's see. Hold on 1 second. Let's see.
Well, I gotta get going, Mayor, and it's about to call on me again.
Take it easy, Grant.
All right.
Yeah. See you later.
I wonder why I don't see the. Oh, okay, never mind.
You got it?
All right, truth. Or let's see. I'm gonna give I'm gonna give truth administration keys for now. I'm gonna give him the controls.
How do I do that, bud?
I'm giving you the controls now.
Okay.
And you'll have because I clicked on this arrow here and it says either eject. I'm not going to eject you, but it says share controls. I'm going to share the controls with you. All right. If this shit gets out of hand before I get back, you fucking start booting.
Okay.
I'm serious, dude. I'm no more fucking fighting on here, because if I hear about fighting when I get back, that shit's kind of fucked up, man. So I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna share the control. I'm gonna share the controls with you right now, Truth. All right?
10-4.
Yeah, I just have one thing to say real quick. You know, it's hard to tell the difference between Angry Hairpiece and John right now. Is there any way you can switch those? You know, like move those step away from each other, because they look too much alike. You know?
I'll go put a picture. I'll go find something.
That would help so much.
You know what I'm gonna do? I gotta put up a picture that really representative of me. Like who should I put up?
You put up any Yankee shit, man. We're gonna.
Hold on a second.
No. I gotta come up with some funny shit, man. Something you're all gonna enjoy. You know what I mean? Who's like the classic racist that ever? You know, classic American.
Truth.
Who?
Hold on a second. I'm trying to talk here. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, quiet.
Your wife from work, quiet.
Hey, Truth. Do you got the controls?
Now, where are they? On the left-hand side?
I just gave them to you.
Yeah, go to that little thing that looks like it says control room. It looks like an equalizer. You know, a really bad one, but still, nonetheless.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I just gave you controls, Truth. You should have them.
I have it now. Thank you, bud.
You got them?
Yep.
So you're the
all right. I'll be right back. I'll
hold the fort, bud.
All right.
We'll miss you.
Right. Hey, Truth, now that you've got control of the Hangout, just let me say, you're looking fantastic, dude. Can I get you a coffee or anything? Is there anything I can do for you?
Hang on, my camera was working the other day. I'm going to turn the little shitter back on. So check this out.
Oh, you're joking. I've never seen my Kiwi brethren. There he is.
Fucking Kiwi boy, eh? Cheers, bro.
Oh, that's so
you watching
beautiful.
the game? You watching the game on Saturday, Truth?
Oh, you better believe it.
Yeah, man.
Right.
That is going to be sick.
Fuck yeah.
Who are we playing?
No,
Argentina.
Argentina, the first round, yeah. Honestly, dude, I'm pretty positive about this one. I think we got the World Cup this time. Sorry. Non-Kiwis and non-Australasians. We're talking about the Rugby World Cup, just to bring you in on the
Don't
story.
care.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
And we're
don't care.
indirectly talking
Okay,
about
sorry.
the most successful sports team of any sport in history throughout the world. Ever.
Yeah, you keep saying that. As much as I hate the Yankees, man, I'd go with the Yankees first. You know.
Sorry, statistics would suggest otherwise.
Oh,
Empirical facts suck like that, huh? They kind of build their own little statement. It's you got to stick with it, or you got to.
Empirical fact.
Just to segue the argument, chaps, like bringing us back to what we're talking about before. You know, I keep talking about this chap lately, and I'm absolutely enamored with him. I've ordered his book, Professor Gard Saad. Have you guys heard of this guy? He was on the Rubin Report. He was on the Drunken Peasant, not Drunken Peasants. He was on Skeptic Fence show. He's going to be on the Skeptic Fence show in a couple of weeks. This guy is a chap worth listening to. Basically, he's an evolutionary psychologist who specializes in how our evolutionary vestiges, you know, relate to our economic purchasing and consuming decisions made, which is fucking fascinating. And he looks, you know, from a revelational perspective, he says there is inherent genetic bias. You know, like we all need to check this sort of, you know, sort of primal cortex going, not my tribe. Ooh, you know, there is this kind of, I suppose you could say, vestige of our lowly origins, to, you know, catch a phrase from Darwin. You know, there's a part, and you see in, you know, nations that have a history of sectarian violence, of divisional, you know, things coming down in distinct lines, like the United States is, you know, just previous history. It's kind of easy to see why you guys still sometimes fall into those old trenches of thought, whereas, you know, me and Mike, we live in one of the newest nations in the world, and we're blessed in the way that we don't have to, you know, we don't have the same, you know, a lot of the same sordid past that America does in its last 200-300. You know, what do you guys think about that?
You're saying you don't have history of what, any problems?
Nope, not at all. We actually lost 1.5 million people to an influenza epidemic in 1905. And yet, still as much happier prehistory, pre-institution of the nation history, than you guys. I mean, New Zealand Māori got the raw end of the stick in a lot of deals, but we also formed a codified treaty in which we are one people, in the Treaty of Waitangi. And that was a revolutionary thing for the British colonials to do. And people don't really like to hear this, but part of that was Queen Victoria herself had seen how the people of the subcontinent had been treated in some regions, and she was horrified, and she didn't want a repeat of that history. And so this is a woman who felt that people within her dominion were her possessions, and she essentially said that she didn't want her Pacific jewels to be harmed in the same way, which is kind of backhanded Victorian speak for make sure these people don't get the rough end of the colonial stick. And that's why we have a beautiful modern, you know, fairly modern state of New Zealand, a Commonwealth nation. And as grim as all that was, it's still nothing compared to, you know, the prehistory of the American West, of the colonial era itself. You know, post Louisiana Purchase, there's a lot of grim stories to be told, and most of them would probably be told by peoples whose nation and whose population doesn't actually exist anymore. You know, any more than a few, you know, than a a demographic of their, you know, region. The extermination of the West Coast South Californian tribal folk is still one of the largest recorded genocides in contemporary human history. And the worst part is we know it happened because we can go to the library of records in Washington, and it's there. This was a state-ordered edict. I'm just curious to hear what that.
Ray comfort.
I think New Zealand. Look, we're sorry, okay? We're fucking sorry.
No, that's not gonna do it. That's not enough.
I'll write it down.
That's stronger than that.
I'll write it down. And I'll capitalize it as well.
On behalf of all Americans.
No, I don't think a groveling apology or anything like that. Because you know what, I'm actually not into the sins of the father shit. I think that's a sickening vestige of our Christian indoctrination. We need to knock on the head. What's that? What's that lobster you did? You're wobbling, bud.
You also knew that I was bullshitting you too. So.
I know, but like, I always play your devil's devil advocate, or shall I say Yahweh's advocate, because he's the real devil. Then
Hey, let me ask you guys from New Zealand, have you seen the movie Once Were Warriors? And if you did, what'd you think of it?
Well, in New Zealand, if you haven't watched Once Were Warriors, you're a traitor to the people. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think every Kiwi's watched it. Temuera Morrison is he's kind of like he's one of our treasured assets in New Zealand. Everybody loves the man. Boba Fett, Jango Fett has to be said, and it's very true, but in some ways they kind of toned it down for the movie. I think would be the honest thing to say. What do you reckon, Mike?
I think there's another aspect of Once Were Warriors. Now, when I was travelling around the South Island, hitchhiking, I was staying in backpackers and stayed in a big one in Christchurch. And it was the first time Once Were Warriors came on TV, and all the tourists wanted to see it, blah blah blah. So there were only two Kiwis there, me and this other dude, and the room was probably filled with 30, 40 people from all over the world. Now, this is going to sound bad, and I don't know how to make it not sound bad, but the movie Once Were Warriors to New Zealand there are some very, very funny bits in that movie for us. Cook them in some fucking eggs!
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll know what I'm
I've
talking
never
about.
seen it.
These are lines that we use that it's become slang. That movie is such a big part of our culture, or our modern cultural identity. And me and this other Kiwi were in this room, and we were kind of laughing at these bits, and like the rest of the tourists were watching this movie, and like, we're giggling and laughing, making jokes about it, and they just could not.
When Beth Hickey's getting smashed against a wall, we're all like, as if we promote or maintain such a thing. As if we've seen it so many times. It's like, this is the cook your eggs line, and we're all laughing at cook your eggs, and these people are seeing us laughing at the most disgusting family violence you've ever fucking seen. And it's like, that's bad taste. I'm sorry, it's a local thing. I'm really sorry. Yeah. No,
it is bad taste, and we got no retort. We got no comeback for that.
No, not at all.
But it's because it's so familiar to us. I don't know. We're definitely not laughing at the domestic violence of it. I think it's just.
Tell you what, Mike. To our credit, New Zealand's got one of the best social programs for battered housewives and for domestic violence appropriation. You're breaking up, but
I think we're laughing at the kind of stereotype, the Māori stereotype, because it is kind of portrayed it has been portrayed in our past, like with Billy T. James, who's a famous New Zealand comedian and Māori guy.
Yeah. And the thing was, Billy T. James, he was a true equal opportunist offender. No one was sacred, and everything had a funny context to it. This is another one of our cultural treasures in New Zealand, and it seems to be almost unknown to the world. This chap called Billy T. James, who actually passed away in the early 90s, who did stand-up comic routines that basically really brought people together in the best possible way. They all got a gut laugh out of it till they almost pissed themselves. It was great. And his routines are still funny, which is fucking awesome.
I'm trying to think of an American movie that would kind of equivalent to Once Warriors, but I really can't. New Zealanders have a very different kind of outlook on that movie. As I say, it's it's become part of our slang, as it were. It's been our international advertising campaign, maybe. It's yeah, and you know, I mean, we're a pretty honest, blunt sort of people, you know.
Yeah, we use the word cunt a lot, don't we?
I don't think we offend easily. I don't think we offend easily. I don't, like, that movie could never have been made anywhere else in the world.
Not at the time,
Anywhere
no.
else.
Sure, it could have.
But yeah, it's a bit of a cultural phenomenon over here.
I mean,
What's that, Patrick?
They could have made that movie anywhere. Probably could have made it better and fucking you know.
Well, guys, let me ask you quickly. Are you guys familiar with Asian cinema at all? Because they do the most like outrageous shit in Asian cinema. The one I only heard about it. I don't think I've seen it, but it's got to be on YouTube now. Probably is two different groups of gangsters, enemy gangsters. They ended up like they faced off in a hospital. Like, I guess they were both there to visit, you know, a friend who was, but then they ran into each other, and guess where they were when they finally ran into each other? They were on opposite sides of the maternity ward, and did that stop them? Nope, out came the guns, and they shot the fucking babies in between them as a shootout. Now, I don't think any American director would be willing to fucking do that. I'm sure of it, but for them, it's like, no fucking problem.
Well,
babies were in the middle of the shootout.
Yeah, it's quite sad because you hear these epic tales. Like, it's funny. The further east you go in Monsoon Asia, the more tragic the bedtime stories. Like the Japanese version of Snow White, the Snow Queen gets to eat the children. That's how the story ends. And in Chinese history and in their mythology, not always happy endings. And you know, during Yuan Di's the first emperor's uprising, a lot of culture was absolutely massacred in a short period of time, and a lot of that's echoed in the folklore, like Central Chinese folklore. I mean, like the story might have a happy ending, but a lot of people are going to die along the way. And
look at
none of those had a happy ending.
Fairy tales.
Yeah, that's right.
Hansel and Gretel.
Those were grim stories that were remade into fairy tales. Those were all bad endings, just horrible.
But you know, when I was a kid, I remember my brother was a year ahead of me in school, and that year they did the play Hansel and Gretel, right? And my brother got to be one of the kids that stood around and was actually the cookie house or the house or something. He had a great role. But even as a kid, I thought that was really fucking creepy. And mind you, we went to a Christian school. But I always found that a lot of those stories as a kid just fucking creepy as shit, you know. Even like little.
You hear the twisted off grim versions.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what I had, chaps. There was it was actually a biblical story, the story of David and how he murdered and massacred, and he had that another man who was working for him had that prostitute cut in half, raped all night, and then her body cut in half and scattered across the land to prove a point or something. I was thinking, we just read the Deuteronomy laws and that, and we already know specifically the kind of bad shit that you can't do, and yet there's this massive big exception being made for King David, and yet he's supposed to be such a great character. It took me, because I was, I think I was one of those boys, bit of an alpha. I fell prey to hero worship, and David was, he's such a great king, and all my evangelical Pentecostal adults around me were enforcing this concept. And then, I got to the point, it was one of the main things, that and the story of Lot, where eventually I couldn't rectify, what I felt was right with what was in Scripture. And that was pretty scary thing for me. I was wondering if you chaps ever had an experience like that, where you just realized, holy shit, I actually can't believe this anymore. Is this, and not for everyone, that's not always a positive experience.
That's actually how I became an atheist finally. This guy was explaining to me that in order for me to believe in God, the Bible, stuff like that, the story of Lot was something he talked to me about. The Ten Commandments, the Exodus, burning bushes, virgin births.
Talking donkeys.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was sitting in church when I was probably fucking 5 or 6, and yeah, penny dropped that young that no, this is bullshit. This makes absolutely no sense to me. So you know, I don't necessarily have the negative connotations to any kind of realization that I call bullshit on Christianity. It was something that, yeah, I mean, my negative connotations from it come from, you know, watching my mum fucking flake out on the floor and shaking and speaking in tongues and rolling her eyes back in her head. That shit was tough. But as far as the philosophical points of it, no, like, you know, it dawned on me. It was probably the very first thing that really did dawn on me ever in my life that this Christianity shit's just this ain't true.
You know, I have to say, Mike, I hate the power that the ministers in those Pentecostal churches have over the members of their flock. I hate it. I hate it the way they fleece people, invalids and elderly people and people of infirmed mind, like they're just, you know, cattle, and like they've got no moral, you know, reconsideration for their conduct. I fucking hate that. I was just wondering, has anyone else got a story they want to share on the matter?
One thing that freaked me out, besides just, I wanted to believe, you know, I mean, I've taught Sunday school, I taught Bible study, I worked for the YMCA, I've told people heavy on the Young Men's Christian Association. That's kind of a lot of, it's a fundy, a lot of times that's a fundy camp, at least the ones I went for. I didn't know that at the time. But, you know, I forgot what I was going to say, actually. Gotta smoke too much weed. But
when I was probably 10 or 11, my brother died in a car accident, and he had a life insurance policy, and the church got fucking 90% of that.
Yeah.
And for
how?
I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to explain that, please.
It would have been. Oh, my parents were just that into it. You know, my parents were just that into it. They got asked, you know, to donate so that the pastor could have help pay his house off and stuff. So my old's just.
Excuse me, I've got a little bit of creeping up the back of my throat right now, Mike. What the fuck? That's as bad as Walmart having these fucking insurance policies on terminal fucking staff and then denying the family and getting the full rebate. I mean, I'm sorry, this is the most fucking heinous white crime criminal nonsense under the sun. This is inhumane nonsense.
Oh yeah, dude, it gets worse.
It makes me so fucking angry, bro. Wow.
My brother lied in an unmarked grave for 25 odd years until I got a winnings on Lotto and got 8-9 grand and spent probably what was it, 6.5 grand on a headstone for my brother. My brother lied in an unmarked grave for 25 years because of Christianity.
Now see, notice, chaps, it's not just your nations that has this scourge, this plague, this Abrahamistic scourge upon its fucking face. We brought it on. We dragged Christianity into the West, and then we put that banner, that lowercase t banner, up the arse of every nation we come across. It's you know, we're all complicit in some way to this crap. It's our duty as secular rationalists to actually fight this nonsense with our words.
I'm coming to the
hitch way. Beat them at their own game. Stand at the pulpit and go, actually, sir, everything you just said is bullshit, and here's why.
I agree. Take them on.
Yay, we're all agreeing
know
for a
what?
second.
Richard Dawkins was correct. Ridicule them.
I tend to speak like that a lot. I don't announce my atheism and stuff like that, but when somebody says, you know, God bless you or something, I feel a need to explain to them that I don't believe in magic.
Under whose authority?
Huh?
I say under whose authority?
Under whose authority what?
They bless me.
Yeah, you know, when they go, God bless you, and it's like, you know.
Yeah.
Really? You know?
Like,
do you know the history of why
people say,
you know what they used to think happened when you sneezed?
You know,
yeah. But yeah, when people,
I'm a Satanist.
Yeah, I know that. Hail Satan.
And that makes as much sense as atheistic Christian too.
No, well, just to clarify, Angry, what Mike's talking about is Levian Satanism. It's not theist Satanism. There's no God model or ungod model. It's actually closer to Buddhism in that it's all about self-enlightenment and self-empowerment. Am I right there, Mike?
Yep. But it's not Levian Satanism. We've moved on.
Oh, I apologize.
Well, I have anyway. No, that's fine. I like LeVay was
Angry. Did you say something about like an
but
eight?
I mean, bless me to me. When someone says "God bless me" to me, I take it in the manner.
Yeah. I mean, if my wife sneezes and my wife's grandmother's.
I mean, I don't feel a need.
Saying "bless you" was a hard fucking habit to crack.
Yeah,
it is.
It was probably the hardest.
I don't feel
but it's heartfelt.
Yeah.
You know,
I say things like thank physics, and you know, instead of saying thank God, I say thank physics.
I appreciate the sentiment. You know, I don't feel a need.
I say thank doctors.
Well, when people are healed, yeah, but physics.
I mean, the fact that we've got this far with medicine, thank doctors.
Yeah. Thank
doctors that you're sneezing and you're going to live to sneeze another day.
I thank lobster.
Oh, I say congratulations to sneezes.
But anyway, I was going to make an observation. It seems to be that a lot of us who are in the Hangout community, like we are right now, essentially are on the fringe of something, and that is that we have absolutely, totally rejected the mainstream through our own critical thinking, critical analysis, reason, deduction, and logic. And we have all sort of drifted into this group where we are kind of accepted amongst one another, but none of us feel like we're accepted out there. And I don't feel that I'm accepted out there, but I do feel like I'm amongst, I don't know, comrades or whatever in philosophy, like in free thinking in these hangouts. And I'm just wondering if anyone else has kind of seen that.
I concur entirely. I have to say, I have good friends.
I used to, then I disagreed with someone on one fucking thing.
Fuck you.
You know what? Honestly, I have to say, Angry, I wouldn't want to be part of this if we weren't not so much contentious, but actually raising points and counter issue. An argument is a two-way at least thing. It's not a one-way thing. A one-way thing is not called an argument or a conversation. It's called being talked to. And that's a one-way form of communication. I'm hypothesizing that at least two plus form of communication is a more cognitive form of communication. And so, if there's going to be disagreement,
now what you saw,
but at the same time, we need to sustain a level of civility. Otherwise, you lose the congruency of the conversation, and it just becomes a shitfest. Now,
like
I know
you saw me and John earlier.
You're all pretty reasonable chaps, but when we're passionate about subjects, sometimes we come to blows, and unfortunately, because we're all philosophically minded, we come to blows with each other because we're already searching ourselves for answers to the next question. I mean, that's pretty much
healthy.
But
especially when
I enjoy the discourse, right? And I appreciate Quiet giving me this opportunity to host the show while he's doing his pickup, folks. I got a curious question. What movie, has inspired you to actually do something in real life? Like pick a film. Just, what, that film actually gave me a positive outcome in my own life and in the real world.
A movie called oh fuck, what was it called? Ring of Bright Water.
Okay.
It was about this otter. This kid who makes friends with this otter. It's kind of like a kids movie. But what impressed me about that movie was this otter was really sort of had the run of the neighborhood and all this kind of stuff. And this guy moves into the neighborhood and is an old guy who likes to putter around the garden. And he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anybody. So he sees this otter and he picks up the spade, the shovel that he's working with, and he just kills the otter. and I was shocked by that. I was absolutely shocked by that. And since then I've become an animal activist. I can't watch pictures of abused animals.
I agree.
Mine
I seen the
was
most disgusting thing. This recently, I just put this little addendum in there. This hospital, this zoo in I believe it was Indonesia, has just been closed down thanks to petition because they were essentially starving their animals to death, slowly removing parts from their bodies while they're alive, and then skinning them when they eventually died of exhaustion and selling them on the black market. This is true. It just fucking sickens me so much. Anyway, go ahead, Angry.
Squad.
Oh yeah.
I said mine was It.
Oh man, yeah, didn't that give you the willies, bro?
Yours was, what was that again?
Stephen King's It.
I said
I didn't see that. What was that
inspired
about?
me to do things in real life was It.
What was that? What's that about?
I mean,
Honestly, I've never heard
They
about
all
that.
float down here, Timmy.
They all float.
What about you, John? What was the movie that inspired you in some way?
No, I don't know if any movie has ever inspired me to do anything.
Really?
For me, it was Rosemary's Baby. And that inspired me to read the Satanic Bible.
Could you say it again? Could you say it again, Mike? Sorry, you were breaking up.
For me, cool man. For me, it was Rosemary's Baby, and that inspired me to read the Satanic Bible.
That's the one about the possession, was it? Could you refresh me, please?
Yeah.
Rosemary's Baby?
Possession. Yeah.
Devil's baby being born on Earth?
It was the birth of the Antichrist, but it was
like the Omen series.
It's quite a complicated story. A little bit, yeah. It's an old movie, and to be honest, it's been fucking decades since I've seen it. But there's a speech in there where a guy started talking about Satanists and Satanism, and it was kind of the first time that the whole Satanists don't worship the devil kind of thing came to light, and that interested me. So I sort of hunted out anything I could, and pretty much the first thing I came to was the Satanic Bible, and I read that, and made a whole bunch of sense to me.
Cool. What about you, Lobster, Patrick?
I'm really trying to think. Are you talking about inspirational movies that made
Well, like
me,
a movie that, you know what, sometimes you sort of wake up, sometimes wake up middle of the night and you're forming a meme in your head and you've had a semi-dream that you're semi-conscious of, and it's like, you know what, that movie such and such, or that film or that series, that's what's encouraged this dream. You start recognizing some of the memes in the dream. You ever experienced anything like that? Or, and suddenly, or even actually takes an you actually take an undertaking that some activity in the movie or the character's profile inspired you to do so.
or
even a book for that matter. I can think of plenty of books that have inspired me.
The closest probably would be movies like Gettysburg, Gods and Generals, Civil War type things. I get a lot of, I guess, meaning and stuff through that.
I get a man boner for war movies too. When I see, especially when you
well,
get
not all war movies. I mean, I have a special fondness for the Civil War. I had and like World War II. And I'm not talking about World War II like the old black and white movies. It's like, Joe, cover me, I'm gonna go. Certain movies through my life, those type of movies have meant a lot to me. A lot of Civil War stuff, more military type stuff. Coming from a military family, I've got that in me. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, I lived in the Mid-Atlantic area for a while in Maryland, and I got a lot of chances to go to Gettysburg and Antietam, and I drove a truck. I used to go through northern Virginia, right where a lot of, really famous battles took place, and I was able to, take all that in, and stand in places where, thousands of men were just slaughtered,
What's the story with Fredericksburg? Is it actual, like, it's a historical town now, isn't it?
Gettysburg?
Fredericksburg.
Oh, Fredericksburg. It's a city. There's certain historical areas. You can take the tour, but a lot of the Battle of Gettysburg actually took place in town. So, yeah, if you want to have a thriving city, you can't turn your whole town into a giant battlefield. But there's a lot of buildings that are still up. It's sad that the way a lot of those battlegrounds have been just dismantled and freeways have gone through, and right where you see the Battle of Chancellorsville, there's a thing in the middle of the thing for where the battle took place. There's a thing on the side where part of it took place, right? But the monument thing itself sits in the middle of the highway on a 2-lane highway. So
I don't even. Yeah. The thing I don't like about that is, even when it's a Confederate monument, we can't pretend this shit didn't happen. And these monuments are testament to them happening.
And that's one thing about history, that a lot of people, they just think that history is not important, especially military history, people that died, the sacrifices people made. I'm not trying to go off a tangent like this, or everything, but a lot of important things happen in our history that weren't necessarily great for us. A lot of things happened in our history that weren't great for us and benefited people. There are things we did in our history that really screwed people over. I think they should teach the entire history of what went on in this country and not just watered down versions that I was taught when I was in elementary school.
I can't understand how history couldn't be a core paper, core subject, core syllabus.
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work?
I talk to people that don't even know where the American Civil War was fought. They think it was fought in Europe somewhere. Some people think Hawaii is in Kenya, because that's where Obama's from. And it's sad that there's so many people. It's funny, yeah, but it's fucking sad that,
Do not have world atlases in your schoolroom classrooms.
We have computers, and a lot of I'm not like a
wall map, like a map on the wall. A square map.
A lot of times,
yeah, but you can't see the print from your chair.
Current events, current things going on, instead of taking time and remembering what happened, how we got to this exact moment,
Yeah, so what you're saying is that you keep yourselves busy with temporary, basically, distractions in order to avoid having to learn history's lessons.
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a stick in the mud when it comes to history lessons. I think history is almost as important as learning maths.
Yeah, I'm one of those people. If I see a good documentary on any type of history, whether it's farming, whether it's in this country, whether it's farming, agricultural, military, state governments, stuff like that, I'll watch that shit in a heartbeat. I'll watch it before you guys would watch Breaking Bad or Game of Thrones or whatever those.
I can honestly say I haven't watched a single episode of Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad. Actually, no, I probably watched an entire episode of Breaking Bad.
Me and you probably have to be the only two people.
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Oh my God!
I saw Breaking Bad though.
I saw
Game of Thrones is something I would get into. I like fantasy literature, but there's too much borrowed in it, and people go, "Oh, this is so masterpiece. I've never seen anything like that before." That's because you're a twat who's never picked up a fantasy novel before.
Yeah,
people like me,
I'm
eat
not
those,
I'm not into fantasy stuff. I'm not into like horror stuff. Like I said, and that's one reason. My wife at times she wants me to go to the movies, right? And I told her, okay, I'll go see Ted 2 when it comes out, and I'll go see the Minions, right? Because most of the stuff I like to watch, I watch TED Talks, I watch a lot of I watch a lot of YouTube. I see videos on different atheist sites, secular sites, on Facebook. I go to so I don't watch a lot of these shows that a lot of people do because it just I like real stuff, like history, things that actually happen. You know what I mean? The fantasy stuff, I really, it doesn't, shake me none.
No. But it's being into the fantasy nonsense usually means you've got a background in geekdom. You're more of a hands-on man than most geeks, I think.
Hands on it, what? Not building things.
Hands on it. Oh, well done. Good turn of phrase. Yes, indeed.
You know what I like?
What's
that, John?
Hammer and power tools.
What I like in movies, that kind of stuff, is the time travel. I found can be really good. And the amazing thing is on Amazon, right? There's movies on Amazon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I found one, and the way I looked it up is because he's the actor that has the same name as me, Devane. You probably heard of William Devane.
Yep.
So I looked him up, and I found that they don't have a lot of stuff, but I've already seen, almost all the main, like the feature film cinema releases, but they had a couple of made-for-TV movies from the 80s. So I'm like, just that alone, made-for-TV the 80s is probably going to be fucking brutal, right?
Yeah.
And it was kind of cheesy, but it was actually interesting, and the time travel thing, and the coolest shit about it was he was able to come back at the end and save his son and wife who had gotten killed. So, I mean, that's such a powerful thing when they use that in any movie. Family, that's like their main card to play, family in a movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But sometimes they don't do it well. But here they did it well, how they brought those two together, time travel, and they use that. And the other good one that I remember seeing in the cinema was Time Cop. That was a Jean-Claude Van Damme.
I remember that, yeah.
That was pretty good. I was surprised because I expected it was going to be more like, because he was known for, he was really a guy, he was showing off his martial arts skills, and the story was like secondary at best.
No depth at all, eh?
Well, no, this one I was kind of surprised, including like his acting. Like, it wasn't that bad. His acting and the story and the script was actually pretty good. It wasn't great, but it was kind of good.
Van Damme movie, John, is In Hell, where he ends up in a Russian prison.
Yeah.
In Hell?
That is awesome. Yeah, In Hell.
I've never heard of that
real
one.
range in that movie. Real range. Personally, the movie that's inspired me more than anyone off the top of my head is Carl Sagan's Contact. Because it's based on the book.
I've yet to see that, and I even got the book, and I never read the book. So, but I know that Jodie Foster was in it, right? And who else?
Yep, and so is Matthew McConaughey.
So you built a huge thing that allowed you to travel across the solar system?
Don't spoil
the universe or whatever? No.
Don't spoil it for those who haven't seen it, but pretty much.
If anybody remember that show that used to be on in the 60s called Time Tunnel?
No.
Where those guys used to go through that tunnel every episode.
No, you mean, goddamn it, Stargate.
No, Time Tunnel.
Never heard of it. How old is it?
It sounds like a repeated concept.
Not old enough.
Sorry, were you saying something there, Angry?
What? I was asking how old it was. Like,
I was like in the 68, 67, 68.
Oh fuck no, I wasn't even around. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta mention the other movie I found on Amazon for this actor William Devane. He played a movie, the cop in the movie, and it's based on a real guy, and it was interesting because it's right, in our like area of interest. It was about a real evangelist guy he started in the 70s and into the 80s, and his whole thing, he was about killing other competing evangelists.
Wow.
I was like, son of a bitch, I've never heard that before. Out of all the nutty shit I've ever heard, this motherfucker was about killing like competing evangelists, and he was like down in Texas, and the thing was, I think, he definitely was like, his family were whites, from Texas, but then he actually was born in Mexico. See, that was part of his thing why he got away for so long. He knew that terrain and getting across the border, and he would just, when he did something and the cops would close it in, he would just take off into Mexico. And he was so like, and I think to this day, sadly, it's the case that, I mean, a lot of the police and courts and everything, they're pretty corrupt. And definitely back then they were, so he didn't have to worry about the Mexican police. But eventually, whatever happened, they did cooperate. They helped catch him finally in Mexico. But for a long time, he was able to use Mexico as like his fallback, when shit got really hot here in Texas. And he also went to a couple other states, a little, further up, like in the Northwest. I think Utah too. So I think some of it actually it was actually some kind of like radical, like fringe Mormonism, because he was into the polygamy thing. That was a big thing, the polygamy, right? And but that was the nuttiest part, man. And it was true that he was actually, his thing was like trying to kill people that were like, somehow either a competing evangelist.
That's right.
Or they were somehow an enemy of his.
A lot of the chaps of the Messianic complex end up actually not necessarily offing other ministers, but one way or another removing them from their ministry because they see each other as equally being untrue prophets. They're all, false messengers, etc. And it actually gives them, there is biblical mandate for what they do, unfortunately.
They get forgiven too. There was actually a show I was watching not too long ago. It was like one of those murder shows. That's, and I think it happened in Texas, somewhere down south, where there was a preacher who was in a competition, I guess if you will, with another preacher just down the street at a church, and they were like bidding for, the size of the congregation and stuff, and they would do like dirty tricks on each other, and finally in the end, one of them actually shot the other one because, but he was forgiven, so.
Lying is his business, and business is not so good.
Yep.
Now, I can imagine they wouldn't like that sort of attention.
Well, that's why a lot of times they sweep it under the rug, That's why the Catholic Church did what they did for so long,
That's right. Now, I've seen little of the worst of the Catholic Church here in New Zealand. Catholic Church, like most, things where it's in a minority, it acts benign and it acts helpful, and it's a community outreach for the most part. And you have to say, a lot of the larger, more privately funded schools in New Zealand are predominantly Catholic. It's the same model they have in the States, and they tend to have a higher grade average, better pass grade average than a lot of the, more non-one sectarian outfit public schools. But in saying that, there is a question to ask, and how much indoctrination kids are getting. Like I know in the States, there's a lot of some of the private schools that cater for Middle Eastern, like the Muslim ones, and even some of the Protestant ones. Like they're trying to teach not just creationism, but medieval ethics to the kids through coloring books and stuff like that. And I gotta know, what do you guys reckon? Can we like, it's their own children in many cases. Can we turn a blind eye to that? Is that something we should really be, like, obviously we're allowed to object to it, but is there something we can do about that sort of thing?
Well, I mean,
what, religious education in schools?
Same religion they have. I mean, you can't stop that, And when it comes to coloring books, kids like to color, And
Timmy's a sodomite. Paint the blood coming out of Timmy's stomach because we stoned him to death. Yay! Yeah. Like, not quite that bad. More subtle than that. But like I was talking about before, the story of David and how many of his neighbors he fucks over, and how many pillagings he does. Well, that's cool. We'll just explain that in the context that anything he does was righteous. Oh, okay.
Well, they just admit those parts. That's just redacted.
When you're a child, you don't hear it like that. You hear the lovely, fluffy Jesus love thing. You get the little thing in Sunday school where Jesus has a white robe. He's always clean. He's always got clean teeth.
Blue eyes, ginger, or blonde.
All that stuff, right? For me, it wasn't until I started going to I guess, catechism, whatever, before you get confirmed, you take your first communion. That's when they started teaching the meat and potatoes bullshit. And that's when I started eating when I was 13 or 12, going, God's jealous?
Yeah.
For what? I mean, he's...
You've got me. I remember one day our minister saying, and these are the words he said, we're supposed to love God, but we're also, we're supposed to fear him, because he's talking about Lot and how dare Lot ask why he had the fate posed on him that he did. And God's reply, as you know, is this: how dare you even question, how do you even think you have the right to question why I did this to you? I mean, what a fucking dick. And I was thinking to myself, how does that work? How can you love something you fear? Aren't those on the polar ends of stuff? Even as a 13-year-old, still in the bullshit, influential as fuck, susceptible to hero worship.
In the end, that was pretty much the story of Lot that convinced me that it was all bullshit. Because I used to say, I said this a few times, I used to say sometimes, oh, they've got the patience of Lot, right? And I was at a meeting one day, and I said something like that, and when we were on break, this guy who I knew kind of pulled me aside, and he goes, I noticed that you said that, and he explained it to me, and then I looked it up in the Bible, and I was like, yeah, it's pretty true, patience my ass, I mean, but yeah, that was like one of the stories that actually helped me.
And the other thing is it redefined, like the devil was this formidable force that seemed to get away with it and was beyond God's control. But no, God was in complete control. And what's more,
God ordered him to do it.
Yeah, he ordered him to do it. He was his agency. He was his fucking his button man and his mafia mob.
Mm-hmm.
He was his fucking Buttons McKenzie. Hey Buttons, you want to go sort this guy out for me? Make him disappear on the east side of town? All this sort of bullshit. It's essentially he was his hammer. The hammer for his fucking outfit. Isn't
that what Hasatan meant? Was a messenger?
Hasatan was the agency of harm. Hasatan. Okay. He basically was the harbinger of ill tidings.
Not he, they.
And what's more is we think that in Talmudic legend that the creeping death that killed the firstborns of Egypt and before the Grand Exodus was one and the same agency.
Yeah.
And the agency to do harm. Pardon?
In the beginning of Asatan means one of.
Yeah, well, I mean...
A Satan.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. And then the whole Luciferian mythos come much later, and then unfortunately also got squashed because the Catholics weren't going to have a competing savior. Luciferianism essentially is that Lucifer actually means light bringer, and the light bringing angel was the true anointed son of God and not the upstart Jew. And Luciferianism was actually quite literally put to the sword. I think it was about 1400 years ago. Honestly, it was much earlier than that. It was during the development of Roman Catholicism, during the first era of the Papists. They destroyed, all these little pseudo cults and almost as powerful in numbers religions that were developing at the time, and that was one of them. Yeah, pretty fucking messy period. I seen a cool meme the other day. If you think you're Christian, if you think your Christians are always been peaceful, you don't know your Christian history. And it showed an actual charcoal sketch from the Inquisition era in eastern France, and it shows the depiction of this woman being garroted with a rope around her midsection as she's being flogged by some dude in a dress. Some clergyman. And they put these wood reliefs up around town to remind people who was boss. Now, that's some medieval fucking crazy shit right there. Except this wasn't medieval times. This was the 16th century, 17th century. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you know, when you see the kind of specific torture devices they used, there's some seriously demented motherfuckers, man. You know, like you would think, okay, they come up with one torture device, but they obviously really enjoyed it because they came up with, you know, a whole bunch, right? The one I seen that's like the most fucked up is they actually had one where they, and usually the person, well, they have to be naked, right? Which is bad enough, humiliation, you're getting tortured, you're naked. But then they had one, they actually sat the person on like the top of, it was like a cone-shaped object that meant to go right in their ass, and then it slowly turned to drill into their fucking ass to torture them. I mean, you know, shit like that, man. What kind of fucking people do something like you won't find even some of the sickest fucking people today wouldn't do something like
I can tell you who does that. People who have got away with it for centuries. People who are a member of an institution who think they have carpelage on just about everything you could imagine. They'll say, oh, like there's this famous account in one of the Cannibal Corpse covers in the Butcher to Birth Counter. It's the written confession of a Marquis and his monks. They would bring girls home and they would cut them open and eat them while they were alive. They would sew their vaginas shut with rats inside them and make the rats work their way out and make them eat feces and all this sort of thing. And they did it with impunity because once the men in the black and red cloaks turned up for you, you were basically there. And it's all subject to God's law because God's law was the law of the land. Hence this whole legalism nonsense. And quite frankly, a lot of people disappeared under the most fucking horrible circumstances on a trumped up charge of fucking witchcraft or sometimes some of the most bizarre things were like the Catholics were real cool on keeping class culture alive. So if a man or a woman or, heaven forbid, a foreigner should rise above his station, they'd invent a reason to drag him in, and then they'd make him make confessions about spitting on the cross or some bullshit like that. And that's all they need to make a public scourge of him. Basically a scourged mannequin, which is, a man who's dead or alive flailed on the street. It's essentially power politics. It's the most medieval shit I've ever seen.
Well, what I've learned about that sort of thing, and it lasted into the 20th century in Ireland, where really the Catholic Church had such power. They really were considered more powerful than the police. Meaning, if a priest said something about somebody, like the police would, help and absolutely do. The police would never think to say to a priest, "Are you sure? Do you have evidence?" etc. So the priest, and even like parents. So what I've heard is that if a priest, right, if he fancied a boy, then he just said, they went to the house and picked him up, and the kid might never come back. And the parents, the police, nobody would say a fucking word. Imagine their own kid. That's the kind of power that the church had, that nobody would say shit, and it wasn't obvious to them. Yeah, why the fuck does this man? And the priest, he wouldn't have to give any reason. He would just say, this boy, might have to say like one sentence. This boy has to come and stay at the whatever right there. What do you call it? Monastery, whatever the fuck it is. And that was it.
He's going to work the altar. He's going to be my usher.
That's it. He didn't have to say nothing like that. You know what I mean? Like any kind of explanation or this.
Well,
just say.
They figure he's going to be working in the service of the church, and that's God's will.
No, you know what? Like from some I've heard about, like I haven't like heard real detailed accounts, but like the impressions I got of someone I heard, it wasn't even like the priest tried to put any positive spin on it or nothing like that. Like make it easier for the parents. Maybe the contrary. Like the priest loved that he had such total fucking power, like nobody could fuck with him. He might even be like kind of nasty about it. Like, even like grab the kid by the hair and pull him out when the kid came out, to the door. You know what I mean? I'd imagine that kind of shit happened because these guys were, I've done from other accounts, they were that fucking evil. So they like to mix like the sexual abuse and the rape with the psychological, physical abuse, the whole thing. Like there was no kind of abuse that they weren't into, you know what I mean? So, and they mixed it all together, and that's the fucking amazing thing, that nobody, of course, should have any kind of power remotely. There's no justification whatsoever, of course. But these motherfuckers, they had it all. They were like untouchable. Nobody would dare like fucking disagree with them. That's the thing. Nobody would even think. It wouldn't even occur to them to disagree with a priest. Now that's just total fucking insanity.
Yeah, because they have that cloak, John, of being a man of God. Why would they lie? That's how a lot of priests got away with it. You know, the kid's lying. I'm a priest. I'm a man of God. I wouldn't lie. You know, you got to see the Archdiocese of Providence, Rhode Island. There's been a couple news stories on since I've been out here the last few years of the amount of unsolved cases they have with former Catholic priests in the state of Rhode Island that have never been resolved. You know, people, you know, the Catholic Church has been blocking it for years with legal shit. You know, so yeah.
You know, this is such disgusting. I mean, when it's this abundant in public record, that they are literally doing the thing that people, as Hitch said, you guys are in a multitude responsible for the thing that if we were on our side accused of it, we would die. Our heart would just stop, even being associated with that kind of activity, and yet they carry on with the same impunity they've done for fucking centuries. It blows my fucking mind.
They just had a trial for the Catholic diocese somewhere in the United States. I forgot what state it was in, but the Catholic priest that was testifying said on record that the child had some blame in this because, I don't know, the way they encouraged it, you know, or
enticement. Enticement.
Oh,
yeah. Well, you know, if the child doesn't, you know, physically stop us, it is, you know, it's encouraging the process.
Little Johnny was wearing those cute little shorts that day playing kickball, and he just looked too cute for me, you know.
I'm back, fuckers.
He's back.
Thank God.
You guys promised not to say that I got into a really bad fight with everybody.
Somebody's got bad.
Yeah.
Really bad.
Truth was just being tyrannical. Oncoming manhandling. Like, we had a whole bunch of chicks in here. Fucking Truth wasn't happy. They win.
I don't even understand what...
It's alright, we're not missing it.
Mike, I don't even understand what you're saying, man.
You need to reset your router.
Gang bangs and did a lot of drugs while you were gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys, remember, you promised not to tell him that I had got into a bad fight with every one of you while he was gone. You promised.
I eject his fucking punk ass.
Yeah, you leave the room quiet and everything goes nice and everything. Everybody's been getting along, man. So.
Hey, fuck you! Don't fucking put the blame on me, motherfucker.
Hey, I'm just saying, you know. I mean, you know, you leave the room and it's like Shangri-La in here, you know.
Shut up.
That wasn't very nice. Did you feel your duty to your satisfaction there, Quiet?
No, I actually had trouble with my car. I was trying to fill my car up with gas, and I was running into all kinds of dumb shit, man. That's why it took so long.
That's lame. Stupid fossil fuels.
Yeah.
Shall I start my crazy ass hemp for fuel rant, or has everybody hit that one already?
Well, I've heard your famous hemp for fuel rant.
I've heard it about 4 times.
Yeah.
Not that it's not an interesting talk, Truth, but I think pretty much right now we've all got it memorized. And yes, I agree with you on that. Yes.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat myself.
That'd be a first for any of us.
The hell's that sound?
That's my dog barking in his sleep.
Oh, I was like, what the fuck? Oh, man. So everybody was on their best behavior while I was gone?
Yeah, we had a great time, man.
I think it was time for a change of subject. We were getting entrenched, and it looks like the other chap, the Sydney chap, has also left since then. So the second part to the contentious argument has left the building, and thus the contentious argument has ceased.
Yeah,
But,
and so which Duggar sister did we decide we want to see naked first anyway?
Which Duggar what?
Which Duggar sister did we decide we wanted to see naked?
What are you trying to kill the wood you've been working on there, Patrick?
Hey, don't judge me, man.
That's an instant wood killer. The only way you can make it any worse if you said Josh fucking Duggar himself. That crazy nymphomaniac.
Oh, that guy's out of it, man. I'm surprised there hasn't been any stories about him.
He'll be back.
You covered the last thing he did. He was on that fucking cheating date site, and he was like...
No, actually, there was other things that I did about him too. The last one I did about him was, in fact, he had not only one mistress, but he had two. And the second one, he almost got pregnant. That's what the whole article was about.
And she was saying that he was a freak too, eh? That he was a bit of a dick.
Oh, yeah.
He was terrified about having his kid.
Yeah. And then the last thing I talked about when it came to Josh Duggar was the fact that he disappeared from the treatment center where he was supposed to be at. Nobody knows where he's at.
Never showed up, period.
Yeah.
His flight took an unspecified detour.
And that his sister Jessa turned on him.
Yep.
Kinda.
His wife's speaking out a bit too.
I mean, she's upset at him for cheating on his wife, not for diddling her in her sleep.
Yeah, that's the point. And this is the thing that makes me sick. They put locks on the girls' rooms because they knew what he was all about. I'm sorry, but that boy needs to go to a psychiatric home for a few years. That could have been all the difference. If he came to his parents and said, I got an issue, like I want to touch the girls and even my own sisters. Well, that's just God's way of testing you. No, wrong answer. The answer is, son, you have an illness, but we're going to help you, and for the few years treatment, you might even come out and you'll be able to live a normal life. But we're going to have to...
Yeah, you got it a little bit twisted, though. It
How
wasn't
so?
him. He didn't go to his parents saying something about it. I think the girl that wasn't his sister said something, and then his sister said something, and then he had to cop to it because he had all kinds of people saying he'd done it.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah. He copped to it, though. I mean, he didn't deny it, but he didn't come forward and be like, I did something bad.
Yeah, he got busted.
He got busted.
And the thing is, too,
that's
when they sent him away to a counseling retreat or whatever recovery place, and the person that ran that recovery place is in prison now for, I don't know.
No. Or is he in prison too?
Yep.
Wow. Like, I know the cop that they had talked to about the dangers of getting caught was in prison for like 50 years for child porn or something.
Who's your favorite fuck ass? Olstein, Free Throw Dollar, Pop Off, or that other cunt with the bad hair?
I can't hear you.
They're all a bunch of retards to me.
Who's my favorite what?
Who's your number? Everyone, can you mute for a sec? There's some feedback.
Mike, you need to reset your router or something.
Cool.
You're all
yeah, who's your favorite? How should we call them? Slime merchant. Snake oil salesman. Olstein, Pop Off, Free Throw Dollar, or that other douche with the shitty hair, Benny Hinn. Who's your favorite parasite? Who's your favorite parasite?
Peter Popoff. He still runs infomercials.
Yeah. I gotta say probably. Who was the first one you said?
I said. Oh gosh, no. Who did I say? I said Olstein. Mm-hmm. He's the biggest slime under the planet. Yeah, Free Throw Dollar. He's the same thing in blackface. Yeah. Peter Popoff. How he still lives, let alone works, is beyond me. And Benny Hinn, who is a charlatan of the highest accord.
I think Peter Popoff just shows old reruns of his infomercials. I don't think he makes any more.
I think it's a kind of a toss-up between Creflo Dollar and Joel Osteen, whatever his fucking name is.
I think.
Dollar did what, $60 million for a fucking airplane, huh?
That he's already got.
I think you got to say Hin, because he's the only one I've seen. He actually like pushes people over to make it look like they were struck by the power of God. He actually pushes old people, knocks fucking people down to create the illusion that they're being struck by.
John, watch him doing his work. Randy broke it down. He has two orderlies standing behind the people, and they place their knee in the back of their knee, in the back of their shin, so that they collapse. So even if they're not prepared to follow suit, they still collapse. You watch people's face sometimes. They weren't expecting collapse. And he goes, oh, you didn't even expect it, but the power of God overpowered you. It wasn't God who overpowered me. It was the two burly cunts you sent standing behind me, who pushed on my behind my knees. Because you know when you're unexpecting it, it only takes a little bit of pressure to click you from behind the leg, and you will collapse a bit, especially if they do both at the same time.
Isn't he the one that does it, like using the force and just knocks whole fucking
he does that
full
shit
of people
too.
over?
He's the best demonstration of mass hysteria I've seen in a long time.
I mean, shit, you might as well have Darth Vader on the fucking pulpit, man.
Yeah, you put a bunch of people that are excited and everything, and a few people, the preacher goes like this, and a few people fall, mob mentality, and a lot of those people that go up on the stage to get healed, like he said, they could pop them in the back of the knee or something like that, but they're so full of the excitement, so full of the thing. They know what they're supposed to do, and if they don't do it,
Jesus will be mad.
They want to be part of the show. I honestly believe that,
It's got to the point with their make-believe that it's socially awkward if you don't also pretend.
Yeah.
Right.
I still remember watching Channel 13, or an old UHF station when I was a kid. They had Melody Gardens on TV once a week. My sister and I used to watch it. It was a faith healing show out of Los Angeles at this old warehouse or some shit. And we used to watch that all the fucking time, and it'd just be some crazy fucking shit. And we actually went down there one time. We took a bus. This is back in the day, way pre 9/11, and watched the show, right? And we're totally fucking entertained, right? But we saw it one night, and they brought this little sickly dog, like a Chihuahua, out on the stage in a basket, and they were going on about how, the veterinarian, this dog had all these cancers, this cells in him, and tumors, and this dog, the veterinarians, said this dog was going to die, and he started putting his hands on the dog and shaking the dog, and the next thing you know, this dog's jumping out of the fucking basket and doing this little dance routine on the fucking stage. I fucking lost it. It was just one of the craziest things I ever fucking saw in my life, and people were buying it, I believed a lot of shit when I was a kid, but I never kind of got into that. I just thought it was funny.
One of the most disturbing moments for me was the real moment I realized not only was what they're doing not really happening, but they were lying to people, and for all of them to do it, they must know that themselves.
Did you ever see that movie, that Steve Martin movie, Leap of Faith, where he played a trap? Great movie. I love that fucking movie.
Not sure.
I like it until the end when it fucking,
Yeah, but he's an atheist, though, and it was a Hollywood movie, But yeah, I liked that movie. It was really good.
I gotta mention that's even worse, or just as bad as the preachers, the psychics. And I found one, because like I said, I was looking at 9/11 videos. So this woman, she's like probably maybe the most well-known psychic one in the U.S., Sylvia Brown, and she became like this kind of like frequent guest on this talk show. The guy, Montel Williams, that was it, and she was on. And see, so the thing she does, her method, right, is if you tell her something about the loved one that's dead, right, that's what she does, communicates with the dead. Right. You know, another guy, he was successful for years, but then it just, like, I guess it disappeared. His name was John something, John...
Oh, John Edwards, yeah, he got
John Edwards, yeah.
But now this one, Sylvia Brown, and the video's great. It's on YouTube. She got busted, right, because the woman gets up and says her husband, and when she says they never found him, right, so right away, Sylvia Brown, her methodology, she knows that most likely is the person drowned. When you don't find the body, statistically, most likely that means they drowned. That's why there was no body recovered. It, floated away or it sank or whatever. Yeah. And so, but it turned out, no, her husband was a firefighter that died in the towers of 9/11. So what did Sylvia Brown end up saying? She had to say, is it possible, when they were putting out the fire? So she's trying to say he drowned from firemen with hose. That was her recovery bullshit.
Yeah, I seen that. She's a cold reader.
I mean, can you believe the fucking balls to try even offer that as your fucking follow-up to continue to bullshit people? He drowned somehow from putting out the fire? So she's not even that good. She's like a fucking idiot.
Mike, do you want to do a quick sound check for us, please, bud? Mike, can you do a quick sound check?
How's that? Any better?
Yeah, much better, bud.
Check 2.
So you were saying, Patrick?
Check 1.
Oh, okay.
Speaking of Sylvia Brown, remember those 3 girls that were held captive in that house in Cleveland for like 10 years?
Oh,
She
wow.
was on the Montel Williams show telling that one mother that her daughter was dead.
Hold on. You're saying she told that the kid was dead and they later found the kid alive?
Yeah, one of those girls. Remember those girls that were found in Cleveland that were in that house for like 10 years?
No, I don't remember that one.
It was a couple of years ago where that girl finally came out. She got away, and she goes, "My name's so and so," and she was actually the parents were so, they wanted to believe something. When this girl was being captive for so many fucking years, I think it was on the Montel Williams show when she did it. It's on YouTube, but she actually told this girl's mother that her daughter was dead.
That's got to be the worst I've ever heard, man. That she'd have the balls to do that.
Yep. She towards the end of her life, she got called out for a lot of shit. A lot of these people that, like on the Montel Williams show, they were saying that these people that she was going to help, after the show and everything like that, she was charging them like $120 an hour just to talk to them, So yeah, I mean, not like she was going to do anything anyway, but yeah, it was a money thing. Cold reading.
Well, you've heard of James Randi, right? So that's like his whole thing. And I think what he's done is he's like trained people to go to these psychic things and the way to like set up the psychic to like definitely bust them. So he taught them to weigh the kind of information, the pattern to feed them, where you can definitely screw them up and you're going to bust them.
Darren Brown's another one, John. Darren Brown, I think he's a POM. He does a routine where he directly explains how people like that, charlatan whore, cold read people. They're already looking for susceptibility of weakness. They're looking for telltale signs like people who come alone who wear rings, possibly a widower. She's vulnerable, and she might even agree with things which aren't true because of the social and the social uncomfortableness of making the psychic look bad. Isn't it amazing how the crowd is so well tamed that they are afraid of making the psychic look bad if she's wrong? Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah. Well, maybe I didn't give her enough information.
Well, she gets my uncle. What, John? Oh, Johnny boy. Yeah. And it was the first name she came up with. No. How many names did she come up with first? Oh, I don't know. It was 1 or 2, but it was pretty much straight away. So you've confirmation biased the 35 names she said before John. Jerry, Dave, Lewis, no, and Joey. Was it John? Oh, it was John, because people provide People provide these tells. And the other thing is, a lot of people who aren't even susceptible to this nonsense, if the mass think takes them, they will act out in a way as like, okay, the spirit's in the room right now. Is anyone feeling they're possessed? And people act like, yeah, I'm the little boy you just summoned back, says some middle-aged woman. It's like, no, sweetheart, you're not. You're having an episode. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Yeah.
There's an easy way to tell if your house is haunted.
It's not. A lot of them some Ricky, Jimmy Carr.
Now, Sylvia Brown, you know what she's busy doing now? Predicting the paths of the maggots that are running all over her face.
I believe that deserves a damn.
You know, the only question I got about her, is she like a total like sociopath, or does she have to tell herself, well, I'm helping these people by letting them think I'm talking to the dead relatives, and then I'm telling them they're okay and they're happy. So does she have to tell herself that to like deal, or is she just like a fucking sociopath? I'd probably bet she's a sociopath.
But they almost have to be. I think there's a trade-off between the two. I think you have an individual who's convinced themselves, because a lot of them are self-convinced bullshit artists. The best ones usually are. No. I really am helping these people, says Aaron Hubbard. I really am a messiah. I'm not just a science fiction writer. I really am what I'm writing I am. They start believing their own legacy.
Yeah.
No, I don't think L. Ron Hubbard believed a fucking word of that shit.
No, he didn't believe that shit. He even admitted it.
Oh, you know what L. Ron Hubbard said? He said the easiest way to make $1 million is start a religion.
No, that's what somebody else told him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. But still, he did say it. So obviously, the point is that shows his mentality. He agreed with that sentiment.
Yeah. I thought Xenu was their savior.
No.
Xenu's the bad guy.
Xenu.
Yeah. Failed science fiction writer writes a science fiction book called The Religion, and a whole bunch of people.
Right.
Just
pay out the fucking ass for it.
You know, it's funny like that too. Like the kind of writer he was, and then he became the big famous religious writer. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
Who?
Yeah.
C.S. Lewis.
Oh yeah. Okay.
What was that movie that had Forrest Whitaker and John Travolta?
Oh yeah, Battlefield Earth. People say it's like one of the worst movies ever made, ever. Like worse than shit they made in the silent film era. It was like total dog shit.
But was it worse than Shakes the Clown?
I never seen that one.
Yeah, if you watch the movie Shakes the Clown, it's got Bobcat Goldthwait in it. Once you see
it
that,
can't be that bad.
yeah, but it was a really shitty movie. He even admitted it, right? Yeah, watch Shakes the Clown and then make a judgment on what the shittiest movie in the world is.
All right, dudes, I got a bolt.
All right, Mike.
All right, later, man. Peace out.
Well, hey, see you go. Bye.
It's been fun.
Thank you for coming by, Mike.
Okay. Yeah, fucking all I was talking about before was you know how you fellas have got how would you describe it? Kind of a checkered past, the American, the United States, and that. Sometimes memes which are pervasive in your fellas' culture end up infiltrating us satellites in a kind of a negative way. I mean, I know Americans don't often think about outside the nation, but do they ever wonder maybe if our influence is rubbing off on other nations around us? Because I know a lot of Americans would prefer if the rest of the world just bowed down and became more American, but it seems to be happening anyway. I mean, do Americans consider, gee, I wonder how easy it would be to find a hot dog in New Zealand, or find cuisine and find cultural commonality with these people. Do you guys ever consider the rest of us in that respect, or?
You know, I don't know about where you live. Where I live, I can actually find, there's actually a New Zealand restaurant. There's a multitude. We got French, we got Italian, we got Greek, we got Armenian, we got it's a multitude of stuff out here, man. You know, you can get pretty much what you want. You know? I'm sorry that you can't get a hot dog in New Zealand.
Oh, we can get hot dogs. We've got two kinds. We've got the British type, which is a battered sausage on a stick, and then we've got an American hot dog, which is the one with the bun and the sauce and the mustard and the shit and the relish and stuff.
Hey, have you guys ever been to Scandinavia?
I wish, bud. I wouldn't be talking to you from New Zealand if I had.
I've been to Finland, just Finland, right? And I went, and I was like, you know, I would definitely was not digging the food, like some kind of shit that they have, but I ended up like just buying like, you know, going to the supermarket and getting like cooked chickens and that, and I was okay, and like some ham, but they had some kind of stuff, man, that in America we call that shit like mystery meat. I don't know what the fuck that was. Right?
Yeah.
And so, but you know, but then I was like, fuck, man, I've been dying for like a burger because I was there for like over a week. So I was like, oh shit, finally a McDonald's, and I went in there, got a Big Mac, I sat down, I was like, motherfucker, that was just as bad as the mystery meat I tasted when I first got there. They don't have beef in Finland, bro. That shit is supposed to be beef. I was like, is this shit even from the planet Earth? I was like, what the fuck is this, man? So don't order beef in fucking Finland.
Well, see, we're a massive cattle, dairy, and livestock kind of nation. We're one of the world's largest exporters of both wool and lamb and beef too. And the idea of not being able to eat beef at least 3-4 times a week and lamb in between is kind of a foreign one to Kiwis. Plus, we get all the fucking kaimoana, all the seafood we want. Like not to the extent we're pillaging, but because we're quite conservative in that respect. But like we don't have those cuisine choices. Not a problem for Kiwis. Our beaches are you could literally, this is a nation where you could live in the long grass just off the beach and just go down to the beach every day and with your own bare hands just off the shore catch as much as you need to eat. You could live a completely subsistent life in that respect. And here's the other thing: no natural predators. No natural predators.
That wouldn't work for me because I really hate fish. I can't eat seafood, so that's too bad. I could never I would never be able to take advantage of that kind of thing, And it's weird because all my family likes fish. My father grew up like right on the coast of Ireland. They ate fish all the time. Fish is big there. But me, I can't stand fish. I hate all of it.
On the coast in Oregon, you take a pot of water down to the docks. You throw a crab ring over, and you fucking pull them up, measure them, get a good one, throw it in the fucking water.
You talk about Dungeness crabs?
Whatever the fuck they are. I think so. Yeah, Dungeness. They're not. They're the river ones, so they're not huge.
Oh.
But I mean, it's a jetty, not really a river, but
Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm probably gonna have to hang it up so I can go to bed.
All right.
Cool, bud. Good talking with you guys again.
Yeah. And I'll probably have another hangout in a couple of days or so.
Cool, man.
All right, so I'll see you guys next time, and next time, no more of this pussy bullshit. We're really going to get into some stuff and crack fucking heads.
You don't have to hang out.
All right, John.
All right, man. You guys have a good night or a good day, depending on where you're at, and be safe, all right?
Is this going off the air now?
Huh?
Just going off the air now?
Yeah.